Chapter 1704. Long Chen suddenly recalled that at this height, he could almost overlook the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Rumor had it that the dragon sacrificial continent was boundless. Then, how big was it exactly? Living on the dragon sacrificial continent, one would never be able to get the answer. The only way was to stand above the sky of this continent. At this moment, Long Chen could be said to have achieved this. After listening to Ao Zhan's reminder, Long Chen lowered his head and looked down. What shocked him was that the mysterious dragon sacrificial continent below actually revealed such an appearance. It was a huge continent shrouded in thick clouds and mist. It was extremely slender, and Long Chen could only see a part of it. The bigger part was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the part that was revealed was obviously the appearance of a divine dragon. The dragon sacrificial continent was actually an incomparably huge divine dragon in the starry sky. Although the 3 regions and 9 worlds were the core of the dragon sacrificial continent, it was actually only the size of a few dragon scales. A place like the Myriad Kingdoms domain was more like a dragon scale. This was a khaki divine dragon hovering in the starry sky, shrouded in white mist. This was the appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, this wasn't a real dragon, but just the appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. But to be so similar, it definitely had a great relationship with divine dragons. Just how big is the dragon sacrificial continent? In fact, even I'm not sure. I haven't traveled around this huge world. However, because I was born in the eternal God domain, I know the entire appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. This is a continent that looks like a divine dragon, but in reality, perhaps the people of the entire dragon sacrificial continent don't know what kind of land they're on. This is your sorrow. You're lucky to be able to see its full appearance today. Ao Zhan lamented. Long Chen's gaze was still looking at this land that resembled a divine dragon in shock. He wasn't tall enough and couldn't see the dragon's head and tail of the dragon sacrificial continent, but he was already deeply shocked. At his current level, it was still too early for him to explore the secrets of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen's restless heart gradually calmed down. He suddenly remembered the matter of the 5 dragon cities supervisors that Ao Zhan mentioned. What did this matter have to do with the dragon sacrificial continent below him? Ao Zhan saw his doubt and replied, "This is a historical secret. You may not know, but the dragon sacrificial continent of the absolute beginning era and the current dragon sacrificial continent are 2 completely different things. First of all, this involves the concept of the level of the world. You have roughly understood that the world in your hometown is on a completely different level from the 3 regions and 9 realms. This is the level of the world. In a place of a lower level of the world, your body can expand, and the space there can be shattered at will. Everything in the world is fragile, and even the spiritual energy in the world is unimaginably thin. But in the 3 regions and 9 realms, almost all ordinary people are born with extraordinary martial power. Even the grass and trees are much harder than in their original world, and the spiritual energy is considered normal. This shows that there is a hierarchy between the 2 worlds. Long Chen suddenly understood. In fact, he also roughly understood. For example, his body in the 3 regions and 9 worlds could only reach 20,000 meters at most, but in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it could expand 200 times. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, Sky Martial Realm experts could shatter space, but in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, one needed to be at the pinnacle of the God Martial Realm. Ao Zhan said, in the absolute beginning era, it could be said that almost the entire continent was on the same level. At that time, the eternal God domain was the ancestral dragon realm, and the world's level was higher and more stable. But as time passed, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was in the process of collapsing. In the absolute beginning era, even the lowest level of the dragon sacrificial continent was stronger than the current eternal God domain. Therefore, at that time, countless divine dragons comparable to gods could fly freely on the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, legend has it that the dragon sacrificial continent has shrunk by almost half. A large amount of land has broken off and wandered in the starry sky, perishing and turning into broken stars. The information in this paragraph was too much. Long Chen couldn't react for a while. The original dragon sacrificial continent was twice the size of the current eternal god domain. At that time, just the world's level of the dragon sacrificial continent had surpassed the current eternal god domain. Long Chen had more or less understood the concept of the world's hierarchy. But in that case, according to this trend, wouldn't there come a day when the dragon sacrificial continent would completely collapse after tens of millions of years or hundreds of millions of years? For example, the divine dragon nation, a place at the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent, the lowest level of the world, would break away from the dragon sacrificial continent and shatter in the starry sky? Wouldn't that mean that more people would die? Wouldn't that mean that this world was on the verge of destruction? And an unstoppable destruction at that? Long Chen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The world's level of the eternal god domain is much higher than the core of the dragon sacrificial continent. With your talent and potential, only the eternal god domain is suitable for you to survive. You can think about it. When countless people stronger than you enter the dragon sacrificial continent, any one of their battles will be able to tear the 3 regions and 9 worlds apart. If they barge into those peripheral worlds, they can cause the death of billions of lives with just a wave of their hands. How terrifying would that be? After all, with your current strength, you're already a deity in those peripheral worlds. You can directly create a god martial realm martial artist. This is the means of a deity. Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly had a rough idea of what the other party meant. This was also the reason why he was brought to the eternal god domain. Ao Zhan said helplessly, to be honest, the eternal god domain is a nightmare that comes with opportunities. With our strength, we can roam freely in the lower realms. Anyone from the eternal god domain can transform into a god and rule over all living beings. But why is the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent still able to maintain peace? That was because there was only one law among the myriad races, and it was the number 1 law in the eternal god realm. It forbade any living being from entering the lower worlds in private. If discovered, they would be killed without question. There would be no exceptions. This is mainly to protect the weak living beings in the lower realms, and at the same time to maintain the balance of the dragon sacrificial continent. If not for this law, the dragon sacrificial continent would have long been riddled with holes. After all, humans are crazy. This law stunned Long Chen. He previously told them that he might return within 1,000 years, or that if there was anything, he could use the thing left behind by the kitten to send a message. But this eternal god domain had such strict laws, how was he supposed to go down? Ao Zhan seemed to know what he was thinking. He said solemnly, "This law is also for you to hear. Seeing that we are fated to meet, I'll seriously remind you not to try to go to the lower realms privately. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Of course, you don't have to worry about the matters here. I'll help you look after it. After all, my duty as the Dragon Soul Divine General is to maintain the peace of the lower realms. You can go and explore without worry. In this case, it would be much more troublesome to go back. Unless Long Chen had the power to surpass the law, or he could escape the senses of a reincarnation realm powerhouse without being noticed. However, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. How strong were reincarnation realm martial artists? It seemed like the only thing he could rely on was his double ancestral dragon bloodline. His only mission was to grow as fast as possible. The current eternal god domain is mostly native powerhouses. There are also a few who were captured from the dragon sacrificial continent, just like you. The foundation of native martial artists is very high. Almost not long after birth, they can fuse their divine soul and martial soul to form the god martial soul. There are no commoners in the entire Eternal God domain. It's a world full of powerhouses. The Eternal God domain is also considered a part of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Therefore, the current Eternal God domain can be said to have preserved all the powerhouses of the entire Dragon Sacrificial Continent. This can be considered an era of unprecedented decline. From the absolute beginning era when Divine Dragon soared, to the primordial era when gods ruled, to the primordial era when gods were rare, to the primordial era when gods were extinct, to the primordial era when gods were extinct. It seems like the Dragon Sacrificial Continent is heading towards destruction. Destruction. Long Chen's heart was fiercely shaken. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Not only had the level of the world declined, but the overall level of martial artists had also declined to a frightening degree. Until today, there was not even a single god left. Absolute beginning era, primordial era, primordial era, primordial era, middle era. Would there come a day when the Dragon Sacrificial Continent would truly perish, leaving only the Eternal God domain to hold on? Or would the Eternal God domain also be completely annihilated in the end? Seeing his solemn expression, Ao Zhan laughed and said, "You've digressed a little. We're all small characters under the heavenly Tao. It's fine as long as we live our own lives. What's the point of caring about these things? I'll answer you now. Why would the 5 great dragon cities have supervisors stationed at the borders of the Eternal God domain? It's naturally to prevent anyone from escaping into the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The area we're heading towards is one of the 5 great dragon cities. There's a well-known martial artist in the Eternal Dragon City. We respectfully address him as the Star Soul Supervisor because he inherited the blood essence of the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. The 3,000 Star Soul Dragons have 3,000 dragon-shaped clones. With 3,000 clones stationed at the borders of the War God Ancient City, who could escape? Long Chen suddenly realized that he had truly entered a world with many martial artists of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. All the martial artists of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, as well as the countless dragon blood essence that had been preserved since ancient times in the Eternal God domain, were all gathered in the Eternal God domain. The 5 great dragon cities were where all the martial artists of the Samsara Tribulation realm gathered. Although he was forbidden from returning, Long Chen still had some vague expectations for the 5 great dragon cities. Most importantly, it was his mission. Chapter 1705. In the next few days, Long Chen more or less understood a lot of things from Ao Zhan. As he ascended, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent became smaller and smaller in his field of vision. Long Chen could finally see the entire continent. The Dragon Sacrificial Continent was unimaginably huge. It was really unimaginable how huge the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, which was twice its current size, was countless years ago. It wasn't impossible for billions of dragons to live on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. These days, Long Chen had received a lot of new information. His heart was already numb from the shock, so he was very calm. Of course, Mo Xiaolang and the others were also very shocked. It wasn't just Long Chen. Everyone was very yearning for this huge world. "We're almost at the Eternal God domain," Ao Zhan suddenly said. Long Chen raised his head and saw that there was also a huge continent in front of him. This was a huge continent shrouded in black-yellow fog. Although he hadn't gotten close, a savage aura hit him in the face. There were countless terrifying auras on this continent. After arriving here, Long Chen suddenly felt extremely small. This is the Eternal God domain. Although he had only seen a small corner, Long Chen still felt shocked. The area of the Eternal God domain was 1/20th of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Such a huge area was also an endless world for Long Chen. The level of the surrounding world had indeed increased. Long Chen could feel the feeling of space squeezing him. The space here was becoming more and more stable. Even his nirvana force was constantly being suppressed. If he transformed into his dragon form, he definitely wouldn't be able to reach a distance of 20,000 meters, or even 2,000 meters. It would probably be even more shocking when he reached the eternal God domain. He couldn't imagine what that ancient world was like. Before arriving at the eternal God domain, the two first rushed into a starry sky filled with broken stars. At this place, Aozhan had no choice but to slow down. He walked forward slowly with a vigilant expression. When we meet the Star Soul Supervisor later, it's best not to speak, understand? Aozhan reminded with a smile. Long Chen nodded silently. Experts at the Rebirth Tribulation realm had at least passed the 9 stages of Nirvana tribulations. The vast continent in front of him seemed to be getting closer and closer. Even though it was quite a distance away, Long Chen could still hear the furious roars of wild beasts, the ravaging of giant bugs, and the sounds of countless Nirvanic tribulations. Sure enough, there were people dying in the Nirvanic tribulation in the immortal God domain. It really was a chaotic world filled with slaughter. Under the threat of the Nirvana tribulation, not many people were normal. For survival, for treasures, killing was the main theme of the eternal God realm. Just as Long Chen was lost in thought about this ancient continent, he and Aozhan suddenly stopped moving forward. In the starry sky in front of them, countless broken stars began to gather. Large amounts of blue light swirled, and in the blink of an eye, a giant dragon formed in front of Long Chen. It was tens of thousands of meters long. Even though it wasn't a corporeal dragon, just a divine dragon formed from broken stars, its divine might still made Long Chen's pitifully small amount of nirvana energy tremble. He was careful not to release the prideful bloodline of the ancestral dragon. If news of the ancestral dragon's essence blood leaked, the entire immortal God domain would probably go crazy. The divine dragon that was formed was probably the 3,000 star soul dragon. That huge dragon head looked down at Aozhan and Long Chen motionlessly. Its blue eyes caused them to shiver in fear. Aozhan hurriedly half-knelt on the ground with Long Chen. I am Aozhan, general of the Dragon Soul Dragon from the Battle God Ancient City. Recently, I found a genius in the lower world with extraordinary battle prowess. According to the laws of the myriad races, I am bringing him to the eternal God domain. I hope the inspector will let us through. Now that he was in the eternal God domain, he had to keep a low profile before he had absolute power. Long Chen lowered his head and said, Junior Long Chen greets the inspector. Then, everything quieted down. Long Chen knew that the Inspector Star Soul was inspecting him, so he didn't dare make a sound. This guy was from the Eternal Dragon City. Perhaps he knew his father. A dragon warrior created from the essence blood that was left in the lower world? The Inspector Star Soul finally spoke in an indifferent voice. The giant dragon's head swayed slightly, as if it didn't care much. Go in. Remember, once you're in the eternal God domain, don't even think about going back. Yes. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Long Chen rose to his feet and followed Aozhan. They carefully circled around the Inspector Star Soul and entered the eternal God domain. Father, I'm finally here. And I even saw a dragon warrior from the Eternal Dragon City. Long Chen couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. The moment had finally come, the moment of his final battle. Battle God Ancient City, Eternal Dragon City. The 5 races God domain. Just as they passed by the Inspector Star Soul, the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons suddenly said, Wait. Long Chen was scared stiff. Had the other party discovered his special bloodline? If that was the case, then in front of a legendary Samsara realm dragon warrior, in that instant, Long Chen felt the threat of death looming over him. Inspector, what are your orders? Aozhan hurriedly asked. He could sense Long Chen's nervousness. This was also reasonable. After all, This was Long Chen's first time seeing a powerhouse from the Eternal God domain. The Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Eternal God domain weren't on the same level. These 3,000 star soul dragons could take Long Chen's life with a wave of their hands. Finally, the Inspector Star Soul spoke again. He stared at Long Chen and said, "You brought 2 demons here. According to the rules, we can't do anything to the demons in the lower realm. But I advise you to quickly think of a way to send them to the demon domain after you reach the Battle God Ancient City. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Let's go." Demons? As long as his ancestral dragon bloodline wasn't discovered, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect this guy to be able to see through his god country. That's right, there were demons in his god country. Mo Xiaolang was still a human's primordial spirit, but his body was that of a demon. Soi Eon was also more or less transformed. As for Kitten, he shouldn't be considered a demon. After saying that, the Inspector Star Soul dissipated. Ao Zhan hurriedly left with Long Chen. His gaze became very solemn. When they neared the Eternal Life God domain, he said solemnly, "You brought the demons here too?" Long Chen could only nod and ask, "What's wrong?" Ao Zhan said helplessly, "I forgot to tell you, the demons and the humans are mortal enemies. The demon domain and dragon domain have been at war for years. Basically, if demons are found in the dragon domain, they will be ganged up on and killed." This was something that Long Chen couldn't possibly know. What? Long Chen was shocked. In the God country, Mo Xiaolang and Soi Eon also had solemn expressions. No matter how much they thought about it, they didn't expect the conflict between the demons and humans to be to this extent. Even in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, the demons in the Desolate Emperor region didn't seem to have a huge conflict with the humans. But they didn't expect the situation to be like this in the Eternal Life God domain. Mortal enemies that would kill each other on sight? Ao Zhan said, "How about this, I'll bring the 2 demons back to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. I still have to go back anyway." Didn't this mean that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would be cut off from each other for the rest of their lives? No way. Long Chen shook his head and refused. He knew that Mo Xiaolang and the others definitely wouldn't be willing to do this. After all, they had already come to this place. Ao Zhan's gaze was solemn as he said, "I can hand them over to the Demon Soul Heavenly General. He will bring your brother to the demon domain." Long Chen hesitated. If Mo Xiaolang went to the demon domain, it would be very difficult to meet him. The oath to fight side by side would be even more impossible. When they first arrived in the 3 great emperor domains, the 2 brothers were separated by external forces and only met again later. Long Chen didn't want Mo Xiaolang to roam the world by himself and repeat the encounter in the 3 great emperor domains. Similarly, Mo Xiaolang definitely didn't want to do this. He didn't expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he arrived here. "Big brother Ao, let's discuss this," said Long Chen. Ao Zhan could only nod. In the God Nation, Mo Xiaolang pondered for a moment and said, "Big brother, I didn't expect this situation. Although I definitely want to fight by your side, if it will cause you great trouble, I'd better return to the 3 regions and 9 worlds. I can wait for you to come back. It's just that, it's really regrettable." Although he said that, Long Chen knew Mo Xiaolang very well. He knew that Mo Xiaolang must be very unwilling at this moment. Long Chen said, "Didn't Supervisor Star Soul say that we should find a way to send you to the demon domain after we reach the Battle God Ancient City? It just so happens that I'm going to roam the world. We might be able to reach a border between the demon race and the human race. Before that, you can stay in the God Nation. We don't know the situation in the eternal celestial realm, but we have to be careful. If you stay in the 3 regions and 9 worlds or go to the demon domain, it's very likely that we won't meet again in this lifetime. After all, the 3 regions and 9 worlds aren't big, but the eternal celestial realm is, and the people there are so strong. I don't feel at ease letting you go to the demon domain alone. Long Chen revealed his plan in one go. Yes, it's best if the 5 of us don't separate, Lingxi said softly. Mo Xiaolang struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Alright, then I'll stay in the God Nation for now. Only the rebirth tribulation realm and above can see through the God Nation, and experts at that level won't care about a small fry like me. To be honest, I don't want to go back, nor do I want to go to the demon domain. So I'll do as you say, big brother. The most precious thing in this life is to roam the world together. So what if we die? If we become strangers from then on, then that's. This was his true thought. His thoughts were the same as Long Chen's. At the very least, they didn't know the situation in the eternal celestial realm yet. If it really didn't work out, then they could send Mo Xiaolang and the others to the demon domain. After making up his mind, Long Chen told Ao Zhan his plan. Ao Zhan frowned deeply and said angrily, "Forget it, this is your problem. I'm just giving you advice. You haven't been to the eternal celestial realm, so you don't know how crazy the people there are. Go ahead and try. I hope you won't despair too quickly. My duty is only to send you here." Long Chen understood Ao Zhan. "Big brother Ao, no matter what, I still have to thank you. If there's a chance in the future, Long Chen will definitely repay you. Forget about the repayment. Live for a few thousand more years. Fight to enter the 5 great dragon cities. You fulfilled one of my wishes." Ao Zhan's stiff face relaxed. If not for the matter with the demon race, he still had high hopes for Long Chen. But now. Chapter 1706. Finally, Long Chen followed Ao Zhan and set foot on the primordial continent. The reason why it was called the primordial continent was because the environment of the eternal sacred domain still retained the primordial appearance of the dragon sacrificial continent. Only after truly arriving in this world did Long Chen feel the pressure of this world. If this was a truly stable world, then the dragon sacrificial continent was indeed on the verge of collapse, especially a peripheral world like the divine dragon nation. Compared to the eternal sacred domain, it was simply unimaginably fragile. Long Chen suddenly recalled the ruins under the city of the wronged in the eternal hell. Whether it was the ground or the walls, they were all unimaginably hard. That ruins must have been the city that the city lord of the wronged had brought down to the lower realm. As soon as he set foot in the eternal sacred domain, Long Chen felt that everything in the eternal sacred domain, whether it was flowers, grass, trees, or even a small stone, was harder and more stable than those ruins. This was also why so many experts were unable to destroy this place despite surviving in the eternal sacred domain. If the dragon sacrificial continent could accommodate so many experts, it might have been destroyed long ago. Many people in the eternal sacred domain don't even know about the existence of the lower realm because the higher-ups are consciously concealing it. This way, there are fewer people who intend to infiltrate the lower realm. Otherwise, the inspectors would be very busy. Dragon Soul Divine General Ao Zhan lamented. Long Chen's attention was focused on the land he had just set foot on. In front of him was a land even more barren than the desolate Emperor domain. A desolate and ancient aura washed over him, mixed with the smell of blood and the smell of beasts. In front of him was an ancient forest. Those unknown plants were entangled with each other, and there was a vague, terrifying power coming from the plants. Long Chen took a closer look and found that the most ordinary of plants actually had immortal patterns on them. Those vast trees looked so unique and domineering because of the immortal essences. And this forest in front of him stretched for tens of thousands of miles. He had no idea how vast it was. Just how many immortal essences were there? Most importantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps it couldn't even be considered heaven and earth spiritual chi anymore. Above the eternal God realm, there was nirvana spiritual chi everywhere. This spiritual chi floated in this huge world, and the ease of cultivation here was at least 100 times greater than in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. You can feel it, right? This surging world energy, we call it nirvana spirit energy. This is the foundation of the eternal God domain, and also the foundation of countless expert strength. You're right to come to the eternal God domain. Without nirvana spirit energy, you'll never be able to make any significant progress. That's also why most experts in the lower realms can only reach the 6th level of the nirvana tribulation realm. That's why our Dragon Soul God General isn't willing to go down to the lower worlds. I'll be back in the eternal God domain after 300 years. Long Chen was deeply shocked as he sensed the terrifying nirvana energy. Was this Long Qinglan's hometown? Long Chen realized how much he looked forward to this world. This ancient forest is a hindrance to cultivators who sneak down to the lower worlds. There are many bloodthirsty dire beasts in the forest that kill each other by nature. There are also huge desolate worms that wreak havoc. It looks peaceful, but in reality, you can lose your life if you're not careful. Given the strength of an ordinary person, flying in the eternal God domain requires a lot of nirvana energy. It won't be as easy as going down to the lower worlds. That's why I'll take you through this forest. After saying that, Ao Zhan's power surged, and he brought Long Chen across the boundless ancient forest. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. It seemed like he'd become an ordinary person here. Dire beasts? Aren't demons not allowed to appear in the Dragon God domain? This was what Long Chen was most confused about. Ao Zhan shook his head. Dire beasts, venomous worms, and many ancient species have nothing to do with the demon race. In fact, the demon race can be called beast warriors, and they're related to us humans. But the dire beasts have nothing to do with us. Real dire beasts don't have great intelligence, and they don't have a human form. They're violent by nature. You'll understand when you see them. There are many descendants of dire beasts in the lower worlds, such as ferocious beasts and ghost beasts. Dire beasts and the demon race come from the same source. Dire beasts can be found all over the eternal God domain, while the demon race can be considered to have gained intelligence. They're very good at controlling dire beasts, but they don't have absolute control over them. We humans can also control dire beasts. After a pause, Ao Zhan said, the biggest difference between dire beasts and the demon race is probably their intelligence. Long Chen had a sudden realization. No wonder there were demon races in the lower worlds, but there were also ferocious beasts that couldn't take human form. He didn't expect the eternal God domain to be the source. In other words, it wasn't hard to hide Mo Xiaolang, as long as he couldn't take human form. Of course, he still had to carefully investigate the difference between dire beasts and demon race. Under Ao Zhan's control, the two of them flew across the sky for 2 days and 3 nights. During these 2 days and 3 nights, Long Chen saw countless bloodthirsty eyes in the gloomy forest, terrifying screams, long snakes slithering in the forest, all kinds of poisonous insects on the trees, and most of the strange beasts. Because Ao Zhan's speed was very fast, Long Chen could only see the tip of the ice. Even an insect the size of a thumb had the aura of nirvana energy on its body. This was truly a terrifying world. Long Chen could feel the thick killing intent of the dire beasts. Luckily there aren't any dire beasts in the rebirth realm in this forest, or we would all be dead. Ao Zhan relaxed after finally passing through the terrifying ancient forest. Long Chen deduced that this guy's strength should be at the 9th stage of the nirvana realm. He was definitely an existence that could crush him to death easily. What appeared in front of them was a piece of barren land. Nirvana spiritual energy rose up like a fog, blocking a large amount of light. A large amount of huge grasses densely covered the land. The leaves that were like sawteeth spread out and were actually stained with blood. On the ground, there were many broken weapons scattered on the ground. The blood had already dried up, and they were all the remains of Tao treasures. Clearly, there had been many tragic battles here, and many bones were scattered. Between the soil, hideous little insects squeezed out, crawled into the bones, and gnawed madly, making cracking sounds. As the number of bones they devoured increased, their bodies actually grew larger. At this moment, a black insect of the same species that was close to a meter long crawled up, and swallowed the bones and countless little insects into its stomach. Suddenly seeing Long Chen, the black insect's eyes turned gloomy, and it sank back into the soil. Whether it was Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, or the others, they all stared at the world in a daze. This is the eternal sacred domain, where you will all stay in the future. I have to go. Ao Zhan had completed his mission. It was time to part ways, so Long Chen could only say, if there's a chance in the future, Long Chen will definitely repay you. Forget it, just live on. If I brought you here and you died in a few days, it would be my responsibility. Be careful, especially when it comes to the demon race. It's best if you listen to my advice and send him to the demon immortal domain. Also, there's an ancient city about 300 miles from here. You can go there and live. 300 miles. If it was the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could cover it in the blink of an eye. After Ao Zhan finished speaking, he looked deeply at Long Chen, and then left. After he left, Long Chen looked around, and was shocked by this desolate land. This is indeed a world where the strong preys on the weak. After Ao Zhan left, the others also became active. Boss, what do you plan to do next? Kitten was the only one who didn't feel any pressure. In Long Chen's heart, the bigger target was naturally the Eternal Dragon City, and the smaller target was the ancient city that Ao Zhan mentioned. We have to blend in with the people of this world to understand it, so let's go to that ancient city first. Boss, I'm not from the demon race. Let me out. After staying in here for more than a month, yours truly's bones are all rusty. Long Chen couldn't possibly let them stay in the God Nation forever. After all, it was a sealed world, and it would be disrespectful to them. After all, anyone who came to the Eternal God Domain would want to experience this world. Unless they had no other choice, who would be willing to stay in there forever? Therefore, the moment they arrived, Long Chen let Lingxi and Kitten out. As for Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, they weren't clear about the situation of the demon race yet, so they couldn't be careless. Big brother, it's fine. Yen and I are fine here. Let's see what's going on first. Since they weren't in a rush, Mo Xiaolang didn't mind. That's right, that's right. I'm not going out. It's so scary out there. Girls were most afraid of bugs and the like. The outside world had Sui Yan scared to death. And just like that, Long Chen held on to Lingxi's hand and walked through this desolate world. He had all the time in the world to familiarize himself with it. As for Kitten, he was jumping up and down, chattering away with Lingxi's 9-hell fantasy butterfly. It was a lively scene. To travel through the wilderness, one needed a certain amount of courage. The wilderness wasn't flat at all. Mountains and rivers ran through it, and the roads were rugged. When they arrived at a sinister mountain range, Long Chen raised his head and waved for Kitten to be quiet. He looked at the mountains in front of him. The mountain walls were mottled, but they were trembling slightly. Something's coming. Long Chen said in a low voice. He protected Lingxi and the rest behind him while he took a few steps forward. The tremors were getting more and more intense, and the stench of blood and stench assaulted his nostrils. Just at that moment, a loud boom rang out. A mountain peak that was 100 meters tall was slammed into. The mountain rocks exploded, turning into countless rocks that flew towards Long Chen. Chapter 1707. It was a monster from the eternal sacred realm. It was the first time that Long Chen had seen such a wild beast at such a close distance. This strange desolate beast was about 30 meters long and looked like a small mountain. 30 meters was not small. In the eternal sacred realm, Long Chen's divine dragon body was only about 200 meters long. This was the pressure of a mature world. Mo Xiaolang's sun-devouring demonic wolf body was probably less than 100 meters long. In fact, whether it was the body of a demon, a wild beast, or a divine dragon, there was not much of a relationship between body size and strength. However, for most creatures, body size was related to strength. This 30-meter-long giant beast was solid and full of explosive power. Its body was filled with nirvana energy. In terms of combat power, even the Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple, who was at the third tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, was not a match for this ordinary wild beast. The giant beast that appeared in front of Long Chen had a majestic body like a mountain goat, but it had sharp claws like a tiger's. Most of its body was covered with barbs, and there were 3 sharp thorns on its back. Its eyes were long and narrow, blood-red, and it looked bloody and ferocious. There were also 2 pairs of horns on its head. The first pair was like a bull's horn, pointing straight ahead, and it was covered with mottled blood stains. The other pair was much larger, and it was spiral-shaped, like wings that extended to its tail, and its sharp points shone with a frightening cold light. The most surprising thing was its wide mouth and sharp teeth that were full of the smell of death. This wild beast was purely a killing machine. Long Chen had just arrived, so of course he could not call out the wild beast's name. This desolate beast was not coming for them. It was chasing a snow-white little beast. Long Chen took a closer look. The beast that was running towards them in a sorry state was a cute snow-white puppy. Its eyes were big and shiny, and its limbs were rather short. The way it ran was very cute and amusing. The huge desolate beast let out a series of roars as saliva dripped from its mouth. It used its sharp horns to smash the mountain, completely ignoring Long Chen and the others. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the snow-white puppy. When the chubby snow-white puppy saw Long Chen and the rest, its big eyes flashed with a pleading light. It pitifully ran towards Long Chen. Chen. Such a cute little thing instantly broke Lingxi's heart. He had to attack. The wild beast would not avoid Long Chen. After not fighting for more than a year, Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon nature was about to explode. At this moment, the god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. He was like a cannonball, crashing towards the ferocious wild beast with terrifying momentum. In an instant, he appeared on the head of the wild beast. Long Chen held the desolate beast's horn with one hand. His muscles bulged, and with the ancestral dragon's body, he used his physical strength. With a sudden burst of strength, the charging behemoth was flipped around. The incomparably large body was lifted into the air by Long Chen before it was flung away. With a loud explosion, another mountain peak was hit. Large amounts of rubble rained down, nearly annihilating the desolate beast. Boom, boom, boom. The wild beast was covered in blood, but it did not let out a scream. Instead, it let out an angry roar like a tiger. It crushed the mountain rocks and prepared to attack Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen flung the god-slaying sword. The grey divine sword pierced through the wild beast's eye and burst out from the back of its head. Blood splattered all over the sky. After the god-slaying sword passed, the wild beast's vitality faded rapidly no matter how strong it was. Before it died, it still struggled towards Long Chen and finally collapsed in front of Long Chen. There was no more sound. When it died, the wild beast was already lying in a pool of blood, showing its ferocity. A mere third-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm wild beast was so daring. If this ordinary wild beast was thrown into the Dragon Ritual Continent, its body would expand 100 times. Only a demon the Arch-Realm martial artist would be able to deal with it. With a large amount of Nirvana spiritual energy and immortal essences in the eternal celestial domain, even wild beasts were extraordinary. After dealing with his first opponent in the eternal celestial domain, Long Chen turned around and saw that Lingxi was already hugging that snow-white puppy in her arms. That puppy was still trembling and squeezing itself pitifully in Lingxi's arms. Tears welled up in its eyes and it even coughed a few times, making one's heart ache. Kitten ran around the puppy in circles. Long Chen walked up and said, "Let's leave this place first." He was not familiar with the eternal celestial domain, so he was very careful at all times. If he caused a commotion here, someone might discover him. After leaving the mountain range, Long Chen took the puppy into his hands and examined it. There's no nirvana energy in it. It's not a normal wild beast. Could it be an ancient mutated beast like Dai, or? He saw that although Lingxi had quite a lot, she clearly had no resistance to such a cute little thing, so he studied it a little more. Awoo. The puppy barked a few times, looking at Lingxi in awe of Long Chen. I finally know what this dog is. Kitten laughed loudly. Long Chen walked while waiting for his answer. This is a spiritual snow hound. It's indeed an ancient mutated beast. It's not easy for it to survive until now. Its bloodline is very special, and the most awesome thing about it is its nose. It's said to be the best in the world. You guys are really lucky to get a little monster like this as soon as you come to the eternal celestial domain. It has another name, it's called. Speaking of this, the kitten began to act mysteriously. What? Long Chen glared at him. Kitten then said, "That's called a treasure-hunting dog." That's the nickname I gave it. This little thing doesn't have any strong points, and it doesn't have much combat power. Any little bug can kill it. However, its nose is very good. Basically, it can detect Dao treasures, immortal essences, and some other strange treasures. As long as there's something good nearby, it will bring you to it. Of course, you have to become its master. A treasure-hunting dog? This was the first time Long Chen heard of such a magical thing. The pure white puppy shrunk back, extremely afraid of Long Chen. Hearing that it was a good thing, Lingxi was even more determined to bring it along. Seeing that she couldn't bear to part with it, Long Chen could only hand it over to her. "Thank you, Chen." Lingxi was overjoyed as if she had received a gift. She went to play with the pitiful little beast. If we're lucky, this little thing can still be of great help. Although the kitten had a look of disdain, it still said so. Are there many of these things in the eternal God realm? Long Chen suddenly asked. I'm guessing, not many, Kitten said with a chuckle. Definitely not many, but it had appeared right in front of him. His luck was just too good, right? The group continued forward. As he advanced through the wilderness, there were indeed desolate beasts and venomous bugs everywhere. Along the way, Long Chen basically never let go of his sword. The most difficult thing to deal with was not the desolate beasts, but the venomous bugs. They would appear from time to time. On the leaves, in the rocks, in the river, many of the seemingly simple venomous bugs were, in fact, shockingly poisonous. Any one of them could wreak havoc in the lower realms. After about half a day, they finally walked out of the wilderness. Up ahead was a relatively flat piece of land. Although it was still covered in rocks, at least there seemed to be signs of human habitation. But no matter where they went, the smell of blood still lingered around them. The sentient snow hound began to get familiar with the group. It didn't have any intelligence, and all it could do was babble. When Lingxi wasn't holding it, it would scamper along on its 4 short legs. It was a cute sight. Perhaps it was because Long Chen had slaughtered the wild beasts, but the sentient snow hound was afraid of him. Up ahead should be the city Big Brother Ao mentioned. We'll live there for a while and blend in. Then we can move on to the next step of the plan. An ancient city appeared in front of them. In terms of grandeur, it couldn't compare to the desolate emperor's palace at all. The mottled city walls and shabby bricks looked like they had been passed down from ancient times. Although they looked shabby, they were actually more stable than Long Chen had imagined. Long Chen got closer and closer to the city. He could see a black flag set up on the city wall. The flag was embroidered with a blood-red wolf head. It was a cruel sight. The ancient city had an even thicker stench of blood. It seemed like it was not a peaceful place. It seems the eternal life God domain is a world of bloodshed and slaughter. Wild beasts roam the land, and venomous bugs are everywhere. Under the pressure of the Heaven-Dao Nirvanic tribulation and reincarnation tribulation, people fight with their lives on the line. They kill for treasures, for Dao items, for immortal essences, and for pre-heaven Daoist magics. Although he had only just arrived, Long Chen had already guessed what was going on. The lingering smell of blood in the air was the best evidence. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the direction of the city as a large group of people headed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen and company stopped in their tracks. They narrowed their eyes as they looked at the group that was quickly approaching them. It was a group riding desolate beasts. The desolate beasts they were riding on were wolves that had passed at least 2 nirvana tribulations. They looked extremely ferocious wolf-shaped desolate beasts. Their bodies were pitch black and their eyes were blood red. The most terrifying thing about them was that they did not have any fur. Their bodies were covered in thick black scales and their claws and teeth were terrifyingly sharp. As they approached Long Chen and company, the group of wolf-shaped desolate beasts panted heavily and let out low growls. The sentient snow hound yelped and cowered at Lingxi's feet, shivering. Chapter 1708. The wolves howled uneasily, showing their might to Long Chen and the other two. If not for the warriors controlling them, they would have already pounced on Long Chen and torn him to shreds. The martial practitioners on top of the wolf pack surveyed Long Chen and the other two from above, their eyes incomparably cold. Most of their gazes were fixed on Lingxi, and they exchanged glances with each other before licking their lips with their scarlet tongues. From their bodies, Long Chen could sense a terrifying fiendish aura. There was a saying that went, "Every place nurtures its own people." The environment here was so harsh, so it was reasonable for such fierce warriors to be born. The wolf pack changed, and 3 of the strongest martial artists rode their giant wolves to Long Chen. These 3 people were middle-aged, and there were many scars on their bodies, which was even more shocking. Long Chen could see through the realms of these 3 people at a glance. They were all martial artists who had just crossed the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In the eternal sacred territory, the divine martial realm was the lowest level. Those who were above the Nirvana Tribulation realm were considered ordinary warriors. They gradually approached Long Chen's group and stopped when they were only 10 meters away. The huge wolves that the 3 leading men were riding on were almost upon Long Chen. The dozen or so huge wolves became more and more frenzied the closer they got. They used their sharp claws and teeth to dig deep claw marks into the ground, and the hot saliva on their tongues dripped onto the ground, causing a large amount of corrosion to the ground. "You!" One of the leaders pointed the axe in his hand at Lingxi and said, "Based on your route, do you want to go to the city in front?" Perhaps it was because they thought that Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, so in their opinion, Lingxi, who was at the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, was the one in charge. The man's voice was low and extremely unpleasant. Lingxi frowned and hid behind Long Chen. At this moment, the warriors on the wolves turned their ferocious gazes to Long Chen. There was no smile on their faces, only cruelty. "You can go now. If this lady wants to come to the territory occupied by the Wolf Fang army, it has nothing to do with you." The leading martial artist continued to speak in a loud voice. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with pressure. He wanted to scare Long Chen away. So it turned out that he had designs on Lingxi. These people were different from ordinary hooligans. When ordinary hooligans met a beauty like Lingxi, they would definitely tease her first. But from their cold eyes, they were like a group of bloodthirsty beasts. Don't expect them to be gentle, that's impossible. In this world, the law of the jungle was a huge blow to Long Chen. He realized that there was no chance to reason in this place. There was only obedience and killing. It seemed like he had to give up on the idea of going to the city to live and gather information. Courting death? Seeing that Long Chen didn't reply after 3 breaths, one of the leaders growled and moved the giant wolf he was riding towards Long Chen. In the next instant, the sharp axe carried the might of heaven and earth, as well as the vast power and berserk battle Dao, as it arrived before Long Chen. Based on this strike alone, it could be seen that this seemingly crude martialist wasn't weak at all when it came to his comprehension of the heavenly Dao. If Long Chen wasn't strong enough, he would be beheaded and Lingxi would be taken back to the city. The other warriors watched this scene coldly and cruelly. Just as the huge broad axe was about to land, Long Chen suddenly stretched out his hand and caught the axe that was about to cut off his neck. If you want to compete in killing and craziness, you won't be able to catch up to me. After easily catching the other party's weapon, Long Chen's temperament changed. His words caused a commotion among the wolf Fang. They looked at each other and knew that they had met their match. However, they weren't timid. Instead, they let out earth-shattering roars and each of them drove their giant wolves to attack Long Chen. Die! The warrior in front of him struggled angrily. His body was much larger than Long Chen's, but his strength was probably only a few tenths of Long Chen's. Long Chen easily snatched the other party's broad axe and swept the other party's head away. Blood splattered everywhere. When the terrifying axe fell again, the head of the giant wolf that was pouncing towards Long Chen was directly smashed. At this time, the other warriors had already charged over. The scene of Long Chen killing a 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation warrior with a flip of his hand had deeply shocked them. However, it had also aroused their pride and anger. Kill! The dire beasts roared. More than a dozen warriors unleashed violent Khanate Taoist techniques and charged over. The enemy's base camp was just behind them. No one knew what level of warriors were there. In such a situation, they could only end the battle quickly. Without another word, Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword. At that moment, he was like a god of death. As the long sword swept across, blood splattered. One by one, the warriors fell from their giant wolves. There was a red dot between their eyebrows, but they had already lost their lives. In an instant, more than a dozen corpses fell to the ground, trampled by the pack of wolves. Long Chen didn't kill the dire beasts. Instead, he caused chaos at the scene. One of the warriors at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm abandoned the desolate beast he was riding and rushed towards the ancient city with all his might. It was unknown where he took out a horn and blew it in fear. Immediately, the sound spread out and the entire city was filled with noise. The city gates opened and a large number of warriors rushed in. The next moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword reaped his life. The sound of the horn stopped abruptly. My wolf Fang will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death. Before he died, the warrior's expression was ferocious. At this time, Long Chen was much colder than they were. After getting rid of everyone, he unleashed his fastest speed and changed directions. He swept up Ling Shi, the little cat, and that pitiful spiritual snow hound, instantly disappearing into the forest. More than 80 martial artists chased after them and rushed into the forest. They followed the scent of blood in search of them. How dare you kill my wolf Fang? Don't think of living. No matter who you are, you must die. Behind him, a piercing scream could be heard. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. The eternal sacred territory was too cruel. A world like this will turn me into a demon. With Long Chen's speed, if he really unleashed his full power, the other party would not be able to catch up at all. Very soon, Long Chen moved to another place. It was the same wilderness, but Long Chen had already lost his way. Since it was wilderness everywhere, he might as well wander around randomly. Is this considered as causing trouble? Ling Shi asked with lingering fear in her heart. Don't be silly. It's also my honor that you're pretty. I like to cause trouble like this, Long Chen said with a smile. It was not that he had never killed before. Therefore, he was already used to such unprovoked conflicts. The wolf Fang had no idea how many battles Long Chen, who looked like a clean person, had experienced. Comforting the spiritual snow hound in her arms, Lingxi asked, "Where should we go next?" "Anyway, we'll find a slightly more normal place with people. We also want to be friends, right? Otherwise, knowing nothing about this world will be very dangerous," Long Chen said. Just like what happened just now. It was the result of knowing nothing about the wolf Fang. If he knew what the wolf Fang was and how strong the strongest person in that city was, he would not have to run so much. "Big brother, I think that instead of coming to the eternal sacred territory, it's better to see what the 72 divine ancient city is like. It's the closest battle god ancient city. Joining a faction is the fastest way to understand this world. It's also a way to gain support. You can give it a try," Mo Xiaolang suddenly said. It was just like when Long Chen had first arrived in the 3 emperor domains and joined the Netherworld army. "That's not appropriate." Long Chen rejected his suggestion. "Why?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "I want to experience what it's like to be a nomad. There will be a lot of restrictions and restraints if we join a faction. Perhaps fighting outside is more suitable for us to become stronger. Before returning to Eternal Dragon City, I think I should be strong enough to convince people. Before that, maybe I should keep a low profile," Long Chen said. "Big brother, you're just afraid that there will be too many experts in Battle God Ancient City and I'll be discovered, right?" Mo Xiaolang said what Long Chen was really thinking. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. "Don't mess around. I've been tied down for too long. I think it's great to travel around with you guys without any worries. We're of one mind. Once we're in the eternal sacred territory, no one will be able to separate the 5 of us, right?" To be honest, no one wanted to be separated. Especially Mo Xiaolang. But the situation between the monster race and the human race was indeed very troublesome. "There's no rush. What's urgent is to integrate into this world," Lingxi said softly. "You're right. Let's go." Long Chen once again led the group in exploring the endless wilderness. Wild beasts and poisonous insects continued to attack, but Long Chen felt like he was going deeper and deeper into the wilderness. There seemed to be another forest in front of them. "We seem to have returned to the beginning," Lingxi said softly. This was clearly the forest at the edge of the eternal sacred territory. Long Chen was a little embarrassed. He didn't think that escaping from the wolf Fang would bring the group back to this place. He was about to turn back when there was a sudden movement in the sky. One of the stars in the sky transformed into a giant flaming beast. Heaven and earth rumbled as the beast charged in their direction. Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Someone is going through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. Long Chen exclaimed and hurriedly left with Lingxi and the others. Although the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth wasn't coming for them, it was very close. The person going through the tribulation was not far from them. He should be in the ancient forest ahead. Chapter 1709. Perhaps because of the level of the eternal sacred domain, this Hellfire Astral Behemoth did not look as terrifying as the last time. But its lethality was not weak at all. Enveloped by the Hellfire Astral, Long Chen could not see clearly what was going on inside. The ground was shaking, and countless wild beasts were fleeing in panic. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in flames, and he could not see who was passing through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. The Hellfire Astral was extremely terrifying. Long Chen did not leave for now. He wanted to see how the people of the Eternal Sacred Domain passed through the Nirvana tribulation. The ground shook incessantly, and the surrounding trees were all smashed to pieces. There was a violent explosion in the encirclement of flames. From the sound, it should not be a wild beast, but a person. This scene was similar to when the Desolation Emperor welcomed the Hellfire Astral Behemoth. Vaguely, Long Chen could see the ferocious flaming behemoth. Its sturdy body of steel and stone was surrounded by the Hellfire Astral Behemoth, burning fiercely. This behemoth from the heavenly Tao had dealt a terrifying blow to the martial artist. Long Chen gradually saw clearly that it was a middle-aged warrior. He was handsome, slender, and well-built. He wore a snow-white robe and had an elegant demeanor. The most eye-catching thing about him was his long green hair. However, under the violent attacks of the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth, he looked extremely miserable at the moment. His long hair had been burnt into charcoal and his face was dark. It was a horrible sight to behold. The middle-aged martial artist held a saber in his hand. It was a Tao artifact with 8 Tao patterns. The saber was more than 2 meters long and was completely golden in color. It looked like a lion with 3 heads and was incomparably mighty. It was precisely because of this Tao artifact that the middle-aged martial artist was able to forcefully withstand the attack. A Tao weapon with 8 Tao patterns. Sure enough, Tao weapons were very common in the Eternal Sacred Domain. There were probably many ancient Tao weapons that did not exist in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After killing the City Lord of the Wronged, Long Chen's God-slaying sword soared to 6 Tao patterns. The power of the God-slaying sword was gradually revealed. It should not be a problem for it to surpass the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. This man possessed astonishing power. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, he would be another Zhenwu Great Emperor. In the Eternal God Domain, however, he was just an ordinary member. This long battle lasted for an entire day. Due to the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth's rampage, a large area of the surrounding forest had been reduced to ashes. The land had dried up and was in a complete mess. The might of the heavenly retribution was too terrifying. The middle-aged martial artist was strong enough, but he was not strong enough to pass through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. At this point, he was already at the end of his rope. Of course, the Hellfire Star Behemoth only had about a quarter of its strength left. Just a quarter of it was enough to kill him. The giant beast roared, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The Golden Lion battle saber was knocked away by the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast. The giant beast carried a huge force as it charged towards the middle-aged warrior. The middle-aged martial artist was horrified. He let out an indignant roar and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen protected Lingxi and the others. This guy found us and wants to draw the heavenly retribution to me? This thought flashed through Long Chen's mind. At this moment, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth roared loudly and rushed forward. It rushed in front of Long Chen and swallowed the middle-aged martial artist. It used its teeth to tear him to pieces. In an instant, his flesh and blood exploded in front of Long Chen. The ferocity of the Nirvana tribulation was undisguised in front of Long Chen. Back then, Zhenwu Great Emperor had probably died like this too. Long Chen naturally hated the 18 major tribulations. After killing the martial artist, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth did not dissipate. At this moment, it was extremely close to Long Chen. Therefore, after killing the martial artist, it actually stared at Long Chen. Want to kill me too? Long Chen sneered. He did not make a move but waited for the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth to move. Sure enough, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth actually pounced towards Long Chen. Normally, this kind of situation would not happen unless Long Chen angered it. However, Long Chen did not touch it. This could only be said that this was a Nirvana tribulation action. In fact, it was completely based on the mood, which could not be explained. At that moment, Longchen suddenly opened his divine kingdom. In his divine kingdom, Mo Xiaolang was already waiting. He had already transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf. Just as the hellfire flame star behemoth pounced, the sun-devouring fiend wolf rushed out and instantly subdued the remaining hellfire flame star behemoth. It swallowed it and then quickly returned. In a short moment, the hellfire flame star behemoth was destroyed. Mo Xiaolang was the natural enemy of flames. Before he had passed the ninth heaven lightning beast tribulation, he could already kill 1/3 of the hellfire flame star behemoth, let alone now. As soon as the hellfire flame star behemoth disappeared, everything ended, leaving behind a world of ashes. The golden saber was stabbed into the ground. Longchen walked over. No matter what, it was a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. It was a treasure to Longchen and he could not lose it just like that. But when he approached the golden saber, there seemed to be someone rushing over. Longchen had just picked up the saber when a middle-aged martial artist stopped in front of Longchen. Longchen looked up and was shocked to find that this middle-aged martial artist was the one who had just been killed by the Nirvana tribulation. There was no mistake, it was the same person. The two met and stared at each other coldly. The other party had just arrived and should not have seen Mo Xiaolang's appearance. The other party said, "Your Excellency, this saber is mine. Can you return it to me?" It really was the same person. Longchen asked, "Didn't I see you die during the tribulation?" The other party suddenly laughed and said, "That was my clone. Seeing that you are still young, you do not know my tribulation method. I split half of my body to undergo the tribulation. Although I can survive, the power of nirvana I absorbed is very little. It is basically impossible for me to pass the 7th nirvana tribulation. Because of this, I won the chance to live for another 1,000 years." Longchen understood. Just like the Desolation Emperor, if he did not completely absorb the power of nirvana tribulation, it would be difficult for him to pass the 7th nirvana tribulation. It was reasonable for the other party to use a clone to undergo the tribulation. In order to prevent the nirvana tribulation from discovering my real body, I hid very far away and only approached after my clone died. I did not expect you to be nearby. So, young man, can you return the saber to me?" The other party said very politely. This middle-aged warrior was not as aggressive as the wolf Fang. Previously, Longchen thought that he had failed the tribulation and wanted to attract the tribulation to him, but it must have been an illusion. Taking someone else's things before they showed any hostility was something that Longchen disdained. Therefore, Longchen threw the golden saber to the other party. After putting away his saber, the middle-aged man walked forward with a harmonious smile on his face. He looked at Longchen, Lingxi, and Kitten and said, "You are a couple, right? Is this your son?" "You are their son, I am their grandfather." Kitten was instantly angry and said while baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, "Sorry." The middle-aged warrior laughed. He was not angry at Kitten's scolding at all. He said, "I guessed wrong. However, you two are a couple. This is definitely true. I can see it from your eyes." He then looked at the spiritual snow hound in Lingxi's arms and said, "What a cute puppy." He only praised it symbolically. Then he looked at Longchen and said, "Young man, why did you come to the border of the divine territory? If the star spirit supervisor mistakenly thinks that you are trying to escape, you will be killed." Longchen did not want to answer this question. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "How should I address you?" The other party did not look down on him like the wolf Fang. Obviously, he had discovered that the power in his body was strong. It was not as simple as a second nirvana tribulation, so he was very polite to him. The middle-aged warrior did not take Longchen's change of topic seriously. He said, "My name is Yen Shuya. I am from the Wind Dragon Stream. You should have heard of the wind dragon stream, right? Long Chen pondered. There must be many other forces under the ancient city of martial god? Just like the wolf Fang from before and the wind dragon stream now. Long Chen was extremely lacking in communication with the warriors of this land. Therefore, he could only shake his head and say, "Sorry, I am not too sure." Yan Shuya was stunned. Then he said calmly, "It's fine if you have not heard of it. Our wind dragon stream is not that big." How should I address you, little brother?" Long Chen introduced himself to him. Yan Shuya said, "I am returning to the wind dragon stream. Could it be that we are fated to meet here? Since brother Long Chen is generous enough to return my saber, I will invite you to my wind dragon stream. Allow me to entertain you. What do you think? You should know that this is the border of the dragon divine territory. The nearest human gathering place is my wind dragon stream." There was a saying that went, "Those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions." Long Chen understood this well. This person called Yan Shuya seemed to really want him to go to the wind dragon stream. Although he was suspicious of gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, it was better to be careful since he had just arrived in the eternal divine territory. Therefore, Long Chen asked, "How far is this wind dragon stream from here?" The other party said, "With our speed, we should be able to get there in about a day's journey." In reality, Long Chen really wanted to talk more with the other party and understand more about the eternal divine territory. He naturally did not want to go to that wind dragon stream. If he went to someone else's place, he might not even know how he died. But if it was a day's journey, Long Chen could talk with the other party for half a day before leaving. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Since Big Brother Yan has kindly invited me, I will accept. Please." Yan Shuya laughed heartily and led the way. The two chatted as they walked. Yan Shuya asked, "Brother, you have not even heard of the wind dragon stream. You should be from another ancient city of divine descendants?" Chapter 17:10. To this question, Long Chen could only reply that it was inconvenient to divulge it. Making things up might be better than staying silent, so it was better to keep quiet and let the other party speculate. Long Chen didn't care what Yan Shuya was thinking. He mainly wanted to get more information from the conversation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make up a background. Hence, he asked, "Big Brother Yan, can you tell me about the wind dragon stream?" Yan Shuya was surprised. "Brother, do you want to join the wind dragon stream? That's great news. Alright, I'll introduce you when we get back." Long Chen laughed dryly and didn't comment. Yan Shuya said proudly, "My wind dragon stream isn't big. It can't compare to a first-tier power, but it isn't small either. Counting the years, it has a history of hundreds of thousands of years, and there have been many powerful experts. Although it can't compare to a super faction like the martial god ancient city, it has some fame in the territory controlled by the martial god ancient city. It wasn't something that a small force like Tom, Dick, and Harry could provoke. It can be said that within the territory of the martial god ancient city, my wind dragon tendon can be ranked in the top 10. Long Chen listened patiently and didn't interrupt. Seeing that Long Chen did not seem to be moved by his words, Yan Shuya continued, "Our wind dragon stream can be said to have countless experts. There are even 10 warriors who have passed the 9th nirvana tribulation. Our stream master is a rare reincarnation realm dragon martial artist. He was once qualified to enter the 5 great dragon cities, but our stream master did not go. You must be curious about what kind of dragon essence blood our stream master obtained, right? The so-called wind dragon stream is named after this essence blood. Our stream master's essence blood comes from the 9 heavens wind-riding dragon that dominates the 9 heavens. Long Chen was indeed familiar with this dragon. Among the dragon scales in the 9 dragon scripture, there was a wind-attributed 9 heavens wind-riding dragon. He didn't expect such a dragon martial artist to exist in the eternal sacred territory, and one that was already in the rebirth realm. Then, Long Chen had a rough idea of the level of the wind dragon stream. Looks like, at the very least, within the territory of the human race's dragon god domain, other than the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, there should be a large number of forces gathered there. For example, within the ancient city of the war god, there are definitely over 10,000 forces of various sizes. The small forces are about the same as the Wolf Fang army, while the medium forces are probably like this wind dragon stream. The larger faction should be much stronger than the wind dragon stream. There will be more Samsara realm cultivators, and the martial god ancient city is the absolute ruler. This was Long Chen's conjecture. Understanding the power of this world would help him survive. Next, Long Chen and Yan Shuya talked about all kinds of issues regarding the wind dragon stream, such as the threshold to enter the sect, the number of experts in the sect and so on. Long Chen obtained a lot of information, and also had a partial understanding of this world. As expected, it was not as Long Chen had expected. Why did they need to establish so many forces? That was because the killings in the eternal celestial domain were far too frequent. If one did not have a backer, they would basically be killed. That was why most people wanted to find a shelter. As a result, all kinds of forces were born under the eyes of the 72 ancient cities. This was a world where only martial artists and killing existed. Yan Shuya's words maintained a deep reverence for the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. The martial god ancient city is the descendant of the gods. It's rich in resources and a boundless foundation. It's not something we can compare to. The examination of the ancient cities of divine descendants has always been very strict. If outsiders want to join the ancient cities of divine descendants, they basically have to be at the 6th level of the nirvana realm or above. They also have to be young enough, and their talent must be strong enough. I won't have this chance in this lifetime. Speaking of this, Yan Shuya sighed softly, extremely disappointed. Ao Zhan yearned for the 5 great dragon cities, and Yan Shuya yearned for the ancient cities of divine descendants. In the eternal celestial domain, the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants really had great authority. As they talked along the way, Long Chen continued to speculate. He basically understood a lot of things that he should know. Just the dragon god domain alone was basically under the control of the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. However, there were also millions of other forces within the domain. There were also many wandering experts, and some of them were clans. The competition in the eternal celestial domain could be said to be extremely fierce, but fortunately, the resources here were also terrifying. Even though the dragon god domain's territory was limited in size, there were countless perilous places of various sizes that few people had ever reached. Some were ancient ruins, some were ruins of sects, some were paradisiacal lands, and some were heavenly treasures and earthly treasures left behind by people of the past. The dragon god domain was filled with countless treasures, immortal essences, Tao artifacts, and so on. These were all things that could help martial artists win battles, become stronger, and survive. What Long Chen had set foot in was only a small corner of the dragon god domain. In the entire eternal celestial domain, there weren't many living people in most places. These places were either filled with desolate beasts or other dangers of the world, some of which were no less dangerous than the nirvana tribulation. And the places that could normally survive were basically occupied by forces of various sizes. 90% of the entire dragon god domain was wilderness. Yan Shuya was very friendly to him, as if he really wanted to pull him into the wind dragon stream. However, Long Chen had a feeling that this guy had other intentions. There's still half a day before we reach the wind dragon stream, Yan Shuya said with a chuckle. Half a day? Long Chen knew that it was probably time for him to leave. Earlier, he had given Lingxi a look, and Lingxi had claimed that she was tired from walking. Then, Long Chen let her and Kitten enter the God Nation. Now, it was Long Chen who was walking alone with Yan Shuya. When they reached this place, Long Chen suddenly stopped and said, "Big brother Yan, I'm sorry. Something suddenly came up, so I have to leave first. I won't be going to the Wind Dragon stream this time. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely pay you a visit." Yan Shuya was stunned by Long Chen's sudden act. He quickly said, "You've already been on the road for half a day. How can you not go? It's fate that we can meet. Moreover, didn't you want to join the Wind Dragon stream?" Yan Shuya's urgency made Long Chen even more certain that this guy definitely didn't have good intentions. However, why was he doing this? He shook his head and said, "This matter is very important. I can't delay it any longer. Long Chen will take his leave first." After saying that, he stared at Yan Shuya and retreated. Just as Long Chen retreated, Yan Shuya chased after him as expected. Yan Shuya asked, "What's the matter? Can I be of any help? Although I, Yan Shuya, am not talented, I can at least be of help, right?" Long Chen had already sped up. He sneered and said, "That's nothing much. I'm just curious. What exactly do you see in me that you want to bring me to the Wind Dragon stream?" Obviously, Long Chen had already seen through his intentions. At this moment, Yan Shuya no longer concealed his intentions. His expression instantly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you've already found out, I won't hide it from you. You aren't qualified to have the spiritual snow hound. If you can give it to me, I can spare your life." So it was because of that treasure-hunting dog? Long Chen thought that Yan Shuya was interested in his dragon martial artist's inherited essence blood. After all, dragon martial artists were easy to sense. That was the prestige and aura that belonged to a dragon. Long Chen suddenly recalled that when they first met, he seemed to have casually evaluated the spiritual snow hound. However, he didn't seem to care too much. It seemed like this guy was a sly old fox. Since Yan Shuya had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Long Chen naturally wouldn't be courteous with him. With a swoosh, Yan Shuya had already taken out a golden saber with 8 Dao patterns. Although this guy wasn't considered to have passed the 6th Nirvana tribulation, his strength was still equivalent to that of Great Emperor Zhenwu. When the power of the Dao tool with 8 Dao patterns burst forth, the 3-headed golden lion burst forth as though it was attached to Yan Shuya's body. A wild, murderous aura burst forth. Soul slash. The saber slashed down. A total of over 100 sword auras transformed into 100 golden 3-headed lions. They galloped over, and wherever they went, trees would explode and rocks would shatter. An attack of the same level would definitely cause a large-scale destruction in the dragon sacrificial continent. But here, the commotion was much smaller. That's it? At this moment, Long Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. His blood-colored figure instantly swept towards Yan Shuya, and the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Long Chen's speed was terrifyingly fast. He passed through the 100 lions, and not a single attack could actually touch him. So strong. Yan Shuya was taken aback and revealed a look of disbelief. He originally thought that no matter how strong Long Chen was, he couldn't be compared to him. He didn't expect Long Chen to frighten him with just one move. "It's just that I'm fast," he strongly told himself as he waved his saber again. At this moment, Long Chen had already arrived in front of him. On the god-slaying sword, a blood-colored radiance revolved around it. Countless blood-colored immemorial slaughter runes were entwined around it. The murderous aura was incomparably shocking, and there was a divine dragon image revolving around it. Such a terrifying sword was beyond Yan Shuya's imagination. Heaven-slaughtering blood sword. Although it was executed in his human form, the heaven-slaughtering blood sword was close to Long Chen's strongest move. Even the city lord of the wronged couldn't dodge it, let alone Yan Shuya. Yan Shuya hurriedly used his golden saber to block. The god-slaying sword slashed down, and the golden saber shattered. The gray blade broke through all of Yan Shuya's defenses. Under Long Chen's powerful attack, it once again exploded with power that caused Yan Shuya to collapse. It pierced into his throat, and gray power spread out. The aura of death instantly caused Yan Shuya to be seriously injured. Long Chen could have killed him with one move, but he held back a little. However, he held back a little. He stabbed the other party with the god-slaying sword and nailed him to the ground. Long Chen stepped on his head so that he couldn't move. Then, he asked, "I'm wondering if there's another story behind this spiritual snowhound?" Yan Shuya was still in extreme shock. It was only when Long Chen asked that his dispirited eyes regained focus. He looked at Long Chen with tragic eyes. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and opened his palm. A familiar thing appeared in his palm. It was the rune stone that Kitten had given to Long Chen. "This is a star talisman. Do you understand?" "Idiot." Yan Shuya sneered. P.S. 18 points and one more update. Chapter 1711. December 30th. I didn't expect this free month to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already coming to an end. At first, I just wanted to use this free event to let the readers of Dragon's Blood go home, but I didn't expect the number of people to exceed my expectations. From the second week of December onwards, we basically occupied the number 1 spot on the click-through list. Maybe there was never such a record before. After a year of serialization, Dragon's Blood War God only had 30 million clicks, but in December, it reached 20 million. The number of clicks shows how many people are reading Dragon's Blood War God. In terms of updates, I also did my best. In December, I wrote a total of 410,000 words, which is an average of 4 updates a day. In the middle of winter, my fingers are frozen, and there are all kinds of tests. Although I don't know if this number of updates is satisfactory, but I really, whether it is my mental or physical strength, I have reached the limit. While other authors are still working hard to write 150,000 words a month, I have already written 400,000 words. I also read books, and I know that even if authors write 50 chapters a day, they will still feel slow. I understand the feeling of waiting for more, but later on, I understand that this is the model of web novels. It is precisely because of this that they are precious. Not many people will cherish something that can be as many as they want. Anticipation, guessing, and desire create the beauty of a book, a television series, or an anime. 410,000 words, I have already shown my sincerity. Even if I write VIP chapters, I will only write 300,000 words. But no matter what, there are a lot of employees who need to rely on reader subscriptions to feed their families. Lunatics also treat writing as their main job. My future and expectations are all on my dream of writing. Without financial support, without a peaceful environment, I think any dream and interest are just a joke. So, from December onwards, the free status of this book will be removed. My brothers and sisters who are reading along with me will definitely know about this matter. This month, Long Chen killed his way into Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and fulfilled his long-cherished wish of 10 years. He married Lingxi and returned with the beauty in his arms. This month, the world was in chaos. The dead city lord tried to use the life force of the common people to revive himself. For his brother, Long Chen charged into the eternal hell without hesitation. Under the baptism of the 9 heavens lightning beasts, he transformed again and killed the dead city lord 9 times. This month, Long Chen finally carried his father's glory on his back. He walked towards that crazy world of slaughter and death, the eternal god realm, and began a new round of war. This month, the Dragon Blood War God was ranked number 1 on the weekly hit list, with an average of 800,000 hits per day, and over 5 million hits per week. This month, the Dragon Blood War God had collected 1,000 of them in a single day. This month, there was too much glory and glory. Perhaps everyone thinks that reading books in peace is enough, but in reality, that's not the case. We have to fight. We refuse to be numb, refuse to be selfish, and do what is right for us. December's results were basically free of charge. In the future, we dragons will not be able to be so awesome anymore. Some of our brothers will still go back to pirated websites to continue reading for convenience and to save money. There was a saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The so-called tree was more or less free. Once free disappeared, everyone had to leave. I think if you want to live, you have to hold on to something. Web novels may be a very important part of everyone's life. You may feel your blood boil because of the characters I write, or even be moved to tears. Everyone should be like me, fantasizing about these stories and dreaming about these people. This fictional world may take up a large part of everyone's living space. In today's society, you have to spend money to do everything. Public transport costs 2 renminbi, a bun costs 1 renminbi, a drink costs 3 renminbi, and a meal in the cafeteria costs at least 5 renminbi. If you live in the city, you can't buy anything below 50 renminbi. As for the Dragon Blood War God's original subscription, it costs 9 renminbi per chapter, and 3 chapters per day. In reality, it's less than 30 renminbi. It's basically the cost of 2 text messages, and 1 meal per month. In order to pursue the story for more than a year, waiting for the new chapters every day, is this 30 renminbi not worth it? A few days ago, there was a promotion on the website, and a reader directly donated 600,000 renminbi to the author he liked. This matter touched me very much. In fact, I don't expect anything from the VIP guests. I only ask one thing, and that is to support the original subscription. The original subscription is the greatest support for me. I'm thinking about my second book, third book, and even more. My dream is to let many people know my name. The Dragon Blood War God was written by Feng Qingyang, and my fans are dragons. I'm called a lunatic by everyone. Hundreds of thousands of people have seen my pen name and read my works. These are all things I'm proud of, but I'm also afraid that the pressure of reality will make it impossible for me to continue writing my dream. I can get half of the 3 chapters per day subscription that costs 30 renminbi. In this society where piracy is rampant, we authors are a vulnerable group. I feel that it's very rare to be able to support the original. It's because of these paying readers that the current prosperity of the online literature industry. Otherwise, the industry would have been destroyed by piracy long ago. If authors can't make a living, who will have the heart to write books? Free for a month. I hope everyone can feel my sincerity. This is a fair trade. I'm not trying to cheat you of your money. We authors just want a fair trade and treatment. Don't say that others are greedy for money. When you grow up, you'll spend more than 6 hours a day writing for a year or even several years, only to earn money for piracy. Perhaps you can understand this feeling. Thank you to my dragons brothers and sisters for your support. In the new month, because there's no free subscription, the number of views will definitely decrease greatly. However, we have to compete for the most valuable ranking, the subscription ranking. That's the real battlefield. Before November, Dragon Blood was the top 3 selling novel on the entire website. It's the #1 fantasy novel. I'm afraid that because I'm free for a month, I'll fall behind and never be able to recover. If possible, I hope that everyone can subscribe to the original version. Dragon Blood only has 7 to 8 months left. It won't cost much to read all of it. If there's no other way, I won't force you. I only hope that those who can afford it can support me. If you're just a child with limited financial resources, as long as you like Dragon Blood War God and my work, you'll be a dragons. I'll be grateful. As far as I know, most people have the ability to pay. Dragon Blood War God is nothing more than a battle. We want to fight. You don't want your favorite book to be easily trampled on by others, right? In January, we'll fight for the subscription ranking. Then, I'll make 3 explanations, important. First, the main website has 2 options, subscription and monthly subscription. Monthly subscription costs 30 renminbi per month. You can read VIP works on the entire website. However, I feel that if you only read Dragon Blood War God or have read less than 3 books, it's best not to subscribe. Subscription is even simpler. You just need to top up your account. If you top up 10 renminbi, you'll have 1000 kilobytes. If you deduct 9 kilobytes per chapter, you can read the original version for more than a month. If you subscribe to a VIP chapter, you'll only earn 2 renminbi per month. On the other hand, subscription costs 9 renminbi per month. It's almost a 5 times difference. In addition, the fans of subscribers are increasing very quickly. Many of them are already at the level of Hall Masters. However, for those who read the same chapters, monthly subscription users may only be disciples. Second, if you want to top up, it's best to use Alipay. Mobile SMS can also be used to top up, but more intermediate fees will be deducted. If you don't have Alipay, I suggest that you buy a mobile top-up card from a mobile phone store and choose Shenzhou Travel Top-Up Card on the computer. Follow the instructions and you'll be able to top up successfully. You can also download an app. After topping up, you can use the mobile app to read. It's very convenient. If you have any questions about topping up, leave a comment in the book review section. Someone will answer it. Third, on the 1st of next month, which is the day after tomorrow, the 3 chapters of the basic update will be released as soon as possible. If the average subscription exceeds 1000, then 2 chapters will be added. If the average subscription exceeds 2000, then 4 chapters will be added. If the average subscription exceeds 3000, then 6 chapters will be added. If the average subscription exceeds 4000, then 10 chapters will be added. I don't have any chapters in stock either. I'm using this method to mobilize everyone to fight together. If possible, I hope that everyone can top up in these 2 days. It's going to be a new year soon. We, dragons, will also have a new beginning. The so-called average subscription refers to the number of subscribers for a chapter, not RMB. That's all I want to say. 14 years, I'm not young anymore. My future is created by you guys. I don't mean to look down on pirated readers. The current situation of the industry is not created by you guys. As long as you like this book, I'm very grateful. I'll treat you equally. I just hope that if you have the ability, you can support me by subscribing to the original version. Chapter 1712. Star Talisman. Long Chen recalled the effects of the Star Talisman. He heard that it was common in the eternal sacred territory. This meant that the conversation between Long Chen and this guy, as well as some of the private conversations, had already been heard by others. Although he had launched an attack half a day in advance, the other party's reinforcements might have already arrived. How dare you parade around with something like the spiritual snowhound? I think you must be an idiot. I'll give you a choice. Give me the spiritual snowhound, and I can ask my brothers not to kill you and spare your worthless life. Otherwise. Long Chen roughly understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Since this thing is so important, you'll definitely kill me after you get it to prevent me from spreading this matter." So. Just as he said that, there was an ear-piercing sound. Clearly, this guy's reinforcements had arrived. That was how the eternal sacred territory was. Many times, you would be tricked by others without even realizing it. Long Chen, in front of the experts of the Wind Dragon stream, you can only choose to compromise. Let's see if you have the luck to escape. If you go against the Wind Dragon stream, you will die without a doubt. Long Chen really did not know where this guy got his confidence from when he was on the brink of death. Perhaps he thought he had scared Long Chen. After all, based on Yan Shuia's age, he guessed that Long Chen and Long Chen were too young to have guts. But when he finished his sentence and looked at Long Chen proudly, the dragon star god-slaying sword waved again. This time, it pierced through his forehead and penetrated his primordial spirit. Ugh! Yan Shuia's eyes widened as he looked at Long Chen in a daze. He did not expect Long Chen to really attack, and so decisively at that. After making the first move, Long Chen didn't say a word. He shattered the star talisman in his hand and prepared to flee. He had no choice but to be careful before he knew the strength of his opponent. At this time, a total of more than a dozen warriors rushed over. They were all middle-aged warriors, and most of them were in the 5th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen could be said to have broadened his horizons. These were the same as him, who had survived the tribulation of the 9th heaven lightning beast. He had never seen so many warriors in his life. As soon as they arrived, they saw Yan Shuia, who had died at Long Chen's feet. More than a dozen warriors, be it in terms of martial prowess or willpower, were about the same as Yan Shuia. Their eyes were cold, bursting out a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Presumably, their strength was not much lower than Yan Shuia's. With so many experts, to be honest, it was really difficult to deal with. Moreover, it was uncertain how many experts there were behind them. If they were really surrounded, then it would really be over. Many ferocious cultivators launched horrifying attacks at Long Chen without saying anything. Set up the frenzied storm saber array. 4 of the cultivators took out the same Dao weapons, each with 7 Dao patterns. They attacked from all 4 directions, and the long sabers in their hands converged. In an instant, the array under their feet gathered, and countless storms formed into a huge array, completely surrounding Long Chen. In the middle of the frenzied storm saber array, a large number of saber aura converged to form a shocking giant beast, pouncing towards Long Chen. There were all sorts of martial artists, and it could be said that they were all displaying their magical abilities in order to kill Long Chen. This was the cruelty of the eternal celestial territory. Long Chen had not been here for long, but he had already faced so many battles. "Big brother, let me help you?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "I can still deal with these people." Long Chen held both swords in his hands. The god-slaying sword was a sword that devoured death, and the Lingxi sword was a sword that killed souls. In terms of speed, Long Chen could be said to be unparalleled. Phantasmal illusion. Using this move in human form, it was not weak either. But under Long Chen's strange disintegration technique of the Tao of Time, the entire frenzied storm saber array collapsed rapidly, and was sent flying in the opposite direction by Long Chen. In an instant, almost all the cultivators were affected. Rumble. Within a radius of 10 miles, all the mountains and trees were directly razed to the ground. 4 of the cultivators who had set up the array were sent flying with their long sabers. These people had basically just passed the 5th Nirvana tribulation, and in terms of Nirvana power, they were probably far from Long Chen's. After using phantasmal illusion to break their attack, Long Chen did not let go of this opportunity. With the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword working together, he used the dual sword technique at a terrifying speed to launch a powerful attack. One sword to kill a god. Pfft! The cultivator who had cast the frenzied storm saber array had just gotten to his feet when Long Chen chopped off his head like a reaper. The Lingxi sword stabbed down, and the huge killing power directly crushed the opponent's primordial spirit. Surround him and wait for Guardian Zhong to arrive. All the 5th Nirvana tribulation cultivators used their most powerful techniques. With a glance, Long Chen saw that they were all Dao weapons with 7 Dao patterns, and there were even many Dao weapons with 8 Dao patterns. "You're lucky," Long Chen said to the god-slaying sword. In terms of weapons, the god-slaying sword was actually the king. Long Chen believed that after this round of slaughter, the god-slaying sword would shine with terrifying brilliance in the eternal sacred domain. Kill him. The experts attacked at the same time. In an instant, the earth shook. Among these cultivators, there were all kinds of heavenly Dao. Among them, there were battle Dao, flame Dao like Mo Xiaolang, and even massacre Dao. There were all kinds of strange cultivators, and the power they released was different. The thinnest and smallest cultivator at the front should be using the poison Dao. Under his release, tens of thousands of densely packed thorns shot towards Long Chen. Everywhere they went, the trees were all corroded and turned into powder. This was not the most astonishing attack. There were even more powerful attacks coming from behind. With more than a dozen people attacking at the same time, Long Chen could be said to be dazzled. He could not see anything clearly. He only knew that if he was slightly slower, it was very likely that he would immediately be ground to dust. Long Chen had always been a crazy person, but he was even crazier than others. Under the powerful attack of more than 10 people, he let out an angry roar and charged forward with both swords in his hands. His entire body started to turn illusory. Instant. Eternal. Long Chen even used instant eternity to deal with a mere 5th stage nirvana tribulation cultivator. It was because the other party had more people and was too difficult to deal with. Thanks to his eternal split second, more than a dozen martialists and their attacks were frozen in place immediately. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. On both swords, there were immemorial massacre symbols. Only to see 2 blood-red lights, almost in an instant, flashed past more than a dozen martial artists. In that instant, on Long Chen's swords, after the power of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword disappeared, the power of instant eternity also began to collapse. What followed was a series of screams. After being imprisoned by instant eternity, the heavenly slaughtering blood sword descended and killed more than 10 people in an instant. Both swords were dripping with blood. More than 10 corpses fell to the ground at the same time. What followed were their Dao treasures. As long as the Dao treasures were destroyed by the god-slaying sword, they were basically destroyed. Only a few were left, and Long Chen kept them in his god nation. This massacre immediately welcomed a huge harvest. On the god-slaying sword, the 7th Dao pattern began to form on the skull that symbolized death. The power of the god-slaying sword grew stronger and stronger, almost surpassing the golden demon imprisonment column. One day, this sword of death would become the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. More than 10 cultivators that had passed the 5th stage nirvana tribulation, anyone would be shocked by such a scene. Long Chen was also filled with hatred in his heart, which was why he was so ferocious and used almost all his strength to slaughter them. He was deeply aware that if he didn't be ruthless in this foreign world, he would be easily killed by others. On a tree at the side, a cultivator wearing a blood-red robe watched this scene in shock. "Good move. You killed so many people from my wind dragon stream in an instant. Good move." The old man's long hair and eyes were all blood-red. He was not angry, but he had a terrifying majesty that looked down on the common people. There was a divine dragon aura on his body. "You are the protector Zhong that they speak of?" Long Chen held both swords and retreated lightly. This batch of people that rushed over had been killed by him until only Protector Zhong was left. Therefore, he could temporarily be at ease. However, he definitely could not stay in this place for too long. Otherwise, he might be killed by more cultivators that rushed over. After all, the Wind Dragon Tendons was a Rebirth Realm dragon martial artist. "Seeing that you are also a dragon martial artist, I agree to let you die under the claws of a divine dragon," the red-haired, burly old man said coldly. Long Chen pointed the Lingxi sword at him and asked, "Can I ask you a question? What is up with this spiritual snow hound? I am not sure. I just dislike your method of killing people and stealing their treasures." Although there was no enmity between them, now that Long Chen had killed their own people, the enmity was irreversible. However, the red-haired old man still said, "So you do not know? This spiritual snow hound was raised by an important person in Martial God Ancient City. It went missing recently, and Martial God Ancient City issued a bounty. As long as this spiritual snow hound was delivered to Martial God Ancient City, they would receive a huge reward and a chance to enter Martial God Ancient City. To most cultivators, this was a huge pie in the sky. It was much more valuable than the spiritual snow hound itself. Therefore, you are undoubtedly courting death by bringing this spiritual snow hound with you." Long Chen finally understood. So that was the case. No wonder the other party not only wanted to obtain the spiritual snow hound, but also wanted to kill him. It was better to stealthily keep such things to oneself. After understanding the most important information, Long Chen suddenly turned and fled. This old man was a dragon martial artist that had passed the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In other words, his strength was almost on par with the City Lord of the Wronged. Of course, he did not have as many tricks as the City Lord of the Wronged. However, if an intense battle broke out, it would probably be quite troublesome. If he remained where he was afraid that an accident would occur. Trying to escape? The red-haired old man sneered. His body began to transform at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, a red divine dragon that was more than 400 meters long spiraled between heaven and earth. It roared angrily as it chased after Long Chen. Chapter 1713. The 6th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon was chasing closely behind him. Everywhere it went, be it rocks, trees, or rivers, they were all destroyed by its breath. The commotion was huge. On one hand, it was to stop Long Chen, and on the other hand, it was probably to send a signal to the others in the Wind Dragon stream. Long Chen could imagine that if there was a 7th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior chasing after him, it would definitely be a battle to the death that he had no chance of winning. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't dare to relax at all. Apart from the Void Refinement Demon Dragon and the Purple Blood Demonic Dragon, this was the 3rd divine dragon that Long Chen had seen. This divine dragon was able to maintain a length of 400 meters in the Eternal God domain. In other words, when it reached the dragon sacrificial continent, it was very likely that it would be 40,000 meters long, which was twice as long as Long Chen. This was a red dragon, no different from the dragons in folk legends and paintings. It was also extremely similar to the body of Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon. This was the simplest red dragon. The red dragon was a dragon of flames. The purest fire dragon was the divine dragon of the lowest rank. There were many of them in the absolute beginning era and they had a low status. However, the red dragon at its peak still had the power of the reincarnation realm. The dragon warriors created by the red dragon's blood inheritance were much stronger than ordinary warriors. Everywhere it went, the flames burned everything around it into ashes. The red dragon was very fast, and Long Chen almost couldn't shake it off. However, this desperate rush also caused Long Chen to deviate far from his original direction. Other than this red dragon, there shouldn't be anyone in the Wind Dragon stream who could catch up to him. Of course, it didn't mean that no one would catch up later. Just as the Crimson Dragon was about to give chase, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He turned around and faced the Crimson Dragon quietly. Long Chen's sudden movement startled the Crimson Dragon. He quickly stopped and circled in front of Long Chen, looking down from above. His entire body was enveloped in blazing red flames. The red dragon's burning eyes stared at Long Chen and sneered in the voice of a divine dragon, "Why aren't you running away? Don't you like running away?" I've already told you that no matter how you try to escape, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my wind dragon stream. Thanks to my star talisman, the young geniuses of the wind dragon stream are already nearby. Really? The reason why Long Chen had lured him here was because he was worried that if they were to fight in the original place, there would be other martial artists arriving soon. Now that they were here, it was time to end the battle quickly. Brat, let me see what kind of dragon you are. The crimson dragon roared loudly. His 400-meter-long body swept over, and the surrounding 100 li was enveloped in flames. Since Long Chen had stopped, it meant that he was prepared to kill him. Apart from Wang Chen, this was his second time slaying a dragon. In that instant, Long Chen revealed his divine dragon form for the first time in the eternal celestial realm. When the 200-meter-long blood-red divine dragon appeared in front of the red dragon was taken aback and said, "So you also obtained the blood essence of a red dragon. But why isn't your element fire?" The 200-meter-long body didn't pose much pressure to the red dragon. Why don't you guess? At that moment, Long Chen charged at the behemoth in front of him. You're courting death. The 400-meter-long red dragon roared angrily and charged at him with its claws and fangs bared. The flames on its body formed thick runes, and the temperature of the flames was almost on par with the flames of hell. The red dragon opened its mouth and spat out a 100-meter-wide fireball at Long Chen. "I'll burn you into charcoal, young dragon." The red dragon laughed. But at that moment, the fireball exploded. Long Chen's body rushed out of the fireball and landed in front of the red dragon. When he got close to Long Chen, the red dragon suddenly felt weak all over. It was the feeling of encountering a true superior bloodline, and it trembled instinctively. It looked at Long Chen in disbelief and asked sluggishly, "What on earth are you?" "Something that will make you regret it." Although his body was only 200 meters long, it was much tougher than the red dragon. Long Chen's claws unleashed the massacre dragon seal. While the red dragon was trying to escape, Long Chen's sharp claws instantly grabbed the red dragon's head, making it unable to move. "What kind of dragon are you?" The red dragon's body spewed out endless flames. Rip! Large chunks of flesh were torn off by Long Chen. Just as the red dragon was about to spit out flames, Long Chen's seemingly small body coiled around the red dragon's body. He angrily exerted force and immediately strangled the red dragon, causing it to scream miserably. The power of 6 nirvana tribulations exploded wildly, intending to send Long Chen flying. "I can't let you live." Crash! The 400-meter-long divine dragon was thrown to the ground by Long Chen, creating a huge crater with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. The cracks on the ground spanned over 100,000 meters. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Just as the red dragon was howling in pain, a huge blood-colored sword descended from the sky and pierced its head. After a round of strangulation, only the huge divine dragon's howl was left. Finally, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to split its huge body into two. Wasted a drop of inheritance blood essence. As the red dragon wailed in pain, Long Chen ended its life. This guy was slightly weaker than the city lord of the vein. Long Chen could kill the city lord of the vein 9 times. If he went all out, he would definitely be able to finish off this guy. It was just that the commotion caused wasn't as big as the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, if this red dragon came to the dragon sacrificial continent, the battle situation would also be very tragic. After killing another person, the god-slaying sword didn't increase to 8 Dao patterns. It seemed like it was very difficult to increase Dao patterns. Dragon martial artists were passed down from the divine dragon. Long Chen maintained a reverence for the divine dragon, so he treasured every drop of inheritance blood essence. That was the divine dragon's heart's blood. However, in today's situation, he had no choice but to kill the other party. Otherwise, he would be in endless trouble. When the huge divine dragon turned back into the red-haired old man, Long Chen took a look at him before leaving. This kind of killing seemed to be the main theme of the eternal sacred territory. This guy used the star talisman to send messages. When the Wind Dragon Ravine knows that I killed more than 10 people in one go, they will definitely send experts to chase after me. This guy must have left some traces. I can't stay here for long. Also, if the news that I obtained this spiritual snow hound spreads, it will be even more troublesome. Ling, she said, it's the pet of the people from the ancient city of martial god. This ancient city of divine descendants is definitely very terrifying. The news spread by the people from that side will definitely cause all the people in the ancient city of martial god to flock to this spiritual snow hound. Big brother Chen, do we need to throw this spiritual snow hound away? Long Chen shook his head. There's no other way. We've already entered this vortex. It won't be easy to escape unscathed. It's none of your business. It's just that we've just arrived, and we've already fallen into such a vortex. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. We can only take it one step at a time. It turned out that Mo Xiaolang was also very strong, but it wasn't suitable for him to come out now. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just arrived in the eternal sacred realm and already encountered such a crisis. But this kind of intense slaughter suited him. Let's go. Abandoning the corpse of his opponent, Long Chen headed into the depths of the wilderness. The fog in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and the ground was starting to soften. The stench of mud assaulted him. It's probably a swamp up ahead. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Looking back, Long Chen had a feeling that a large number of experts from the Wind Dragon Ravine were chasing after him. Basically, every power had a spy, and the Wind Dragon Ravine was no exception. The news that Long Chen had obtained a spiritual snow hound would probably spread very quickly. If he didn't escape before that happened, he might really be in trouble. As he continued going deeper, the fog became thicker and thicker. The ground had already turned completely black, and there were many venomous insects and snakes slithering about in the forest. It was a terrifying sight. There were no longer any low growls of dire beasts around. It was dead silence. Long Chen roughly understood that he had arrived at a special place. As expected, the ground was starting to sink. Mud appeared beneath his feet, and a large number of bubbles the size of a human head were bubbling non-stop. The fog was especially thick. Chen Dai said that there's a natural maze in front of us. Those who don't understand maze formations will definitely get lost in this foggy swamp. Lingxi said softly. There was strength in numbers. Long Chen felt this point. Many of his comrades' strengths weren't in battle, but they would still be very useful at crucial moments. The 9-Hell illusionary butterfly would spend most of its time on Lingxi's body, forming a butterfly tattoo on Lingxi's snow-white back. It gave Lingxi an enchanting aura. Every time this happened, Lingxi would be able to use a portion of the 9-Hell illusionary butterfly's abilities, which were the hallucinatory abilities. Can you find a suitable way out of this foggy swamp, allowing us to pass through it and shake off our opponents at the same time? Long Chen probed. I think I can, Lingxi said with a blushing face. She was especially excited when she could be of help. I'll leave it to you. Long Chen laughed heartily as he led her into the huge swamp without any hesitation. This swamp was very famous in the area, and was called Dameng Tianzi. It was said that most people who entered this natural maze would never be able to come out. It wasn't just the maze, the poisonous bugs, serpents, and desolate beasts were all very frightening. They hid in the mud and concealed their auras. It was unknown when they would strike a fatal blow, so most people didn't dare to enter Dameng Tianzi. However, the greed of humans was endless. But now that the person carrying the treasure had entered Dameng Tianzi, no one else would be afraid. Long Chen began to enter the depths of this boundless gloomy swamp. He and Ling Shi advanced side by side, walking into this filthy, gloomy world filled with death. 18 p.m., 2 chapters. 12 p.m., 3 chapters. As tomorrow's update, I'll execute the following explosive update rules. Update 3 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 1,000, then I'll add 2 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 2,000, then I'll add 4 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 3,000, then I'll add 6 chapters. If the average subscription exceeds 4,000, then I'll add 10 chapters. I don't have a stockpile either. I'm using this method to mobilize everyone to fight together. Chapter 17-14. The truth was that Long Chen didn't feel that much pressure. The Eternal Life God domain wasn't like the 3 realms and 9 worlds, and his opponent wasn't City Lord Wronged. Long Chen didn't have as many restrictions as he did, and could go all out without worrying about the lives of the common people. Fighting in the wilderness was what he was best at. Since they wanted to play, he would play along with them. The mist was thick and heavy. From time to time, skeletons would emerge from the dark mud. They must have been here for quite some time. Long Chen and Lingxi floated above the endless mud as much as possible. At the same time, he paid attention to the movements beneath his feet. He had a keen sense of smell, and he knew that this Dameng Tianzi was a relatively dangerous place. But because of this spiritual snow hound, he had to take a gamble. Basically, if he could pass through Dameng Tianzi, he would be able to shake off most people. The 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly wasn't good at illusion techniques, but its ability to break through illusions was extraordinary. With Lingxi's help in this aspect, Long Chen was like a tiger that had grown wings. And just as he began to venture deeper into Dameng Tianzi, Wind Dragon Stream's pursuers finally arrived at the edge of Dameng Tianzi. There were more than 30 people in this group. Most of them were dressed in green robes with a green divine dragon embroidered on their chests. It was the same as the Wind Dragon Stream martial artists that Long Chen had killed before. The Wind Dragon Stream martial artists were tall and slender, with elegant temperaments, but their eyes were filled with killing intent. There were also about 10 young and beautiful women in the group. Their strength was on the weaker side, but for them to reach this level at their age, they could be considered geniuses. In the middle of the Wind Dragon Stream group, there were a few giant horse-like beasts. These were desolate beasts with a meter-long horn that shone brightly. Their bodies were covered in green dragon scales, and their feet were covered in green flames. Their eyes burned with ghostly flames, and they were shockingly savage. These were the deadly dragon-scale ghost horses. However, these dragon-scaled ghost horses were now pulling a tall and luxurious carriage. Inside the carriage, there were many women's coquettish grumbles and the lewd men's sinister laughter. It was extremely explicit. However, the other warriors of the Wind Dragon Stream didn't care about it at all. Young Master Qin, he should have run into Dameng Tianzi. Dameng Tianzi is a world of snake-type desolate beasts. The ferocious beasts there are extremely ferocious. There's even a ferocious snake like the Holy Infant. Are we still going to pursue him? A delicate young girl said respectfully to the carriage's driver. At this time, the door of the carriage opened, and a handsome young master with messy clothes sat inside. Beside him were several beautiful and sexy girls who were almost naked. They were leaning on the handsome young master and flirting with him. The handsome young master's hands were moving up and down the breasts of 2 beautiful girls. While kissing one of them, he said vaguely, "Chase. Why shouldn't I chase after him? That's a spiritual snow hound, something that the great beauty of War God Ancient City lost. This is a rare opportunity for this young master, how can I not chase after it? But the vicious snake Holy Infant, that's nothing. This young master is one of the top 5 experts of the Wind Dragon Stream's new generation. I can't even deal with a Holy Infant. Hurry up and chase after him." Also, don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Come, beauties. This young master will pamper you a little. One by one, this young master's golden spear is already hungry. With his sinister laughter, the carriage's door closed once again. Everyone looked at each other and without a word, they advanced towards Dameng Tianzi. After entering Dameng Tianzi, everyone began to feel fear. But even so, they did not dare to talk rashly about young Master Qin. Not only was he powerful, he also had a powerful backer in the Wind Dragon Stream. It was rumored that his father had a close relationship with the Stream Lord. More importantly, young Master Qin was one of the more outstanding snow-wind spiritual dragons among the 20-plus dragon warriors in the Wind Dragon Stream. He ruled over the storm and blizzard heavenly Daos, and his combat strength was astonishing. The Wind Dragon Stream's team entered Dameng Tianzi in a grandiose manner. Long Chen was already a third of the way in. He used his two swords to open the way. The god-slaying sword was getting more and more important. Long Chen basically relied on the god-slaying sword to kill. In Dameng Tianzi, there were large numbers of poisonous bugs. For example, what Long Chen was facing was a group of underground spiders. Long Chen could not name this spider. Its combat strength was similar to that of a desolate beast. More importantly, it was highly venomous. Its diameter was nearly 10 meters long, and there was a huge human face on its back. Different spiders had different expressions, and their faces were also different. That was the face of the strongest person they had swallowed alive. If a species from the eternal god domain was placed in the lower realm, they would become demons. After Long Chen sent all the ghost face spiders to the western paradise with the god-slaying sword, he continued forward. As expected, there were many obstacles along the way. Luckily, he had Lingxi to lead the way. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to pass through Dameng Tianzi. Far behind him, there was a clamor of noise. It should be the people from Wind Dragon Stream catching up. I wonder if there are any experts among them. Despite being in a trap, Long Chen was still able to remain calm. Dameng Tianzi was huge, but because of Lingxi, Long Chen had made great progress. He was almost halfway through and had entered the true center of Dameng Tianzi. In front of him was a boundless, churning mud. It was as though there were countless huge beasts rolling in the mud. The commotion was shocking. Deep and strange sounds came from the depths of the mud, sending chills down one's spine. In the God Kingdom, Sui Yan suddenly said, "Big brother Long Chen, big sister Lingxi, there seems to be a lot of snakes approaching." She had been transformed into a half-human, half-demon existence by the Dark North snake race's ancestral secret technique. She had the bloodline of the primordial nine-colored snake in her body. It could be considered an accident born of fate. Because of the snake bloodline, she was very clear about the aura of snake-type wild beasts. Just as her voice faded, Long Chen similarly sensed it. He stood in front of Lingxi to protect her. After all, she was a girl. She would be more afraid of things like snakes. At this moment, with Long Chen as the center, all the mud in a radius of 5 kilometers began to boil like boiling water. Countless mud exploded and shot into the sky. Around Long Chen, snake-type desolate beasts of various sizes began to emerge from the mud. Dameng Tianzi was a world ruled by snake-type desolate beasts. Long Chen looked over. His vision was filled with snakes hissing at him. There were large and small ones. The large ones were more than 100 meters long, while the small ones were only the size of a thumb. But even the size of a thumb was rather terrifying. The surrounding snakes formed a sea of snakes, and in an instant, Long Chen was drowned. There were at least 1 million of them. There were all sorts of desolate beasts. Some had thick bodies, with thick beast-like claws, some were covered in blood-red eyes, some were covered in thorns and thorns. They looked different, but they had one thing in common. These snake-type desolate beasts were all extremely savage. Their eyes were blood red, filled with the desire to kill. They did not have any intelligence, and there was only wildness in their bones. Long Chen was strong, but in the encirclement of 1,000,000 enemies, it was difficult for him to gain any advantage. Furthermore, if he caused such a huge commotion here, the people from Wind Dragon Stream would definitely sense it. When that happened, it would definitely attract a greater danger. I'll break out. Long Chen let Lingxi enter the Divine Kingdom. It would be more efficient for him to break out alone. Yes, head in this direction. Lingxi pointed in a direction. Just as Lingxi entered a safe place, the 1,000,000 desolate snakes pounced over. Their speed was terrifying, and some of them could even soar into the sky. They spread their wings, completely blocking off any space for Long Chen to escape. At this critical moment, Long Chen held his sword with both hands. For the following battle, he had to conserve his nirvana force. He had to use his physical strength to break out of the encirclement. In front of him, there were at least 1,000 desolate snakes attacking him at the same time. Long Chen increased his speed and passed through the desolate snakes. Everywhere he passed, blood splattered. In a short moment, Great Dream Tianzi was dyed red. Seeing their own kind die, a large number of desolate snakes let out hateful hisses. They launched attacks that were not afraid of death, and actually managed to push Long Chen back a few times. The densely packed desolate snakes did not have any space to move. Perhaps only by transforming into a divine dragon could he escape quickly. Otherwise, even if he broke out of the encirclement, the millions of snakes would endlessly chase him. Big brother, let me help you. There was no one around, so Mo Xiaolang could provide some strength at appropriate times. Long Chen opened up the Divine Kingdom and let the sun-devouring demonic wolf rush out. Xiaolang was currently in the form of a demonic beast, not much different from a desolate beast. The biggest difference was in his eyes. He was a demonic beast with a clear mind. As soon as he appeared, Mo Xiaolang spat out the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Everywhere it went, all the desolate snakes were frozen into ice sculptures. Long Chen followed Mo Xiaolang and escaped quickly. In terms of battle, their coordination was unparalleled. With Mo Xiaolang's help, Long Chen had a much easier time. By the time Mo Xiaolang returned to the Divine Kingdom, at least 100,000 desolate snakes had been killed. Their corpses piled up high in the mountains, and fresh blood dyed Great Dream Tianzi red. After this period of delay, the people from Wind Dragon Stream had probably noticed the commotion here and were chasing. Let's go. Long Chen swept out with the god-slaying sword. 81 wordless Formula Grey Death Sword Qi slaughtered the 81 snakes in front of him. Using this opportunity, he broke through the encirclement. With his speed, he disappeared into the darkness. As for the countless snakes, they dove into the mud and slithered on it. Hundreds of thousands of snakes hissed and chased after Long Chen, until they could no longer find any traces of Long Chen. After escaping, Long Chen felt a sense of trepidation. He looked at the vast world around him. The dangers of the eternal God domain had far exceeded his imagination. The people from Wind Dragon Stream have closed the distance. This swamp is also full of danger. Let's hurry and escape. Then, let's see if we should lose this spiritual snow hound. If this worthless puppy caused the 5 of them to get into trouble, then they could only give up. Chapter 17-15. Just as Long Chen had guessed, there were indeed spies from other factions in the Wind Dragon Stream. When Yan Shuya discovered the spiritual snow hound and sent the news back, the same news also spread to other factions. The words, spiritual snow hound, immediately made the eyes of many turn red. The opportunity was right in front of them. To most people, this could be a life-changing opportunity. Hence, those who received the news immediately rushed over. After the Wind Dragon Stream Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon, young Master Qin, entered Dameng Tianzi, another group of people arrived. It was a group of tall, burly men with an average height of 3 meters. They chased a group of ferocious, gigantic wolves forward. There were about 30 of them. These people were the Wolf Fang army that Long Chen had defeated. They had been chasing after Long Chen all this while. They never expected to hear news of the spiritual snow hound here. In fact, the Wolf Fang army had been searching for the spiritual snow hound for the past few days. They had heard that the spiritual snow hound had fled in this direction. Although the Wolf Fang army was not considered a major faction, they had turned out in full force this time. There were more than 30 people, and the leader was a one-eyed bald man. He was extremely ferocious. What was different from the ordinary Wolf Fang army was that he was draped in a black animal skin coat. He was riding a golden wolf that had a pair of huge golden wings. It was awe-inspiring, and the ordinary wolves beside it were afraid of it. Commander. The people from the Wind Dragon Stream are chasing after the young fellow named Long Chen. He has entered Dameng Tianzi. Should we chase after him? In front, a Wolf Fang army warrior who had gone ahead turned around to report. The Wolf Fang army's commander, who was also the burly man in the animal skin coat, said in a deep and coarse voice, "The one from the Wind Dragon Stream is that Snow Wind spiritual dragon, right? I heard that he is a delicate young master, and he is very lecherous. Once I obtain the spiritual snow hound, I will not have to give in to the Wind Dragon Stream. If this woman dares to enter Dameng Tianzi, wouldn't we be the laughing stock of others if we, the Wolf Fang army warriors, do not dare to enter? But Commander, there seems to be a desolate beast that has survived 7 nirvana tribulations in Great Dream Heavenly Marsh. It's the serpent, Holy Nascent." The warrior who reported said worriedly. "Bastard." The commander of the Wolf Fang army waved his hand and sent the warrior who had just spoken flying. The warrior crashed into a few big trees. The golden fierce wolf took a step forward, and the wolf pack began to move. The commander of the Wolf Fang army said to the crowd in a gloomy voice, "How dare you compare a beast that has passed the inner devil tribulation with me? Do you look down on your boss so much? As for that Snow Wind spiritual dragon, it hasn't even passed through the inner demon tribulation. If it wasn't for the fact that it's from the Wind Dragon Stream and looks so delicate, I would have already taken it. What are the people of the Wolf Fang least afraid of? That's right, death. If you don't risk your life, others will easily kill you and trample on your dignity." Hearing this, the other warriors of the Wolf Fang army cheered with excitement. "Charge in and kill them." The savage giant wolf charged into Great Dream Heavenly Pond. A bunch of idiots. Just as the people of the Wolf Fang army left, a group of women shrouded in blood-red cloaks appeared on top of a tall ancient tree. Each of them had a black veil over their face. From their silhouettes, they didn't look bad. It was just that their eyes were a little fierce, making people unable to get close to them. The 2 leading girls were similar in height and appearance. Even their eyes were similar. "Sister, the commander of the Wolf Fang army is here. I heard that he has passed through the 7th nirvana tribulation. Can we deal with him? Also, that Snow Wind spiritual dragon is a big problem." "Humph. Even if we sisters work together, we won't lose to them. How can these poor bastards of the Wolf Fang army resist the ancient Tao artifact of my floating blood palace? As for that Snow Wind spiritual dragon, it's just a piece of trash that has been hollowed out by wine and women. Last time, it even had ideas about us. If it provokes us this time, I will definitely cripple it. Sisters, let's go." A group of red-clothed girls charged into Great Dream Heavenly Pond with cold killing intent. The Wind Dragon Stream, the Wolf Fang army, and the Floating Blood Palace quickly chased in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen, who was rushing over, didn't know that a 7th nirvana tribulation expert had appeared behind him. With Long Chen's current strength, he definitely couldn't deal with such an expert. Although a 7th Nirvana tribulation expert wasn't much in the eternal sacred realm, it was a different concept for Long Chen. That was an existence even stronger than the city lord of the wronged. After the Hellfire astral beast was the Earth Fiend Heart Devil tribulation. This tribulation wasn't evolved from the astral beast, but from the Earth Fiend Heart Devil tribulation. Although he hadn't seen it before, the Earth Fiend Heart Devil tribulation was definitely a level stronger than the Hellfire astral beast. After escaping from the Sea of Snakes, Long Chen entered the deepest part of Great Dream Heavenly Pond. As long as he passed through the deepest part, he would be able to leave Great Dream Heavenly Pond quickly and shake off the others. During this period of time, Long Chen was also conflicted about whether he should obediently hand over the spiritual snow hound to them. He had just arrived in the eternal sacred realm, and it really wasn't a good time to get into such a big trouble. However, seeing that the two girls, Lingxi and Soyian, really liked this silly treasure-hunting dog, Long Chen could only decide to wait a little longer and see how things went. "Let's go this way." Lingxi held his hand. It was much more efficient to take a detour in this natural maze. "Chen, what should we do after we get out? We might still have to hurry and head in the direction of the Demon Divine Realm. I want to find a place where the Demon Divine Realm and Dragon Divine Realm intersect," Long Chen said in a low voice. "I suggest that we don't throw this treasure-hunting dog away." "This silly thing is really useful," Kitten suddenly interrupted. He was playing with the snow-white puppy as he spoke. Just as he finished speaking, the spiritual snow hound's eyes suddenly lit up, and it started barking like a little money grubber. It started pacing around restlessly on the spot. "We were just talking about it. This silly dog must have found something good. It's easy for good things to appear in places of great danger and evil. Let's take this opportunity to find something good," Kitten said heartlessly. Everyone was so nervous that they were half dead. Only he seemed to be the only one who was leisurely and carefree. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other, then brought the spiritual snow hound out. Sure enough, the spiritual snow hound really did forget everything and just kept barking in a certain direction. The two looked at each other, then headed in the direction pointed by the spiritual snow hound. They passed through a large swamp. In front of them was no longer a flat piece of land, but a world of mud. Reptiles crawled everywhere, and wild snakes slithered everywhere. After about an hour, the spiritual snow hound was still barking non-stop. Especially when Long Chen passed by a flat piece of land, the spiritual snow hound jumped down from his hand and burrowed into the mud without a word. Its originally snow-white fur instantly became dirty. When it realized that it couldn't burrow into the mud, it raised its head and looked at Long Chen with an adorable expression. "There's something in here?" Long Chen threw the treasure-hunting dog into the divine kingdom. When he arrived at this place, he could vaguely smell the sweet fragrance. It was right under the mud. After getting a rough idea of where it was, Long Chen formed a fist and punched into the mud. Instantly, a loud boom rang out, and a large amount of mud flew out. Under Long Chen's feet, a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of more than 20 meters formed. At the bottom of the pit, they could see what the spiritual snow hound was looking for. Long Chen and Lingxi quickly landed in front of the treasure. This was the first time the spiritual snow hound would be useful, and the two were looking forward to it. In front of him was a piece of bamboo that was about 3 meters long. It had no roots, branches, or leaves, and was stuck straight into the depths of the mud. This bamboo looked like a piece of jade. It emitted a misty light and a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. However, Long Chen did not feel the aura of an immortal from this jade-like bamboo. "It doesn't even have a single immortal mark?" Lingxi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After coming to the Eternal God domain, they realized that they were actually very poor. In the God nation, everyone found it hard to accept. After all, they had been looking forward to the spiritual snow hound's performance. Idiot, this is the heavenly flute jade bamboo. Kitten's eyes glowed. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that the essence of this so-called heavenly flute jade bamboo was contained within its thick, jade-like skin. It was probably no ordinary item, just a little reserved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left undiscovered in Dameng Tianzi for so long. But where were the immortal marks? There are 17 segments of the bamboo. Lingxi counted. Long Chen snapped out of his daze and smiled. I found the immortal marks. Where? Lingxi asked in surprise. Long Chen pointed at the patterns that divided the bamboo into 17 segments, which were the nodes, and said, "These are immortal markings. There's one at the top and one at the tail. There are a total of 18 immortal marks on the 17 segments of the bamboo." This number deeply shocked Long Chen. The strongest Dao item he had, the infinite star dragon diagram, only had 9 Dao patterns. But this heavenly flute jade bamboo had 18 immortal marks, twice as many. In other words, this heavenly flute jade bamboo was the first ancient immortal essence Long Chen had obtained. Everything he had seen before had been ancient immortal essences. Ancient immortal essences had at least 1,000,000 years of history. It was precisely because this heavenly flute jade bamboo was very reserved and pure, but it had been born in the filthy Dameng Tianzi that no one had discovered it. And then the spiritual snow hound had found it. 10 Dao patterns was already an ancient Dao artifact. From 10 to 99, they were all in the category of ancient Dao items. Anything over 99 Dao patterns was a legendary primeval Dao item, something that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Immortal essences were the same. An ancient immortal essence with 18 immortal marks was something that even the higher-ups of the Wind Dragon stream would want. For Long Chen to be able to obtain it so easily, it could only be said that he was very lucky. But it was also thanks to the spiritual snow hound. Long Chen finally understood the value of the spiritual snow hound that Kitten had mentioned. He realized that such a good little thing definitely could not be thrown away. P.S. 3 updates at 12 p.m. I wish everyone a happy new year. The new year will be a prosperous one. P.S. The number of chapters tomorrow will depend on the number of subscriptions for these 3 updates. Let me remind you that these 3 chapters will be VIP chapters because they are counted as tomorrow's update. This month, 420,000 words of free chapters have been released. That's quite a lot. P.S. For those who don't understand the VIP chapters, you can flip through the first few chapters, Our New Battlefield. Fight. Chapter 17-16. Holding this heavenly flute jade bamboo in his hand, Long Chen sensed it carefully. He could roughly feel the surging power within it. It definitely surpassed any immortal essence he had ever seen. It was indeed an ancient immortal essence. Kitten said, "You are now in the early stage of the 2nd tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but you have the Nirvana power of a 5th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator. It is even equivalent to the late stage of the 5th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If you refine the power of this heavenly flute jade bamboo, you can reach the late stage of the 2nd tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. In terms of Nirvana power, you will be close to the 6th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm. At that time, with your ancestral dragon body and mystique, I guess even a 6th tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator will not be a match for a monster like you." Is that so? Long Chen thought to himself. After coming to the eternal sacred realm, he realized that he was still not strong enough. He did not even have the qualifications to enter the 5 great dragon cities. Without this qualification, how could he talk about clearing his father's name? Fighting and becoming stronger might be the main theme of his future life. There was no doubt that he was lucky, because his beloved woman and his brothers were by his side to fight with him. It seems that after coming to the eternal sacred realm, we have been running away. Does everyone feel aggrieved? Long Chen suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen held the heavenly flute jade bamboo in his hand and said, "After Xiao Lang devoured part of Yan Shuia's hellfire flaming star beast, his nirvana power has surpassed mine. After I refine this heavenly flute jade bamboo, let's have a fierce battle in this swamp. We are not here to escape, but to fight." In his heart, his blood was boiling. From the wolf fang to the wind dragon stream, Long Chen had more or less figured out the strength of the enemy. He was no longer frightened by the unknown like before. These people might not be impossible to deal with. Blindly running away was not his style. After discovering a turning point, Long Chen chose to give it a try without hesitation. Let's see how strong these fellows are first. Long Chen decided. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "Indeed, we don't have to be afraid of them. Moreover, with Sister Lingxi here, we have a greater advantage in this natural maze. In that case, big brother, you should refine this sky Xiao Yuzhu first." Lingxi supported his decision. Her eyes shone with a moving brilliance. She said softly, "I will protect you." Almost all the people he cared about were by his side. Long Chen believed in their protection. They moved to a safe location within Dameng Tianzi. Long Chen directly refined the heavenly flute jade bamboo. This heavenly flute jade bamboo had to be cut off in order to absorb the pure white fragrant liquid beneath its skin. That clear liquid flowed down his throat and instantly turned into a boiling hot torrent that rushed into Long Chen's inner world. Long Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was covered in snow-white light. The power of the heavenly flute jade bamboo had evolved into a shocking power. It was almost double the power of nirvana in Long Chen's body. He really could not understand how this small bamboo could have such a vast power. However, when he thought about how this bamboo had existed for more than 1,000,000 years, it did not seem strange. It was very difficult to tame such a huge power in the midst of refining. Long Chen had to do his best. Every particle of his body was frantically devouring the power of the immortal essences to strengthen himself. In the eternal sacred domain, immortal essences were even more precious than Tao treasures. This was because immortal essences meant an increase in nirvana power, and a transformation of some ability. The benefits were indescribable. Compared to Tao treasures, which only increased one's fighting power, immortal essences were much more beneficial. It was as though there were countless wild horses galloping within his body. Long Chen used his nirvana power to surround and devour these wild horses. The primordial bloodline spirit dragon and void universe dragon formed two types of nirvana power. In terms of nature, it definitely surpassed all other nirvana powers. When it came to refining immortal essences, it was also much faster than others. Seeing Long Chen's rising momentum, Lingxi stood beside him with a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. Although it was not what she had expected, to be able to be with Long Chen like this, she did not care whether it was a battle or a carefree life. Days like this made her feel wonderful. It was just like back in Baiyang town. Every memory was beautiful. This man she loved had grown up step by step, protected her, and become a hero that no one could compare to. I have to work hard too. I can't be a burden to him, but at least I have to help. After all, I have God blood flowing in my body. Although it was God blood, the effects and characteristics of the pure goddess blood still made it difficult for Lingxi to talk about it. In fact, she did not need to cultivate at all. With Long Chen's ancestor dragon body, every time Long Chen improved, it would bring her a huge improvement. Although this method of cultivation was difficult to talk about, the effects were shocking. Thinking of the details, Lingxi could not help but blush. She stood in the middle of the dirty swamp like this, looking exceptionally otherworldly. No evil could get close to her delicate body, and they were automatically purified. Even the wasteland poisonous bugs did not dare to approach. In the distance, sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time. Presumably, the other teams had encountered the sea of snakes and were engaged in a fierce battle. After about 2 hours, Long Chen had more or less digested the power in his body. The power of the ancient immortal essence with 18 immortal patterns was boundless. Although most of the medicinal power still remained in Long Chen's body, the portion that had been digested had allowed his nirvana power to swell to the peak of the 5th nirvana tribulation realm. His cultivation realm had also reached the late stage of the 2nd nirvana tribulation realm. After a period of time, he would be able to welcome the hellfire flame astral beast. It was the same for Xiao Lang. However, Xiao Lang did not feel any pressure. Based on Long Chen's previous situation, his hellfire flame astral beast would definitely be exceptionally shocking. After taming the power in his body, Long Chen had already entered the final stage. Dameng Tianzi was so big that no one could catch up during the 2 hours that Long Chen was refining. But just as Long Chen was finishing, Lingxi suddenly became vigilant. She looked up and saw a group of martial artists in green clothes fleeing in this direction. The leader was a noble young master in a green and white robe. They were obviously people from the Wind Dragon stream. "Don't panic, I'll be done soon." Behind her, Long Chen reminded her. These people were lucky to have accidentally rushed to Long Chen's side. If they had arrived a little earlier, Long Chen's refining process would have been interrupted. But now, all he needed was for Lingxi to hold on for a short period of time, and Long Chen could even start immediately. However, he was not in a hurry and continued to finish slowly. The group of martial artists from the Wind Dragon stream soon saw Long Chen and the others. In this gloomy swamp, a man shrouded in white light and a fairy-like young lady were especially eye-catching. "Go over." In the Wind Dragon stream, someone saw Long Chen's appearance through the star talisman. At this juncture, someone immediately recognized him. Young Master Qin, the man sitting cross-legged, is Long Chen, who obtained the spiritual snow hound. The spiritual snow hound must be in his god nation. What? The snow wind spiritual dragon. Young Master Qin's face revealed a look of ecstasy. His eyes shone incomparably brightly, especially when he saw Ling Shi. Compared to Ling Shi, young Master Qin truly discovered that all the women he had in the past were just ordinary women. Whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, the devastatingly beautiful Ling Shi, who had a pure temperament, had a fatal attraction to any man. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, because of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, no one dared to have any ideas about Lingxi. But in the Eternal God domain, who knew what kind of power she had behind her? Even if she did, what could they do? Surround them. Young Master Qin calmed his mind. His eyes weren't on Long Chen, but on Lingxi. At the same time, he ordered everyone. They had just escaped the encirclement of the Sea of Snakes, only to encounter such a good thing. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited, and they surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. The luxuriously dressed young Master Qin walked forward with his hands behind his back. His eyes silently sized up Lingxi. He put away the sinister look he displayed in the carriage and appeared refined and courteous. In front of Lingxi's peerless beauty, he even automatically ignored Long Chen and his spiritual snow hound. Young Master Qin cupped his hands and said in a gentle tone, "This humble servant is Qin Fengxue, the son of Wind Dragon Stream's Qin Balong. May I ask for this lady's name?" He thought that with the prestige of the Wind Dragon Stream and his father's reputation, wouldn't this 4th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm girl be frightened by his identity? Who would have thought that Ling Shi would not listen to what he said at all? Her elegant brows were lightly furrowed, and a somewhat impatient expression appeared on her face. This Sir Qin had a very heavy smell of cosmetics on him, and it was something she detested. Even if Lingxi was frowning, she still looked very beautiful. Young Master Qin was delighted, but he had no choice but to act like a gentleman. He sincerely said, "It's fine if this lady hasn't heard of me. For us to be able to meet in this vast Dameng Tianzi can also be considered a kind of fate." I wonder what your relationship is with this fellow who stole my wind dragon stream spiritual snowhound? Although Lingxi wasn't old, she was still very clear about people's hearts. In her eyes, this young Master Qin was just an enemy, nothing more. Thus, she didn't want to waste her breath on him. However, the other party was still jabbering on. No matter what, as long as this little fellow returns my spiritual snow hound to me, I can invite the two of you to my wind dragon stream as guests. I can let bygones be bygones, and I won't make things difficult for you. What do you think? Young Master Qin was moved by his own benevolence. But what infuriated him was that he couldn't possibly not sense the deep loathing in Lingxi's eyes. He might as well throw caution to the wind. Lady, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You've already been surrounded. If you don't know what's good for you, us brothers won't be polite anymore. Chapter 1717. Qin Fengshue's change in attitude was completely within Lingxi's expectations. At this moment, Qin Fengxue had already flown into a rage out of humiliation. However, no matter how he threatened, Lingxi continued to ignore him. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. This made Qin Fengshue's nose almost crooked from anger. There were still other forces chasing after them, and they couldn't afford to delay any longer. Kill this brat and take away the spiritual snow hound. Tie this lass up and bring her back to the wind dragon stream. I want to teach her how to respect others. A person of high status like Qin Fengxue naturally didn't want to do it himself. He only needed to give instructions. In an instant, the 30 or so experts of the wind dragon stream surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. Lingxi held the Six Paths Immortal Sword in her hand. Although her direct combat strength couldn't compare to most of the people present, the hallucinatory ability of the Nine-Hell illusionary butterfly could be of great use at crucial moments. Attack concealment. Ling Shi was completely capable of concealing the attack launched by the Six Daos Immortal Swords. She swept out with her sword, but no one felt any movement. Only when the attack was right in front of them did they realize it. For a moment, everyone was panicking as they tried to defend. Clang! All the martial artists were sent flying by a little girl like Lingxi at the same time. The encirclement was also broken. Qin Fengxue stared blankly at this scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of evil technique is this? Is it an illusion? He sneered and said, "A bunch of trash. Back off. You can't even defeat a little girl in the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Let me do it." Ling Shi's lack of response made his heart itch even more unbearably. To a person like him, the more a woman looked down on him and the more arrogant she was, the more he liked her. This was especially the case for Ling Shi, who was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. After getting the others to surround Long Chen, Qin Fengxue spread out his arms and a storm started to form around him. Large amounts of snowflakes were born from the storm, forming a blizzard. Everything within a 10-mile radius was quickly covered by the blizzard. This was the ability of his snow-wind spiritual dragon. The temperature dropped to the extreme, and the swamp began to freeze. In a short moment, it had turned into a beautiful world of ice and snow. I told you, no one can escape from the palm of my hand. The image of a snow-white divine dragon roared behind him and coiled around him. His aura rose steadily. It was a divine dragon with snow-white wings, sacred and majestic. It was very similar to young Master Qin's temperament, but it was different in its bones. I am a high-grade bloodline of the dragons, Snow-Wind spiritual dragon. The moment he displayed his strength, Qin Fengshue's temperament changed drastically. He became frighteningly cold, and a terrifying aura was released without restraint. The surrounding space trembled lightly, and in the midst of the snowstorm, ancient runes appeared, sealing the entire world of ice and snow. Young Master Qin has become stronger again. As expected of a dragon martial artist with the bloodline of the snow-wind spiritual dragon. He's practically invincible among those of the same level. Other pinnacle nirvana tribulation martial artists don't seem to be a match for young Master Qin. In time, when young Master Qin passes the inner demon tribulation, he will become the strongest martial artist of our wind dragon stream. Hearing these words of flattery, Qin Fengxue felt proud in his heart. He stared at Lingxi and threatened, "Miss, do you regret it now?" As he spoke, a large amount of snowstorm rushed towards Lingxi, dancing around her. Enveloped by the snowstorm, Lingxi looked very beautiful, but her expression hurt Qin Fengshue's fragile and sensitive heart once again. Lingxi sensed Long Chen's movements and quickly stepped forward to help Long Chen up. When Long Chen stood up, everyone felt as though he was a terrifying beast that had suddenly awakened. "Chen, this guy is threatening me," Lingxi suddenly revealed a smile and said playfully. Qin Fengxue was stunned by her beauty. He swore that there wasn't a smile more beautiful than this in this world. However, this made him go crazy. He had given her so much face just now, but Lingxi had been looking at him coldly until Long Chen woke up. She had responded with such a sweet smile. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. At that moment, Qin Fengxue was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Roar! With his human body, he let out a shocking roar. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with layers of dragon shadows. The entire area was enveloped by the snowstorm, and the storm became even more terrifying, forming countless fatal astral winds that were condensed with a large amount of nirvana energy. In this tragic environment, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to it. He gently hugged the beauty in his arms and said calmly, "Is he blind? How dare he threaten my baby?" When he said the last word, Long Chen turned his head and looked at Qin Fengxue with a pair of eyes that were burning with the flames of battle. His heart, every particle in his body was burning with the flames of battle. Battle, battle. After being chased for such a long time, Long Chen had had enough of it. He was arrogant and domineering in his bones. A gigolo like him dared to casually tease his woman. Long Chen had been chased for such a long time, and although he had been fighting back, he had had enough of it. Long Chen had memorized every single word that he had said just now. "Go in first, I'll help you vent your anger." Just as Qin Fengxue was about to collapse from anger, Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened, protecting Lingxi and letting her stay in the safest god nation. In their group, the main fighting force was Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. It was just that Mo Xiaolang needed to be hidden. Otherwise, if the two of them attacked together, they would definitely be unstoppable. Now that Lingxi had entered the god nation, Qin Fengxue felt that things were much easier. "Humph, everyone, surround him. Don't let him escape. A mere red dragon with a lowly bloodline dares to fight with me, the snow-wind spiritual dragon? I'll swallow him whole." This was the territory of the wind dragon stream. Qin Fengxue had nothing to worry about. Long Chen didn't seem to have any backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so oblivious to the sentient snow hound. Who didn't hide the sentient snow hound they obtained? Instead, he took it out for Yan Shuya to see. Therefore, Qin Fengxue was sure that Long Chen didn't have any backing. His guess was right. This was Long Chen's first time in the eternal sacred domain. He was a rookie here. But he was someone who had killed his way here. Qin Fengxue roared as he conjured a blizzard with both hands. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. Perhaps only the eternal celestial domain could withstand his terrifying speed. Boom! 2 balls of blizzard fused into Qin Fengshue's hands, forming a terrifying imprint. The storm and blizzard fused together, forming a pure white formation that attacked Long Chen. This level of power is indeed stronger than the city lord of the wronged city, late-stage nirvana tribulation realm. If this was the dragon sacrificial continent, perhaps this seemingly simple attack could blast the entire Emperor Star into smithereens. The Eternal God Domain was a terrifying place. But the problem was that Long Chen had been nourished by the 18 immortal essences of the heavenly flute jade bamboo. His nirvanic energy had surged again. Compared to when he fought the city lord of the wronged city, his strength was even stronger. Facing this blizzard formation, Long Chen was enraged. He let out a roar that belonged to a mystical dragon. His feet moved, shattering the blizzard barrier. His terrifying physical strength was unleashed as he charged at Qin Fengxue. Battles between mystical dragons always gave Long Chen a sense of superiority. In terms of bloodline, he looked down on his opponent. The primordial blood spirit dragon was introverted, but there would always be a moment when his opponent's heart would tremble. Illusory bubble shadow. His hand swept back, and a transparent current surged out, shattering the blizzard formation. Large amounts of energy were swept back by Long Chen, dealing a fatal blow to Qin Fengxue. Boom! Even though his opponent's powerful strength had caused him to suffer a backlash, Long Chen was still excited. His opponent wasn't a weakling, but a powerful dragon martial artist. If not for the heavenly flute jade bamboo, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be his opponent. But it was precisely because of this that Long Chen was excited. Dragons were about to determine the victor. Qin Fengxue swore that he had never encountered such a terrifying and crazy opponent. That ruthless killing aura always made the snow wind spirit dragon feel fear. Impossible, it's just a lowly red dragon. Facing the energy swept back by the illusory bubble shadow, Qin Fengxue's body transformed into a 300-meter-long snow-white mystical dragon. In terms of appearance, this snow wind spirit dragon was definitely several times better than Long Chen. Especially that pair of snow-white wings, it was something that women would be infatuated with. This mystical dragon hid in the blizzard, roaring and surging, breaking the power of Long Chen's illusory bubble shadow. Long Chen didn't underestimate his opponent at all. This was definitely an opponent that was difficult to deal with. When the snow wind spirit dragon revealed his divine dragon body, Long Chen had a strong desire to ravage him. Therefore, in the blood-colored mist that filled the sky, he broke the ice barrier and revealed his divine dragon body. The slaughter dragon hidden in the blood mist was far inferior to the snow wind spirit dragon in terms of appearance, but in terms of battle power, the mystical dragon hidden in the blood mist caused Qin Fengxue to tremble in fear. Is this a red dragon? Where's his flame? Just when this thought appeared in his mind, the blood-colored mystical dragon suddenly charged forward. The snow wind spiritual dragon suddenly woke up and flapped its huge wings. In an instant, a terrifying snowstorm rushed towards Long Chen. The snowstorm was like a sharp blade. Wherever it went, everything that blocked its path was sliced into pieces. Facing such a terrifying attack, Long Chen didn't make a sound and directly charged forward. Courting death. The snow wind spirit dragon sneered. Eternal instant. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Rip. The blood-colored mystical dragon broke through the snow wind spirit dragon's blizzard and used eternal instant to freeze time. Thereafter, the heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed off one of the snow wind spirit dragon's wings. In that instant, the snow wind spirit dragon let out a miserable shriek. Chapter 17-18. It could be said that the outcome of the battle was decided in an instant. In terms of cultivation realm, Long Chen was only in the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In terms of Nirvana energy, he was one Nirvana Tribulation realm away from the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon. However, he had the body of a twin ancestral dragon, while the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon was only at the same level as the Nine Heavens Imperial Wind Dragon. In front of the ancestral dragon, this kind of dragon could only be considered as trash. The Eternal Split Moment and the Heavenly Slaughter Blood Sword were both divine abilities from the ancestral dragon. Using both of them was Long Chen's strongest attack. As expected, the most beautiful wing of the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon was chopped off. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed down once again, almost cutting the Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon into two. The Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon let out an even more miserable cry. Its 300-meter-long body fell into the mud with a loud bang, and was instantly dyed into a loach. Blood fell like rain, drenching more than 30 warriors of the Wind Dragon stream. All of them stared at the blood-red divine dragon in the sky, looking down at the common people. The indifferent look in the divine dragon's eyes made them tremble. That was the look of a ruler. Everyone felt as though their lives were in the hands of Long Chen. As for the wailing Snow Wind Spirit Dragon that fell into the depths of the mud, it was almost forgotten by everyone. Everyone was stunned by the killing weapon in the sky. Even the heavenly slaughter blood sword couldn't chop this Snow Wind Spirit Dragon. Long Chen was also secretly shocked. He thought that he could kill this guy in an instant. After all, the other party actually dared to tease Lingxi, which touched his reverse scale. Seeing that the other party was still struggling, Long Chen did not have any intention of holding back. The terrifying ancestral dragon descended once again. The heavenly slaughter blood sword that was covered with immemorial runes spiraled down towards the head of the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon. Long Chen's sword could directly pierce through the other party's head. This was because the sharpest part of the dragon's tail was the god-slaying sword. The Sword of Death. At this moment, the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon descended. A large amount of wind and snow appeared, forming a huge ice ball that completely protected him. The other warriors from the Wind Dragon stream also attacked in an attempt to block Long Chen. Long Chen was still unable to kill his opponent. The Wind Dragon stream's experts all fell to the ground and vomited blood. The ice ball had also been pierced by Long Chen, but the Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon took this opportunity to escape. Just when Long Chen was about to give chase, he suddenly sensed the auras of many experts closing in on him. In the east, a pack of giant wolves was madly advancing on the mud, letting out astonishing howls. On top of a golden divine wolf in the middle, a tall and sturdy bald man wearing an animal skin coat was looking at him with an incomparably fanatical gaze. In the south, a group of women wearing blood-colored cloaks and holding blood-colored daggers were quickly approaching. They seemed to be natural killers. Wherever they went, there would be corpses of the barren venomous insects. This group of people was also extremely bloodthirsty. Among them, there were two that were not any weaker than the Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon. They were all experts. Behind them, there were millions of snakes surrounding them. The Snow Wind Spiritual Dragon was not dead yet, but it had come to a new place. Especially with the Wolf Fang, there was a 7th-stage Nirvana Tribulation expert. He was an existence that had passed the Heart Devil Tribulation. The Wolf Fang seemed to know him. Long Chen pondered for a while. This was not a suitable time to fight to the death. Retreat. Long Chen was very straightforward. Fighting in the wilderness, Long Chen was not afraid of anyone. Therefore, when the other party attacked, he transformed into his human form in advance and quickly escaped. With a punch, a large amount of mud rose up and swept towards the two parties that were chasing after him. The falling mud blocked their vision. At this critical moment, Long Chen quickly disappeared in front of them with his agile body. It was not that they could not chase after him, but there were too many snakes behind them. The moment they were blocked by the mud, they were completely drowned by millions of snakes. Long Chen could vaguely hear the angry roars of the Wolf Fang. He did not stop. After moving a large distance, Long Chen finally calmed down. This was a maze. As long as he did not cause a huge commotion, it would not be easy for the other party to find him. Luck was not always so good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Boss, say something. Are we still going to throw away that silly psychic snowhound?" Little Cat laughed out loud. The spiritual snow dog did not know that everyone was talking about it. It was running around in circles, chasing its own tail. Lingxi and Soi Ian looked reluctant. Long Chen knew that the heavenly flute jade bamboo was discovered by this little thing. I saved its life, and it found something good for me. We can be considered to be working together. Let it follow us for the time being. Long Chen was a person full of adventurous spirit. It was difficult for a person to achieve great things when faced with difficulties. The only way was to face them head-on. Giving up on the spiritual snow dog was equivalent to giving up on the opportunity to advance. Fortunately, his decision was supported by everyone. No matter what, Long Chen would always be their pillar of support. After avoiding direct conflict with the other party and successfully escaping, it was time to think about what to do next. Should they directly leave, or should they kill the other party in Dameng Tianzi? If I don't kill all these troublemakers, they will endlessly chase after me. Now that there are not many people who know that I have the spiritual snow dog, I think the best way is to kill them all. From the looks of it, there are a total of 3 parties chasing after me. The Wind Dragon Stream, the Wolf Fang, and a group of women in red. What do you think we should do? Lingxi and Soi Ian acted as if they did not know anything. Mo Xiaolang thought for a while and said, kill them. At the crucial moment, I can also pretend to be a dire beast. After all, they are also riding wolves. Target confirmed. Alright, kill them. However, the other party has a 7th stage Nirvana realm warrior. It is best not to have a direct conflict with them. The one that Long Chen was truly afraid of was the commander of the Wolf Fang. Although the Wolf Fang was only a small force to the Wind Dragon Stream, the other party had come out in full force. As he advanced, he thought of a solution. Brother Long Chen. Soi Ian suddenly exclaimed. Her exclamation awakened Long Chen from his deep thoughts. Just at this moment, a deadly sense of danger struck. Eternal instant. At that critical moment, Long Chen did not hesitate to use a large amount of Nirvana force, because only the eternal instant could save him. After using the eternal instant, Long Chen discovered that an irresistible force was about to tear his Tao of time apart. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and took out his 2 swords. In a short moment, hundreds of sword chi shot down and split the mud below. Long Chen felt that the crisis that Soi Ian had warned him about was coming from underground. Rumble. When Long Chen's 2 swords slashed down, the entire ground shook violently. The mud seemed to be boiling as it tumbled violently. In the endless mud, 2 huge heads emerged. The body that was exposed above the ground was more than 100 meters long. It had 2 heads and 1 body. It was a double-headed snake. A fatal, ferocious aura emanated from this 2-headed snake. Long Chen felt that the fighting power of this 2-headed snake should surpass that of the commander of the Wolf Fang. This 2-headed snake must be a king-like figure in Dameng Tianzi, the leader of millions of dire snakes. This is a fierce snake called the Holy Infant. It got its name because one of its heads sounds like a baby's. It is extremely ferocious and will kill anyone it sees. This Holy Infant has obviously passed the earthly devil tribulation. Kitten reminded Long Chen appropriately. It was a strange-looking 2-headed snake. Its body was about 500 meters long, and its entire body was black. Its body was covered in rock-like scales, and it was definitely extremely hard. It could be said that it was impervious to swords and spears. On one of its heads, there was a sharp horn that was definitely not inferior to any Tao artifact. Its scarlet eyes, sharp teeth, and blood-colored snake tongue that was covered with barbs were incomparably frightening. However, the strange thing was that its other head did not look like its own. This was because it was a pure white snake head with soft and beautiful scales. It was the purest snake that Long Chen had ever seen. The 2 snake heads, one good and one evil, were on the same snake's body. It was extremely strange. Hiss. The black head let out a sharp hiss. The white head was shrouded in frost and let out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry. It was this holy infant that had given Long Chen a fatal killing intent. While Long Chen was panicking, the holy infant had launched a shocking attack on Long Chen. Although its body was huge, its speed and flexibility were equally shocking. Even the eternal split moment had been broken free by the opponent. Long Chen did not have much confidence in defeating the opponent. Furthermore, his opponent was not the holy infant. This was not the best time to fight with the holy infant and cause both sides to suffer. Yes, I should lure this fierce snake to their side. Thinking of this, Long Chen did as he said. This time, he used his fastest speed and used his body's flexibility to break away from the opponent. This holy infant had both a stench and a fragrance. This made Long Chen feel extremely conflicted. The snow-white head was of the ice attribute and was somewhat similar to the snow-wind spiritual dragon. However, it was clear that the holy infant was more proficient in this aspect. It could even freeze space and create a result similar to Long Chen's eternal split moment. Break. As the god-slaying sword thought of this, the space freeze was torn apart by Long Chen. Coincidentally, it had become stronger. Otherwise, it would not have been able to escape from the holy infant's pursuit. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen the power of this dire beast. It could only be described as shocking. Very soon, he realized that luring the holy infant to the wolf fang was unrealistic. He was afraid that he would be killed by the holy infant before he arrived. In that case, was there any other better way? Long Chen suddenly thought of the unbounded star dragon illustration. If he could succeed, it would naturally be great. However, the possibility of failure was higher. Long Chen needed someone to pacify the holy infant's violent personality. Only by calming it down could he achieve his goal. Chapter 17-19. The unbounded star dragon diagram was mostly used to control one's primordial spirit. This was a Tao artifact related to dragons, so Long Chen could basically use it with ease. Moreover, his primordial spirit was the void cosmic dragon, which had never appeared before. Although the holy infant's primordial spirit was strong enough that ordinary people would not be able to do anything to him if they used the unbounded star dragon diagram, Long Chen might be able to. Of course, it was impossible to succeed in such an intense battle. All he could do was wait for the two-headed snake to calm down and not have too much enmity towards him. If it resisted a little less, it might be possible. The unbounded star dragon diagram was actually a very heaven-defying weapon, but it was a pity that it was an ancient Tao treasure. If it was an ancient Tao treasure, its power would be even more shocking. The holy infant shrieked, and one of its heads controlled ice and froze space. A large area was completely covered by ice and snow, and if one's body did not have enough resistance, they would have long since been frozen solid. The other black head specialized in physical strength and pain, and it was extremely savage. Most of the attacks came from this head, and the venom it sprayed out formed tens of thousands of evil spirits that surrounded Long Chen. Illusion Bubble Shadow. Long Chen used Dreamy Bubble Shadow to sweep back the opponent's venom that filled the sky, and all of it pounced on the holy infant's body. This was the holy infant's venom to begin with, so it was difficult to affect him. Only the power of time disorder scattered a large amount of flesh and blood on his body. This couldn't hurt it at all, and it only made it more savage. Long Chen fought as he retreated, and then he conversed with Soi Eon in the God Nation. Yenner, can you make it calm down? Soi Eon was a snake half-demon, and she was naturally close to desolate beasts like this. To the desolate beasts, she might be one of them. Long Chen remembered that she seemed to have such an ability. To tell the truth, the ferocious holy infant also frightened Su Yan. But now that everyone was trapped in Great Dream Tianzi, she could contribute a bit. She gritted her teeth. I think I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. There is no one nearby. I will protect Yenner. Yenner, sit on my back. Mo Xiaolang turned into a sun-devouring fiend wolf, controlling his body to be only a few meters long. Wait, let me see which head its primordial spirit is on. Finally, there was a chance to try. This could be a turning point. Long Chen took out the Lingxi sword. Lingxi sword was a sword that could injure primordial spirits. Logically, this was just one beast, not two, so it should only have one primordial spirit. As the holy infant roared madly and charged toward him, Long Chen charged forward at high speed. His body moved rapidly between his opponent's attacks. As he neared his opponent, he risked being struck by the holy infant and slashed his spirit dawn sword at his opponent's body. Whoosh! Although it was just a small wound, the piercing pain from the primordial spirit made the saint infant scream. The saint infant had two mouths. At this moment, the white and black heads were screaming. Through the meridians of the Lingxi sword, Long Chen could clearly sense the other party's primordial spirit. There are actually two primordial spirits. Long Chen could not help but be stunned. This was simply two snakes sharing the same body. However, the primordial spirit in the white snake head was mature, matching with the seventh stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. The primordial spirit in the black snake head was extremely weak, and it seemed to be in a state of domination, accepting the control of the white snake head. Although the two primordial spirits exceeded Long Chen's expectations, the white snakehead could control the black snakehead. As long as Long Chen used the Wuxia star dragon diagram to control the white snakehead, it was basically equivalent to controlling the holy infant. It had to be known that this was a seventh Nirvana tribulation realm desolate beast. If he succeeded, it would be equivalent to him controlling a large amount of combat power. When his reputation spread, with his ability to control desolate beasts, he could make the saint infant display a certain amount of intelligence. When that time came, he could bring Mo Xiaolang by his side. Presumably, others would not think that he was a demon. This was also a good method. After all, the boundless star dragon diagram was equivalent to creating a clone. At the thought of this, Long Chen was especially excited. The matter of the demon race was a huge knot in his heart. If it could be resolved in this way, it would be a happy ending. Xiaolang. At this moment, Long Chen put away the Lingxi sword and quickly retreated. He rushed into the mud and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the sun-devouring demon wolf rushed out of the divine kingdom with Soyan and blocked the saint infant. With Soyan's current body, it was impossible for her to resist the poison and frost power in the air. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang could only use his nirvana power to surround Soyan. At this moment, Soyan revealed her beautiful nine-colored snake tail. It swirled in the air and at the same time, it let out a pleasant and light hum to attract the saint infant's attention. This is just a ballad that the Dark North Snake tribe gave me to fight the vicious currents. I don't know if it will succeed. Before she used it, Soyan said nervously to Long Chen. Long Chen was absolutely supportive of her trying. After all, only she had this ability. Let me help too. Ling Shi should have obtained a portion of the Nine Hells illusionary butterfly's abilities. Under her hypnosis, the world in front of the holy infant's eyes changed. It saw a peaceful world surrounded by warm white clouds. Only one of its kind with a nine-colored snake tail was singing a melodious song. The change in the scene caused the unintelligent creature to be instantly confused. Long Chen initially only wanted to give it a try. However, he never expected that these two ladies would have such a huge effect. Under Ling Shi's hallucination and Su Yan's song, the ferocious holy infant actually became dazed. The redness in its eyes gradually disappeared as it stared at Su Yan's nine-colored figure dancing in the clouds in a somewhat infatuated manner. That strange melody actually made the Holy Infant dance along with Su Yan and move along with her steps. Such a strange scene had actually appeared in Dameng Tianzi. That was a famous fiendish creature of the great wilderness. Long Chen also didn't expect to achieve such a great effect. Perhaps it was because of Soyan's unique half-demon characteristics. Compared to the demon race, she seemed to have a closer relationship with dire beasts. The dance and melody inherited from the dark North Snake tribe's saintess were very beautiful. Although Soi Yan was young, she was a natural dancer. Her small waist, in particular, left Mo Xiaolang dumbfounded. He didn't realize that the little cutie beside him had such a sexy side. While he was in a daze, Long Chen steadied his heart and advanced through the mud. He transformed into his void cosmic dragon body and tried his best to turn himself into an illusory state. Lingxi was also covering for him. Although Lingxi and Soi Yan weren't strong in combat, they were of unprecedented help in this aspect. When Long Chen appeared behind the white snake's head, the purple divine needle appeared in his hand. The Holy Infant was still dancing in a daze, but Long Chen's limitless star dragon diagram entered its head and took control of its primordial spirit. In that instant, the Saint Infant let out a scream that startled the entire Great Dream Tianzi. Come back. Long Chen retracted his God Kingdom and brought everyone back into it. Then, he transformed into his ancestral dragon body and instantly wrapped around the Saint Infant. The unbounded star dragon diagram had successfully entered the Saint Infant's mind, causing it to resist fiercely. The unbounded star dragon diagram could be said to be on the verge of collapse. Long Chen's spiritual will also followed the unbounded star dragon diagram and was engaged in an intense battle with the Saint Infant's primordial spirit. His physical body was also resisting. Long Chen let out a startling roar and used up all the energy in his body. A pair of sharp dragon claws pressed down on the Holy Infant's black head. His body wrapped around the Holy Infant's body, and he suddenly exerted force, pushing the Holy Infant to the ground. The Holy Infant let out an even more shocking roar. Its body seemed to be filled with boundless power. Perhaps because it was frightened, it actually dashed into the depths of the mud, bringing Long Chen deep underground. Moreover, it was still violently colliding with the mud. Chen. Big brother. In the God Kingdom, everyone felt a huge tremor and were extremely shocked. As expected of a seventh Nirvana realm desolate beast. Long Chen could easily sever the snow wind spirit dragon's wings, but he couldn't deal with it. However, Long Chen was not to be trifled with. With Su Shua and Ling Shi's help, he had more or less succeeded. Eternal moment. As the other party struggled furiously in an attempt to break free from the infinite star dragon diagram, Long Chen froze the other party's time. Even the other party's primordial spirit came to a standstill. Next, Long Chen furiously exerted more force, using his primordial spirit to attack. He completely entangled the other party's primordial spirit, forming an airtight prison that controlled the other party. At this critical juncture, the fusion of the two primordial spirits allowed Long Chen to experience the ignorant and chaotic life of this wild beast. Although this kind of primordial spirit was strong, it was still muddle-headed. It was much easier to control compared to humans and Yao cultivators. As for the other black snakehead, it had terrifying power and was still struggling under the dragon claw. Quiet. Long Chen controlled the Holy Infant's primordial spirit and gave an order to the black snakehead. As expected, controlling this primordial spirit was equivalent to controlling the other one. The black snakehead calmed down. Success. Long Chen had a feeling of collapse. This desolate beast was truly too powerful. If it wasn't for Soi Yan and Lingxi, he really wouldn't be able to deal with it. Now that he controlled it, Long Chen basically had the greatest killing weapon in Dameng Tianzi. With such a huge commotion here, they definitely knew that Long Chen was fighting with the Holy Infant. Under such circumstances, they would definitely come over. Long Chen turned into his human form and hid in the deepest part of the mud, waiting for their arrival. Although the unbounded star dragon diagram only had 9 Dao patterns, its use was truly terrifying. Long Chen could now use the Holy Infant's vision and allow the Holy Infant to display the demon race's wisdom. As expected, noises could be heard from above. Chapter 1720. The commotion of the battle just now happened near here. 3 groups of people broke free from the sea of snakes and rushed over to surround Long Chen. They had gone through a long period of killing and were in a sorry state. After all, there were too many snakes in Dameng Tianza Lake. Everyone was covered in mud and blood. Some even died from poisoning. Even Nirvana realm warriors were poisoned to death. It was obvious how terrifying the venomous insects and beasts were. The women of the Floating Blood Palace used their Nirvana force to shake off the blood stains on their bodies. They huddled together and looked around with ferocious eyes. There were many traces of battle in the surroundings, and it was obvious that Long Chen and the others were still nearby. On the other side, the pale-faced Qin Fengxue had a gloomy expression on his face. The Wind Dragon Stream had lost the most people, and even he had been injured. What made him even more frustrated was the humiliation he had received from Long Chen, as well as that fairy-like woman that made his heart itch. After being injured, Qin Fengshue's temper became especially bad. He had killed a few of his own people. In fact, he could have asked for help. After all, the Wind Dragon Stream was very close. However, if the others in the Wind Dragon Stream knew about the spiritual snow hound, he would not be the only one who would benefit. However, he was also afraid of the Wolf Fang and the Floating Blood Palace. On the other side, the burly men of the Wolf Fang sat on their wolves and looked around with gloomy expressions. The Holy Infant was nearby just now. Be careful. The rough voice of the Wolf Fang's commander echoed in everyone's ears. The people from the other 2 forces frowned secretly. It was supposed to be the Wind Dragon Stream's item, but these 2 fellows had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Fengxue was extremely unhappy. He said in a strange tone, "Some people have eaten leopard's gall. They even dare to steal from the Wind Dragon Stream. Why don't they see if they can keep it? Even if they get the spiritual snow hound, they probably won't live past tomorrow." He was talking about the Wolf Fang. Compared to the Wind Dragon Stream and the Floating Blood Palace, the Wolf Fang was not worth mentioning. The Wolf Fang smiled sinisterly when they heard those words, but they didn't say anything. In terms of strength, the Wolf Fang was indeed weak. However, in Dameng Tianza, the Wolf Fang's commander was the only 7th stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. The 2 beautiful sisters from the Floating Blood Palace weren't willing to accept this. They thought that Qin Fengxue was talking about them. One of them spoke, "What kind of place is the Wind Dragon Stream? You're just a stupid dragon whose wings were chopped off. I think you should just scram." "What did you say?" Qin Fengshue's heart was originally gloomy, and now that the other party had opened up his scars, he was instantly infuriated. He led a group of people from the Wind Dragon Stream and charged towards the Floating Blood Palace. Before he could say anything, the girls from the Floating Blood Palace took out their short swords and charged forward. Of the 2 leading sisters, one blocked Qin Fengxue while the other rushed into the Wind Dragon Stream's group. In a short moment, she chopped off a person's head and held it in her hand. "Stop!" Qin Fengxue was shocked. Both sides retreated. The head in the Floating Blood Palace's hand screamed in terror, "Young Master Qin, quickly save me. Release her." Qin Fengshue's heart ached. One must know that this was his most beloved concubine. "Humph," the girl from the Floating Blood Palace sneered. She stabbed the dagger in her hand into the head. Instantly, the beautiful face turned into a pink skeleton. Blood flowed down along the dagger. The girl licked the blood-stained dagger with her red lips and revealed a look of enjoyment. She smiled lightly. How delicious. You. Qin Fengxue was infuriated, but he was afraid. He had been beaten by Long Chen. Now that he was heavily injured, he wasn't a match for the two sisters. Xueling, Xuelong, I swear that you will pay the price for what happened today. One day, you will regret it. Qin Fengxue roared. If you can return alive today, I will dare to sleep with you. The two girls giggled. Their cold eyes caused Qin Fengxue's hair to stand on end. The sisters were holding an ancient Dao treasure with a total of 11 Dao patterns. It was very rare to have an ancient Dao treasure at this age. The ancient Dao treasure was a killing treasure called the Blood Sparrow. It was unknown how many people had been killed by this Blood Sparrow. Killing, endless killing, and competition. This was the eternal celestial domain. Long Chen himself was hiding in the mud. He had found the position of the wolf Fang and sent his holy infant in that direction. Everything was almost ready. Long Chen did not plan to make the first move. He was waiting for an opportunity to get rid of everyone once he made a move. Naive kindness was a joke in this world. While the wolf Fang was searching, Long Chen ordered the holy infant to attack in the most violent manner. The two-headed snake, which was 400 meters long, suddenly rose from the mud. The snow-white head spat out a cold mist. The entire wolf Fang was trapped in a cold world of ice. The other head spat out an endless amount of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas formed countless ghostly shadows that pounced on the wolves and the wolf Fang. For a moment, screams were heard. Other than the commander of the wolf Fang, the ordinary wolf Fang soldiers were not strong. The holy infant's attack this time could be said to have beaten everyone in the wolf Fang except the commander to death. The poison had attacked their hearts, so they would most likely die very quickly. The holy infant let out a shrill cry. Under the command of the Snake King, hundreds of thousands of wild snakes surged forward again, surrounding everyone. The holy infant has appeared. Quick, run. This sudden change almost scared everyone out of their wits. They had come for the spiritual snow hound, not to kill the holy infant. The wolf Fang soldiers had been ambushed and suffered heavy injuries. The holy infant's attack came wave after wave. Before the leader could completely defend himself, all the wolf Fang soldiers were festering. The poisonous gas rushed to their primordial spirits and caused fatal damage. The power of the ice, which almost froze the space, was also shocking. Most of the warriors couldn't move. Break! The leader of the wolf Fang soldiers used a mace with 9 Dao patterns to shatter the world of ice. However, he was shocked to find that almost all of his subordinates were dead. Holy infant! The leader of the wolf Fang soldiers let out a terrifying roar. The golden god wolf that he was riding on couldn't escape and was killed by the holy infant's attack. Even Long Chen was almost hit by the holy infant's attack, let alone them. His brothers were all dead. The leader of the wolf Fang soldiers was at the same realm as the holy infant. His eyes were bloodshot and he was hot-headed. He started to fight with the holy infant. If the holy infant wasn't controlled, he might be fighting with the leader of the wolf Fang soldiers. However, that would benefit the people from the drifting blood palace and the wind dragon stream. Therefore, Long Chen controlled the holy infant and dove into the mud. That huge body appeared beside the drifting blood palace and Qin Fengxue. The power of ice swirled and the huge snake body completely appeared. It formed a circle and trapped everyone in the center. Then, it was the bombardment of ice and poison. They were all here to kill Long Chen. Perhaps they were the only ones who knew that he had obtained the spiritual snow hound. If he exterminated them, he would be able to put an end to this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the territory of the martial god ancient city. Greed was the original sin. Everyone was guilty. The moment they entered the great dream Tianzi, they should have been prepared to die. Under such bombardment, only Qin Fengxue and the Floating Blood Palace's sisters were unscathed. Of course, when the leader of the Wolf Fang attacked, the Holy Infant could only dodge. The moment the Holy Infant left, Qin Fengxue and the rest broke the ice. However, they were stunned to discover that apart from the two of them, more than half of the people from the two factions had died. Under the attack of a 7th-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm Desolate Beast, it was impossible for them, who were only at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, to survive. The 4 of them were the only ones who were unscathed. The Holy Infant had appeared in a short moment. Fear and hatred squeezed their hearts. Unless you escape, all of you will die if you continue to stare blankly. The leader of the Wolf Fang roared. Join forces, join forces. Qin Fengshue's face turned lifeless. He couldn't give up on the spiritual snow hound. Furthermore, the Holy Infant was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, he only had 2 choices. One was to escape, and the other was to fight. The leader of the Wolf Fang, Blood Crystal, and Blood Dragon didn't escape. He wouldn't escape either. Furthermore, he had caused so many casualties. If he didn't get rid of the Holy Infant, how was he going to explain himself when he returned? When the 2 sisters from the Floating Blood Palace saw so many of their sisters dying, they cooperated with the leader of the Wolf Fang to attack. Qin Fengxue transformed into a snow wind spirit dragon and soared into the sky. His body size was similar to the Holy Infant's. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the 2 sisters had ancient Tao artifacts and were telepathically connected, they wouldn't be a match for the snow wind spirit dragon. Blizzard. The 4 of them were filled with hatred. The flames of battle burned. The remaining martial artists from the 3 factions were all recovering from their injuries. In a short moment, they were all wiped out. The Holy Infant seemed to possess intelligence, be it in terms of attack or other actions. However, what they didn't expect was that Long Chen had been lying in ambush, waiting for this opportunity. Just as everyone was dispelling the poison in their bodies, a terrifying bloody light flashed past them. In an instant, the remaining 10 people all fell to the ground. A bloody hole appeared in the space between their eyebrows. The ability of Lingxi's sword to instantly kill was something that even Tao artifacts couldn't compare to. The 4 experts were fighting with the Holy Infant and didn't even notice the arrival of Long Chen. They also didn't notice that Long Chen had already killed their subordinates. Just as they were fighting, Long Chen followed the Holy Infant's tail and arrived near it. Lingxi was helping Long Chen conceal himself. The 9 Hell Illusionary Butterflies illusion technique displayed its shocking effect at this moment. The Holy Infant exerted its strength and specifically targeted the 2 who had Tao artifacts, Blood Dragon and Blood Ling. When it attacked one of them, the younger sister, Blood Dragon, used her ancient Tao artifact to defend herself, but she was still sent flying. Long Chen was right behind her, waiting for her to arrive. Today was Wednesday, and the number of subscriptions for this book was amazing. It directly rushed to the 2nd place on the list of subscriptions for the previous week. Chapter 1721. Although he had never heard of the Floating Blood Palace's name before, this Floating Blood Palace was undoubtedly a ruthless and violent organization. Long Chen had clearly seen their murderous actions. This was no longer a matter of good or evil, but a competition under the rules of the world. So when Xue Long was flung over by the Holy Infant, Long Chen lunged at her. Damn thing! Xue Long's veil fell off. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were too ferocious, ruining her beauty. She steadied herself in mid-air, holding the ancient Tao treasure. Gritting her teeth, she stepped on the mud and was about to lunge at the Holy Infant again. Just at that moment, she suddenly sensed a terrifying threat coming from behind her. Xue Long was startled, and she brandished the Blood Sparrow sword in her hand to kill it behind her. This woman actually cultivated the massacre Tao. Combined with the blood sparrow's attack, blood qi surged and a chaotic will attacked. In her eyes, the figure of a youth lunged at her, flashing with bloody light. His appearance was blurry. Where did this beast come from? How dare he sneak attack me? Shui Long laughed coldly. Just then, Long Chen's speed increased explosively. His entire body became illusory as he used his absolute double-killer move. Eternal Moment. The Void Universe Dragon used this move, freezing Shui Long's time. At this time, Long Chen was in front of her, the god-slaying sword in his hand slashing down. Heaven-slaying blood sword. Immemorial slaughter runes covered the sword. Break. Shui Long used the power of Nirvana Massacre and the ancient Tao treasure to finally pierce through the power of the eternal moment. But at this time, Long Chen was in front of her. Shui Long was about to counterattack, but Long Chen's blood-red eyes, hidden in the darkness, shocked her deeply. The cold killing intent seemed emotionless, and the impact of that look was unparalleled. The ancient Tao treasure blocked her way. 11 Tao patterns. The god-slaying sword only had 7 Tao patterns. This ancient Tao weapon was something that the god-slaying sword was extremely thirsty for. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed at the blood sparrow again and again in the most violent manner. It was as if there was a huge bird beast sealed on the dagger. At this moment, it was letting out an ear-piercing shriek, but Long Chen turned a deaf ear to it. The powerful attack forced the blood dragon to retreat step by step. You want to kill me? Shui Long shrieked. Just as she was about to counterattack, Long Chen gathered the power of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword and slashed the blood sparrow for the 10th time. Dang! A terrifying shockwave spread out. Cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood-colored dagger. Those cracks rapidly spread and then exploded. No, before she could finish her sentence, Long Chen's god-slaying sword had already chopped off her head. He did not show mercy just because she was a woman. Lingxi's sword stabbed out from another direction and ended her life completely. Of the 4 great experts, one was dead. On the other side, it was naturally difficult for the Holy Infant to kill another one of the 3 experts, especially the leader of the Wolf Fang, who was extremely difficult to deal with. On the god-slaying sword, gray light gathered and formed the 8th Tao pattern. A Tao treasure with 11 Tao patterns destroyed only managed to form 8 Tao patterns. However, it has already formed 8 Tao patterns. The god-slaying sword can almost replace the golden demon imprisonment column. It was only after arriving at the immortal sacred domain that Long Chen realized how fast the pace here was. Where did the blood dragon go? Shui Ling, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was in a dangerous situation without her sister's help. Just as she was about to turn back, she received special treatment from the Holy Infant and was swept away by the Holy Infant's tail. The Holy Infant was still fighting the Snow-Wind Spirit Dragon and the leader of the Wolf Fang, while Long Chen used the same method to kill another expert from the Floating Blood Palace. At this moment, the leader of the Wolf Fang and the Snow-Wind Spirit Dragon finally realized that something was wrong. It's the person who obtained the spiritual Snow Hound. They were shocked and stopped fighting in a panic. The Snow-Wind Spirit Dragon even used its newly grown wings to fly into the sky and looked at Long Chen blankly. They could clearly see that the 2 young ladies from the Floating Blood Palace had died under Long Chen's sword. Shock and fear. Holy Infant, come here. Long Chen waved his hand and the terrifying desolate snake came to his side. It obediently stayed beside Long Chen, forming a huge contrast with its previous appearance. The leader of the Wolf Fang and the Snow-Wind Spirit Dragon were even more stunned. My method of controlling wild beasts is not bad, right? For the sake of Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen intentionally increased his ability in this aspect to scare them. Before this, they knew that there was a Holy Infant here. Naturally, they wouldn't think that the Holy Infant was from the demon race. This also paved the way for the appearance of Mo Xiaolang. The leader of the Wolf Fang and the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon looked at each other with a solemn expression, not daring to speak. Long Chen slowly tidied his clothes and said, "The spiritual snow hound is in my hands. I killed all your people and the treasure is right in front of you. If the two of you think that you can defeat me and the Holy Infant, you can come and snatch it. Or you can try to summon others. However, if others come, the spiritual snow hound might not be yours." These words made the leader of the Wolf Fang and the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon tremble in fear. "Long Chen, who exactly are you?" Qin Fengxue roared. This method of controlling wild beasts was really unimaginable. Long Chen's strength was definitely not a match for a wild beast. Long Chen looked at him coldly and didn't reply. "I knew that you wouldn't dare to make a move. Then, I'll be leaving." Long Chen was very straightforward. He left with the Holy Infant in a disdainful manner. The moment he turned around, the gloomy leader of the Wolf Fang launched an attack. Long Chen knew that he would make a move, so he actually separated from the Holy Infant and headed in another direction. The leader of the Wolf Fang was stunned for a moment before he chased after Long Chen. In fact, Qin Fengxue already had the intention to retreat. However, when the leader of the Wolf Fang chased after Long Chen, the Holy Infant actually pounced towards him without any warning. The battle between the two sides quickly began. The Snow Wind Spirit Dragon was dumbfounded. He was already seriously injured, and the Holy Infant was so violent. How could he deal with it? What he couldn't understand was why Long Chen dared to face the leader of the Wolf Fang, who was in the 7th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, alone. The Snow Wind Spirit Dragon soon found the answer to the Holy Infant's violent attack. Die. The mace extended over 100 meters and smashed down with shocking force. Half of Dameng Tianzi shook violently. Boom. The leader of the Wolf Fang was a martial artist who purely cultivated the battle Dao. He was good at close combat, and his speed and agility were extremely shocking. With his speed, he caught up to Long Chen in an instant. "You have such a powerful treasure and you still dare to kill my men. If I don't chop you into pieces today, I'll commit suicide." Wolf Demon. The so-called Wolf Demon was, in fact, a connate Dao technique. It was a technique that used the essence soul of a dire beast to refine into an attack. Beside the Wolf Fang commander, several phantoms of wolf-shaped dire beasts appeared. Gradually, these phantoms attached themselves to the Wolf Fang commander's body. His body began to undergo an astonishing change. His entire body rapidly turned black, like a giant wolf standing on its hind legs. Whoosh! 2 pairs of thick wolf claws pierced out from his ribs. In the blink of an eye, he had 6 arms. Each of his arms was surrounded by black energy. When released, most of the surrounding space fell into his battle domain. The attribute of the Wolf Fang leader's battle Dao leaned towards madness. It was similar to his current appearance. He had completely lost his humanity and turned into a cruel beast. He didn't know why Long Chen dared to face him alone. After turning into the Wolf Demon, he roared and shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold. This was the territory of the Holy Infant. He could use the body of the Holy Infant to order the hundreds of thousands of snakes to spread out. When he was sure that there was no one else around, he opened the Divine Nation. The sun-devouring dire wolf, surrounded by the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire, rushed out of the Divine Nation. Wolf. The Wolf Fang leader sneered. Another dire beast controlled by you? It's a pity that this one is only at the 4th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Although he was only at the 4th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Mo Xiaolang's Nirvana power was also at the peak of the 5th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Especially after devouring Yan Shuia's Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, his progress was even greater. His comprehension of the Tao of Fire and Tao of Devouring was also very shocking. In time, he would be able to survive the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth tribulation. It was a good start for the Wolf Fang leader to treat Mo Xiaolang as a dire beast. Long Chen's figure changed, and the blood-colored divine dragon finally appeared. This was a divine dragon that even the Snow Wind Spirit Dragon feared. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. At this moment, the two of them cooperated and fought again. Long Chen attacked with the Eternal Instant first. Using the Eternal Instant with the body of a divine dragon, its attack power was much stronger. The Wolf Fang leader was directly imprisoned. The sun-devouring demonic wolf moved behind the Wolf Fang leader and spat out the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire that had been accumulating for a long time. It formed a fireball with a diameter of 1 mile, completely imprisoning the Wolf Fang leader within. The 9 nether demonic ancestral fire had endless power. The moment the Wolf Fang leader broke free from the Eternal Instant, he screamed miserably from the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. He finally knew how powerful this 4th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm sun-devouring demonic wolf was. Long Chen naturally did not stay idle. While the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire was burning, he and Mo Xiaolang attacked again almost at the same time. Using the body of a divine dragon to execute the heaven-slaughtering blood sword, its attack power was almost 3 times that of a human. And in Mo Xiaolang's mouth, the devouring moon with endless devouring power was unleashed. The Wolf Fang commander roared loudly, mobilizing all the nirvana energy in his body, shaking away the 9 nether demon ancestral flame that was burning him to the point of screaming. In the next moment, the heaven-slaughtering blood sword and the devouring moon rushed in front of him at the same time. Break! 6 arms brandished 6 Tao artifacts. Long Chen sneered. When the heaven-slaughtering blood sword attacked, the Lingxi sword acted as another attack and was swung towards the Wolf Fang leader's head with his dragon claw. The 3 attacks descended. Under the perfect cooperation of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the Wolf Fang leader, who had just escaped from the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire, died in an instant. Today, the second subscription was ranked first, and the monthly ranking was ranked first. The combined sales would definitely be ranked first in the entire website. Chapter 1722. After so many battles, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's cooperation had become flawless. Although the commander of the Wolf Fang army was extremely powerful, he didn't have a chance to fight back under the attack of the ancestral dragon's overbearing divine sense and the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire of the Wolf Fang army. His life was taken away by the Spirit Dawn sword. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword broke his defense. The devouring moon and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame heavily injured the Wolf Fang's commander, and Lingxi's sword took his life in the end. All of this happened in an instant. In that instant, the Holy Infant hadn't killed the Snow Wind spiritual dragon yet. The death of the commander of the Wolf Fang basically meant that Long Chen had obtained a complete victory in this chaotic battle. Those who had chased him into Great Dream Tianzi had almost all been killed by him. Only the Snow Wind spiritual dragon was left. The 300-meter-long divine dragon was currently squeezing out all of its potential as it engaged in an intense battle with the ferocious Holy Infant. The attacks from their battle were extremely strong, causing the surroundings to be in a mess as soil was sent flying everywhere. Both the dragon and the snake were proficient in the power of blizzard. Although the Snow Wind spiritual dragon had a stronger bloodline, the Holy Infant was too ferocious. Furthermore, the Nirvana energy was much stronger than his opponent. After a period of stalemate, the heavily injured Snow Wind spiritual dragon could no longer hold on. What completely crushed his heart was the scene of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang slaughtering the Wolf Fang's puppets. Originally, he thought that as long as the Wolf Fang's commander got rid of Long Chen, he might still have a chance of obtaining the spiritual Snow Hound. However, when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's cooperation almost instantly killed the Wolf Fang's commander, his heart was filled with fear. In a moment of carelessness, the Holy Infant's black head with poisonous fangs tore off a huge piece of flesh from his body. The Snow Wind spiritual dragon once again let out a miserable shriek. It flapped its huge snow-white wings, trying to drag the Holy Infant into the sky. However, the Holy Infant stuck its tail into the ground. The strength of its 400-meter-long body dragged the heavily injured Snow Wind spiritual dragon back. The Holy Infant's poison had already spread throughout the Snow Wind spiritual dragon's body, causing it to become more and more muddle-headed. At this moment, Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over and surrounded the Snow Wind spiritual dragon. In order to prevent the Snow Wind spiritual dragon from doing anything out of desperation, the two of them exchanged a glance. They didn't even give the Wind Dragon Stream's young master Qin a chance to breathe and immediately attacked. Up until now, Long Chen had also reached his limit. However, it was too easy for the three of them to target the Snow Wind spiritual dragon. Long Chen only needed to use Eternal Instant to suppress the Snow Wind spirit dragon. The sun-devouring demon wolf and the Holy Infant would be able to drown the Snow Wind spirit dragon in ice, fire, and poison. The huge dragon body exploded and turned into dust. The Snow Wind spirit dragon felt the worst pain in the world. Long Chen, at the last moment, the Snow Wind spiritual dragon's weak voice could be heard. The reason why Long Chen acted so quickly was because he was worried that the Snow Wind spiritual dragon would spread the news to the other cultivators of the Wind Dragon Stream. If the Rebirth Realm Stream Master were to come out, Long Chen would definitely be finished. Therefore, he chose to end the battle quickly. Long Chen. The Snow Wind spiritual dragon howled miserably as it struggled to break free from Eternal Instant. However, the Holy Infant rushed forward and tore the Snow Wind spiritual dragon's body into two. Blood splattered everywhere. I beg you to spare me. A gentleman keeps his word. I will definitely keep my promise and not reveal anything about you. I beg you. The Snow Wind spiritual dragon was drowned in fear. The reply he received was the voice of Long Chen taking out the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword. After transforming into his human form, Long Chen charged into the encirclement of the sun-devouring demon wolf and the Holy Infant. Long Chen. The Snow Wind spiritual dragon was in a frenzied state. He used the last of his strength to roar, "You don't know my identity. My identity isn't that simple. If you kill me, I dare to swear on my dignity that you will definitely cause a huge disaster. Within 10 days, you will definitely be slaughtered. 10 days. I can't reveal my identity, but I dare to say that you really won't live for more than 10 days. Don't do anything stupid. It's true. My life is much more precious than the spiritual snowhound." The Snow Wind spiritual dragon was already on the verge of death. When Long Chen appeared in front of him, the Snow Wind spiritual dragon no longer had enough strength to maintain his dragon form. He had transformed into his human form and half of his body had already been bitten off by the Holy Infant. If you really have an unimaginable force behind you, with your personality, I won't be able to live. I don't believe you. Long Chen said indifferently. You will definitely regret it. Qin Fengxue lowered his voice. However, he didn't expect that Long Chen's actions and determination were incomparably fast and resolute. He executed the dual sword technique. The god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword pierced into the Snow Wind spiritual dragon's forehead one after another. While destroying the vitality of the Snow Wind spiritual dragon's body, he also destroyed the Snow Wind spiritual dragon's primordial spirit, leaving nothing behind. Another drop of inheritance blood essence is gone. Furthermore, he was the one who killed him with his own hands. Long Chen felt helpless. However, he had no other choice. Qin Fengxue had a gloomy personality. If he was allowed to gain power, he would definitely be the kind of person who would kill people without paying for it. Since Long Chen had formed a feud with him, he naturally had to kill him. He was a primordial spiritual blood dragon, and that was in his bones. Looking around, apart from himself, there was no one left alive. Mo Xiaolang returned to the God Nation. As for the Holy Infant, Long Chen had no choice but to bring him into the God Nation. Wild beasts usually maintained their huge bodies, but it wasn't difficult for them to shrink appropriately. And this Holy Infant had basically become Long Chen's clone. Everything was sorted out. Next was to destroy the corpses. Long Chen used fire to clean up the scene, then let Lingxi lead the way. With the Holy Infant in hand, there was basically no danger in Dameng Tianzi. About half a day later, Long Chen and the others left Dameng Tianzi and arrived at a new world. Although it was still a boundless wilderness with large numbers of wild beasts and giant worms, it wasn't as oppressive as Dameng Tianzi. No one was chasing after them either. Although I don't know if they've informed others or if the news has been leaked, we should still be careful. Who would have thought that such a tragic battle would occur so soon after arriving in the eternal sacred realm? Luckily, the sentient snowhound had led him to the heavenly flute jade bamboo. Long Chen sped through the wilderness at top speed. Chen. Lingxi wanted to say something, but stopped. What's wrong? Long Chen slowed down. Lingxi's crystalline eyes wavered as she said somewhat worriedly, just now, that person from the Wind Dragon stream said that his identity is special. If you kill him, you definitely won't be able to live for more than 10 days. I'm wondering if it's true. Big brother, I also think that he is telling the truth. Mo Xiaolang pursed his lips and said. It should be true. Long Chen smiled and said, so what? At this stage, I definitely can't let him go. Otherwise, I'll die even faster. Right now, I have at least 10 days to leave this troublesome place. As for his identity, I'm guessing he's the illegitimate son of the Wind Dragon Stream Master or something like that. Huh. After saying all this, he continued on his way without a care in the world. Big brother, are you confident? Mo Xiaolang asked worriedly. Long Chen said, I'll take it one step at a time. I don't think I should underestimate myself. I'm going to Eternal Dragon City in the future. If I'm scared by a mere Wind Dragon stream, am I still the ancestral dragon? This wasn't conceit, but pride. They were all people with outstanding potential. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. Let's go. Long Chen sped through the wilderness, following the wind toward the depths of the eternal sacred realm. He realized that he'd finally stepped into the territory of the ancient city of martial gods. Before, he'd only been at the edge of the city. For 8 consecutive days, Long Chen had been frantically rushing on his journey. He couldn't even calculate how far he'd traveled, but he hadn't seen a single city along the way. It was clear how barren the eternal sacred realm was. There were many dire beasts in the endless wilderness, but Long Chen avoided fighting them. Finally, on the 8th day, he saw that in the wide earthen yellow plains, there finally appeared a city that looked shabby, but was actually an endless stream of people. This time, Long Chen learned his lesson and didn't dare to go forward rashly. After a period of investigation, he found out that there were about 10,000 people in the city. It was a public city and didn't seem to be occupied by forces like the Wolf Fang. There were 4 ancient words carved on the city gate: Jiangyue Border City. In Jiangyue Border City, only warriors came and went. Finally reaching a safe place, Long Chen and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. However, Long Chen didn't dare to let his guard down. He walked into the city, but the people didn't change because of his arrival. Long Chen secretly observed them and found that most of these martial artists were cold and detached, and they reeked of blood. They walked quietly, entering and exiting the city, and didn't interact much. The buildings in the city were very ancient, and most likely had existed for a very long time. The people of the eternal God domain didn't understand literature, architecture, or decorations. They were only good at fighting and avoiding nirvana tribulations. This caused the entire world to be deformed. This was the world where Long Qinglan was born, and also Long Chen's hometown. But he didn't find it familiar. The center of the city finally had a flourishing look because there were martial artists conducting transactions here, forming a small city square. There was no currency, and people basically bartered goods. They directly placed their goods on the ground. It seemed like they were doing it casually, but in fact, if someone dared to rob them, a battle would probably break out immediately. There was ferocity under the prosperity. This was the place Long Chen was looking for, because it was the most convenient place to exchange information. It was also the easiest place to get what he wanted, which was a map. Before he had a map, Long Chen knew nothing about the territory of the ancient battle god city. After walking around for a while, Long Chen found that someone was using a map to trade. "What's the price?" Long Chen stood in front of a skinny man and asked. The skinny man raised his head and looked at Long Chen for a while, then said, "Use your life. P.S. 18 p.m., 2 p.m. Chapter 1723. Life. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be intimidated by the other party's words. His eyes didn't even waver as he asked, "You can't take my life." The other party suddenly laughed and said, "In this Jiangyue border city, is there a life that I can't take?" While he was laughing, a few martial artists casually standing around looked towards Long Chen. All of them had ferocious gazes. Even though they didn't move, they were threatening Long Chen. Long Chen naturally knew that they wouldn't openly kill and plunder here. Otherwise, who would want to trade with them? The reason they did this was to intimidate Long Chen. Only after the other party finished laughing did Long Chen directly say, "Just say it. Be more direct." The other party couldn't help but look at him in a different light. They clearly knew that Long Chen had seen through their tricks. But that fellow still spread his hands and said, "This map is a rare resource that I obtained after going through a near-death experience. Such a precious item would require at least a Dao artifact with 7 Dao patterns to exchange for it." A Dao artifact with 7 Dao patterns. It was just a piece of broken paper. But now was a crucial moment. Long Chen didn't want to cause any commotion here. Even though the other party was extorting him, he didn't mind it. Anyway, it was obtained during the battle in Dameng Tianzi. He wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how much he spent. Deal. Long Chen waved his hand, and the parchment map landed in his hand. This was a very simple map that used simple strokes to mark the various big and small cities. There were also some special region markings. Dameng Tianzi had turned into a small dot on this map. Martial God Ancient City was in the north, and there were a few cities on the same scale as Martial God Ancient City. In other words, this map only included Martial God Ancient City and a few other Divine Descendant Ancient Cities' territories. But to Long Chen, it was definitely enough. "Where's the Dao artifact?" The skinny man stared at Long Chen. Long Chen tossed out a Dao artifact. It was a bone spear forged from the spine of a certain creature and had 7 Dao patterns. He held one end of the Dao artifact and pressed the other end against the other party's shoulder. With Long Chen's strength, the other party was unable to resist at all and was forced to kneel on the ground. They didn't expect Long Chen to suddenly launch an attack. A few martial artists at the side instantly surrounded them. Seeing that a fierce battle was about to break out, Long Chen suddenly loosened his hand and threw the bone spear to the side. He looked at the frightened and small man and said, "One hand over the money, one hand over the goods, I can be considered honest. Don't move." The scrawny man stood up. His shoulder was still throbbing with pain. In that instant, he deeply felt how terrifying Long Chen was. He knew that this seemingly amiable man in front of him was, in fact, a young expert. Even if he and his group charged at him, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Long Chen didn't directly snatch the item and even toss them a bone spear. He was being extremely benevolent. As they looked at him warily, Long Chen didn't think much of them. He quickly left the spot and went to a corner where everyone looked at the map together. Because of the spiritual snow hound, we should leave the ancient battle god city's territory as soon as possible. We should be in this position now. After confirming the position, Long Chen found the shortest route to another ancient city of gods on the map. Let's go to this ancient city of gods territory called the Dark Underworld Godly City first. No one had any objections to Long Chen's decision. Long Chen confirmed the direction again and put the map away. This thing could be of great help at a crucial moment. A desolate gale swept through the wilderness and into Jiangyue Border City. It was called a border city because Jiangyue Border City was at the edge of the eternal god domain. There were many people in Jiangyue Border City, and it wasn't far from Damengtianzi. It wasn't a safe place. After the people from the Wind Dragon Stream discovered that Qin Fengshue's group had died, they must have followed them. Long Chen was about to escape. At this moment, a deep dragon roar came from the distant sky. From the sound, he could tell that there were more than 10 mystical dragons heading in this direction. More than 10 mystical dragons. This dragon god domain was indeed a place with a large number of dragon martial artists. Even the number of dragon martial artists in the ancient battle god city was probably more than the number of dragon martial artists in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. These roars shook everyone in Jiangyue Border City very quickly. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, they saw a large group of mystical dragons rushing in the direction of Jiangyue Border City in the distant east. Long Chen was shocked. This could be the people from the Wind Dragon Stream. Kitten, switch. Long Chen had already discussed it with Kitten. If the other party caught up, he could let Long Chen enter the Great Void Realm and let Kitten be alone outside. After all, apart from Yan Shuya, no one had seen Kitten before. Yan Shuya only informed them of the news of the spiritual snow hound and didn't send their appearances back with star talismans. The reason why the people from the Wind Dragon Stream were able to recognize Long Chen was because of the red dragon. At that time, Kitten had already disappeared. Therefore, using Kitten to fool them was the best way. Kitten had an inexplicable strange body. He could make his body look like a 7th-tier divine martial realm. Although his battle strength hadn't recovered, no one could see through his strange methods. Moreover, the Great Void Realm was hidden in his body. This was a dragon scale left behind by the Void Universe Dragon, so not many people could discover it. Just as Long Chen entered the Great Void Realm, a total of 18,000-meter-long divine dragons whistled in the sky. 9 of them were fiery red divine dragons, their bodies burning with raging flames. The other 9 were cyan divine dragons, their bodies rippling with water. No matter where they were, the might of the divine dragons was astonishing, especially the 1,000-meter-long divine dragons. The 18 enormous divine dragons stopped majestically in the sky above Lunar River Border City. Their disdainful eyes made countless people's mouths go dry, and they couldn't help but want to kneel and worship them. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws. They were exquisite and full of killing power. Every divine dragon was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. But the most astonishing thing was not the divine dragons, but the luxurious dragon palanquin pulled by the 18 divine dragons. In the eternal god realm, dragon warriors were respected people. Divine dragons were respected beliefs, and their status was very high. As long as one was a dragon warrior, they would receive a lot of attention. However, dragon palanquins existed. All dragon palanquins were palanquins pulled by divine dragons. To be able to be pulled by divine dragons, even the lowest red dragon or azure dragon, their status must be quite shocking. In the entire ancient city of Battle God, only people from the ancient city of divine descendants were qualified. Therefore, the divine dragons pulling the palanquin was almost a symbol of the arrival of people from the ancient city of divine descendants. After realizing this, everyone's heart was boiling. This rare big shot actually came to Lunar River Border City. Who was he? People from the martial god ancient city. Every divine descendant ancient city was a place that everyone yearned for. It was a place of dreams. The divine descendant ancient city symbolized authority and strength, and it was also the symbol of the ruler. Under the pressure of the 18 divine dragons, everyone only dared to raise their head slightly. They originally thought that this big shot was just passing by Lunar River Border City quietly. Who would have thought that the 18 dragon sedan chair would actually stop this luxurious and huge dragon sedan chair in the air above the River Moon Border City? It was a purple dragon sedan chair inlaid with exquisite gems. The most memorable thing was the rows of bronze bells. Under the gentle breeze, the bronze bells made a crisp sound. Although Long Chen didn't know that much, he knew that this was not someone from the Wind Dragon stream. Sure enough, right at this time, the dragon palanquin that could hold over 1,000 people and was basically a moving palace opened a small door. A cold-looking girl wearing a luxurious purple dress walked out. This Shanu had sharp eyes and a strong presence of martial arts, but she was only a messenger maid. She looked down, and as her eyes swept across, the legs of the tens of thousands of people trembled. Although she was only a maid, this girl's strength probably surpassed the commander of the Wolf Fang. Long Chen was extremely shocked, but when he remembered that she was from the ancient city of Battle God, he understood. In the immortal sacred realm, everyone was a monster among monsters. Their starting point was the god martial realm, and Long Chen couldn't compare to them. The girl looked around and said, "In the dragon palanquin is Miss Ji of the ancient city of Battle God. Why haven't you all knelt yet?" When those words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and called out Miss Ji's name. Long Chen could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful force within the palanquin. It was rather astonishing. This so-called Miss Ji was definitely a great figure whose name shook the ancient city of martial god. Kitten cursed, but still half-knelt. Seeing that everyone was obedient, the maid smiled in satisfaction and continued, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know about the bounty our miss has issued. As long as you can find the spiritual snow hound, our miss will definitely be generous. She will also allow you to cultivate in the ancient city of Battle God. Rumor has it that someone has seen a spiritual snow hound nearby. May I ask if anyone has found it?" Spiritual snow hound. Long Chen suddenly understood. So this was the big shot who had lost the treasure hunting dog in the ancient city of Battle God. She was actually here. "Big brother, should we give this hot potato to her now?" In his divine kingdom, everyone was faced with the same choice. If they wanted to return it, it was time. Chapter 1724. As he pondered, he said, "I've already killed Qin Fengxue, and the Wind Dragon Stream's people definitely won't let me off. If I hand this treasure-hunting dog over to her, I'll probably lose many opportunities. Moreover, we have to go to Martial God Ancient City. If I go there, we'll lose our freedom, and the possibility of Xiao Lang being exposed is even greater. If we escape, we might not even have a chance to live. But if we don't go to Martial God Ancient City, our tracks will be exposed, and everyone will know that we have a great treasure. That's even worse. So, we can't return it to her." Long Chen made a comprehensive analysis. "Since that's the case, let's play it by ear. I don't want to go to Martial God Ancient City either." Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen was mostly thinking for him. If it was just Long Chen alone, it wouldn't matter if he went to Martial God Ancient City. His final goal was Eternal Dragon City anyway. It was fine as long as it didn't conflict with that. After a round of discussion, Long Chen decided to play it by ear. Miss G's maid examined the crowd for a while. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, but no one answered. Among them, a martial artist mustered his courage and said, in reply to Miss G, "We are also looking for that spiritual snow hound, but we haven't received any news yet." The maid's gaze was cold as she asked again, "Is there really no one who has seen or heard any news about the spiritual snow hound?" Even a piece of news can be rewarded. Everyone coveted the reward, but there was no news. Seeing that there was still no reply, the maid turned to the others and said, reporting to Miss, "No one in this city has found the spiritual snow hound either." What made Long Chen heave a sigh of relief was that the 18 mystical dragons roared. It seemed like the other party was preparing to leave. Just at this time, Long Chen sensed another danger. Just as the 18 mystical dragons were about to set off, they suddenly looked in another direction with a stern look in their eyes. In that direction, a group of martial artists was rushing towards Lunar River Border City. Most of the martial artists were floating in the air. In the eternal celestial realm, anyone who could float in the air without expending their nirvana energy showed that they were very strong. Perhaps they could even compare to the team from Martial God Ancient City. It was this group of people that made Long Chen afraid. They were wearing cyan robes with a cyan divine dragon pattern embroidered on their chests. Obviously, they were from the Wind Dragon stream. Moreover, they were all older. They should be the last generation of experts in the Wind Dragon stream. They were much stronger than the group of people that Long Chen had fought before. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. These people were obviously here to chase after Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that the other party would actually mobilize such a large force. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were experts. All of them were chasing after him. Who exactly was that Qin Fengxue? Could he really be the son of the Wind Dragon Stream's lord? Illegitimate child. If that was the case, then the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. The eternal sacred domain could be said to be full of danger. At this time, among the Wind Dragon Stream's team, a young man with a head of white hair and the most violent aura attracted Long Chen's attention. This person was surrounded by all the Wind Dragon Stream's martial artists, but he was showing off his abilities. He seemed to be in control of life and death. That suffocating feeling was something that Long Chen had felt from another person before. That person was the Star Soul Supervisor, also known as the 3000 Star Soul Dragon. Could it be that the Wind Dragon Stream's lord had really come to chase after him? This person seemed ordinary, but the person that Long Chen was most afraid of was the Wind Dragon Stream's lord. As the saying goes, misfortune never comes alone. It seemed like it would be rather difficult to shake them off. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Martial God Ancient City's team, Long Chen would have already left Lunar River Border City. Long Chen pondered and said, "Qin Fengxue once said that I only have 10 days to live." It seems like he was referring to this. This calamity is more shocking than I expected, but I have kitten's disguise. If I were in the wilderness, it would be difficult for him to catch me. It's just that I'm in Lunar River Border City now, so it's not easy to escape. It seems like if others discover my identity, I can only offer up my spiritual snow hound and let Miss G bring me away. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord's ability shouldn't be comparable to Miss G's. If it wasn't necessary, Long Chen wouldn't hand over the treasure-seeking dog. The two forces met. In the Wind Dragon Stream, the white-haired young man took a step forward. His strength definitely surpassed Miss G's. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the person in the dragon sedan and said, "Miss G, I'm the Wind Dragon Stream's lord. These are all my Wind Dragon Stream's experts. I didn't expect to meet Miss G here. It's truly my fortune." From the dragon sedan, a voice as pleasant as an oriole could be heard. Miss G spoke, "Mr. Lu doesn't have to be so courteous. I heard that Mr. Lu is the Nine Heavens Imperial Wind Dragon, able to dominate the four seas with outstanding combat prowess. Recently, my most beloved spiritual snow hound has gone missing. It's rumored that someone found it nearby. This area is Mr. Lu's territory. I wonder if Mr. Lu has any news about my little Shui. The Wind Dragon Stream's Lord hurriedly said, Miss G, I do have some news. However, there are some twists and turns in the process. I'll explain it slowly. Miss G, please don't be anxious. Hearing the news, Miss G, who was obviously very concerned about the spiritual snow hound, could still maintain her composure and said, Mister, please speak. The Wind Dragon Stream's Lord said, My Wind Dragon Stream's disciple, Qin Fengxue, found the spiritual snow hound in Dameng Tianzi. When he was about to bring it back to the Wind Dragon Stream, he was ambushed. That ambusher was named Long Chen. He killed my disciple and stole the spiritual snow hound. I'm here to chase after Long Chen and bring the spiritual snow hound back to Miss G. At the same time, I'm also here to take revenge. Hearing this, Long Chen was secretly shocked. As the saying goes, when the righteous person is 1 foot high, the devil is 10. The Wind Dragon Stream's Lord had changed the relationship between him and Long Chen with just a few words. In this case, even if Long Chen handed over the spiritual snow hound in public, Miss G, who had a good relationship with the Wind Dragon Stream's Lord, would think that the Wind Dragon Stream's Lord had found the spiritual snow hound and that Long Chen was just a shameless thief. In this case, if he handed over the spiritual snow hound, he would die. Miss G probably wouldn't stand up for him for a random person like him. Even if she knew the truth, she would go with the flow and give the Wind Dragon Stream's Lord a favor. At this moment, the Wind Dragon Stream's Lord continued, Fortunately, I still have Long Chen's appearance here. This time, he will definitely not be able to escape. Hearing this, Long Chen knew that he was in a bad situation. He had shown himself just now. He thought that the Wind Dragon Stream's people wouldn't chase him to Lunar River Border City after 10 days of running. That was why he didn't care about his appearance. When he bought the map just now, those people could clearly see his appearance. This indirectly increased the danger for him. The Wind Dragon Stream's Lord didn't say anything and took out a lifelike portrait from his god kingdom. It was obviously Long Chen's appearance. He said, This is Long Chen's appearance. Miss G has seen this person before. Seeing this portrait, as expected, the people in Lunar River Border City reacted faster than Long Chen. They shouted, I have seen this person before. Once they said this, the whole city was shocked. The Wind Dragon Stream's Lord was overjoyed. He extended his hand and sucked the person in front of him. The Wind Dragon Stream's Lord asked, Hurry up and tell me the details. You will be rewarded. The skinny man was overjoyed and quickly said, Just an hour ago, this person bought a map from me with a Dao artifact with 7 Dao patterns. As he said this, he took out the Dao artifact. This is my Wind Dragon Stream's Dao artifact. It is definitely Long Chen. An hour later, he might not be able to escape from Lunar River Border City. Everyone, seal off Lunar River Border City. Don't let even a fly out. Qin Balong, reward him with a Dao artifact with 9 Dao patterns. After throwing the skinny man behind him, the Wind Dragon Stream's Lord stood in the sky and looked at Lunar River Border City coldly. Is he in this city? Why didn't he give it to me earlier? Maybe he escaped first. In the dragon palanquin, the girl called Miss G muttered to herself. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could only fight with their wits and courage. Long Chen believed that Kitten had the ability to do this. After all, this family had made fewer mistakes. The Wind Dragon Stream's experts quickly spread out and surrounded the entire Lunar River Border City. More than 100 people surrounded this small city. It could be said that it was extremely tight. The Wind Dragon Stream's experts came to the top of Lunar River Border City. His gaze swept across everyone. For a moment, everyone was trembling in fear. Their legs were trembling, and most of their faces were pale. They all felt as if countless knives were brushing past their bodies. It was extremely painful. This was the gaze of a reincarnation tribulation realm expert. Everyone felt as if their internal organs had been dug out, and none of their secrets could be kept. Among them, the wind dragon stream's gaze swept past Kitten. Kitten still looked like a child, but he displayed the strength of the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm. He did not even have a holy kingdom. Furthermore, it was impossible for the Kitten to discover him. Hence, the wind dragon stream's gaze swept past Kitten very quickly. Longchen broke out in a cold sweat due to fear, but Kitten acted as if nothing had happened. He said very proudly, "With my skills, if this stupid dragon could discover me, I would cut off my manhood and give it to him to eat with wine." His words made the tense and angry people relax a lot. It's been an hour. He's already escaped. After patrolling the city, the Wind Dragon Stream's lord suddenly realized that he did not believe that Long Chen could escape so quickly. He searched again and found no one. "Mr. Liu, I guess he has already escaped. We should disperse our forces and spread out to the surroundings. At the same time, we should put up a bounty," Miss Ji said. She was a smart person and knew that Long Chen was obviously a pitiful person who was framed by the Wind Dragon Stream's lord. If he was really here just now, he would definitely be in a hurry to give her the spiritual snow hound the moment she arrived. The Wind Dragon Stream's lord still did not give up. His heart ached. Qin Fengxue was his son. Of course, he was just an illegitimate child, he could not show his overwhelming anger. But he could not help it. He did not want to let go of any possibility. Kill everyone in this city. I don't believe that he will not reveal his true colors. P.S. It's like a half-holiday now. I will reward everyone well. Conceptualize, plan, think carefully, and do your best. Chapter 1725. Kill all the people in Lunar Riverside City. This sentence caused a huge panic in Lunar Riverside City. Everyone's worried faces became even more panicked. No one wanted to be implicated for no reason. Hence, at this moment, more than 10,000 people reacted and started to flee out of the city. The Wind Dragon Stream Lord was a rebirth calamity realm warrior. His words carried enormous weight. In order to survive, everyone went crazy. They cursed Long Chen and the skinny man at the same time. If he didn't reveal Long Chen's whereabouts, such a disaster wouldn't have happened. The Wind Dragon Stream Lord looked at the people who were fleeing below and became even more furious. He roared, "Kill them all. Don't let anyone escape." The experts of the Wind Dragon Stream were ready to take action. With their abilities, it was a piece of cake to deal with this group of desperados. However, a turning point appeared. Miss G's cold voice came from the dragon sedan that was pulled by the 18 divine dragons. "Hold on. No one is allowed to take action." The authority of the martial god ancient city was too great. The experts of the Wind Dragon Stream looked at each other and stopped momentarily. They were waiting for the negotiation between the Wind Dragon Stream Lord and Miss G. However, the experts of Lunar Riverside City took the opportunity to flee frantically. Many of them risked their lives to avoid being implicated. If it wasn't for Miss G, the Wind Dragon Stream Lord could indeed kill as many people as he wanted without any scruples. "Miss G, it's better to kill the wrong people than to let them go. This is the only way to force Long Chen out." The Wind Dragon Stream Lord's voice turned cold. It seemed like he was going to have a conflict with Miss G. Miss G's expression was calm. She said, "What's wrong with Mr. Liu? It's just the death of a few disciples. There's no need to implicate the fish in the moat." Mr. Liu doesn't care about his reputation. However, I do. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't my image be incomparably brutal? The Wind Dragon Stream Lord was stunned. He stared at the huge dragon sedan and said, Miss G, I did this myself. It might not have anything to do with you. Besides, it's just the lives of 10,000 people. The number of people I've killed in my life is more than 1,000 or 100 times more. At this moment, he still didn't want to retreat. As a Rebirth Calamity Realm expert, he had his own pride. She said, it seems like Mr. Liu has hardened his heart to not give this little girl any face. As the saying goes, the heavens are benevolent. Long Chen is definitely not in Jiangyu border city. If Mr. Liu really wants to massacre the entire city, then I can only act to stop him. The person you are looking for is currently fleeing, yet Mr. Liu is still entangled in this matter. I really don't understand. Could it be that Mr. Liu hasn't found the person, so every time you arrive at a city, you want to massacre the entire city? Mr. God Ancient City. She was. Riverside City. Dragon. No matter how bold the Wind Dragon Stream Lord was, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Under Long Chen's forceful request, the Wind Dragon Stream Master had no choice but to compromise. Otherwise, there would be a war between the two of them. However, this could not hide the anger in his heart. He could only suppress it. In fact, he knew that Long Chen had most likely left. Massacring the city was just to vent his anger. While they were talking, a large number of cultivators in the Jiangyu border city had successfully escaped. In a short moment, the entire city had become empty. Tens of thousands of people had fled in all directions. This situation made it even more difficult for them to find Long Chen. The Wind Dragon Stream Lord gritted his teeth and watched them escape. Kitten was among the crowd. After helping the crowd escape, he was extremely proud. He hummed a tune and disappeared from the sight of the Wind Dragon Stream experts. Although it was a close call, they managed to escape safely in the end. It was all thanks to Kitten's ability to deceive the Wind Dragon Stream Lord. However, their survival had a lot to do with Miss G from the Martial God Ancient City. Looking back, the Wind Dragon Stream Lord and Miss G were already preparing to capture Long Chen. From this moment on, Long Chen's portrait would probably spread throughout the Martial God Ancient City. He would become a wanted criminal that everyone wanted to kill. After all, he had snatched Miss G's spiritual snow hound. Now, he wasn't completely out of danger. The road ahead would probably be very difficult unless Long Chen could quickly become all-powerful in the eternal sacred territory. In the great virtual realm, he arranged a route for Kitten. If we go in this direction, we'll reach a large river in about a day. This is a river that runs through the entire ancient city of War God. It's called the War God Galaxy. The War God Galaxy flows all the way to the ancient city of Night God. We can hide at the bottom of the river and follow the current to reach the ancient city of Night God. This is the best method. The chances of being discovered in the river are very low. This was the convenience of having a map. Once they reached the Martial God Galaxy, they would probably be out of the control of the Wind Dragon Stream and Martial God Ancient City. However, why didn't Long Chen choose this route from the start? That was because he didn't realize the severity of the situation at the start. Besides, in the Martial God Galaxy, the wild beasts in the water might be even more terrifying. There were many dangers. This was a very risky route. However, if Long Chen was wanted by the entire Martial God Ancient City, he could only choose this route. On the way, everyone was discussing whether they should return the spiritual snow hound to Miss G. Looking at Miss G's appearance, she seems to dote on it a lot. Can we be considered to be stealing her love? Lingxi said softly. Long Chen shook his head and said, perhaps she only treated the treasure-hunting dog as a treasure-hunting tool. That woman may seem as calm as water, but she is actually very scheming. Don't be fooled by her appearance, she isn't truly kind. She only stopped the massacre for the sake of her reputation. Besides, the Wind Dragon Stream Master has already tarnished our reputation. He has now become the person who found the spiritual snow hound, and I am the thief. No matter what method I use to return it to her, it won't end well. We have already entered this whirlpool, and returning the spiritual snow hound to her won't solve the problem. After Long Chen's analysis, everyone was even more certain that there was no turning back. In a blink of an eye, everyone was far away from Jiangyue border city. In fact, the martial god galaxy wasn't far from Jiangyue border city. It was just that Kitten's speed wasn't as fast as Long Chen's, so it took him a day to travel. During this day, the Wind Dragon Stream Master's forces had already spread out over a large area. Long Chen could sense that many warriors had already chased them to the surroundings. However, they weren't interested in Kitten, who was in the god martial realm and didn't even have a god nation, so they were automatically ignored. Most of the forces around the Wind Dragon Stream Master were shocked by the reward. Basically, whoever could capture Long Chen and retrieve the spiritual snow hound would get the final reward. Hence, more and more warriors joined the ranks and tried their luck with Long Chen's portrait. The Wind Dragon Stream Master was different from others. He wasn't interested in Miss G's reward. What he wanted was Long Chen's life. At this time, Kitten had already brought everyone to the front of that vast river. Everyone was stunned. This was simply an ocean, not a river. Standing by the river, they couldn't see the other side at all. Perhaps this martial god galaxy's width was more than 100 miles. As for its depth, it was at least tens of thousands of miles deep. This martial god galaxy was even bigger than Long Chen's imagination. No wonder it was called the largest river in the martial god ancient city's territory. The dragon sacrificial dragon continent was cut off by the shattered star sea, so it was very rare for such a huge river to appear. This was easier to hide than Long Chen had imagined. The torrential river surged toward the territory of the dark underworld godly ancient city like millions of wild horses galloping endlessly. Large amounts of water splashed into the sky before falling back down, turning into a mist that filled the sky. Go down. Kitten dove into the martial god galaxy. After entering the river, Long Chen reappeared and replaced Kitten's position. His speed was even faster. With his physique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hide at the bottom of the river. Ever since Long Chen reappeared, he kept diving deeper and deeper. Only when the entire world was submerged by the river did he feel like he was in the deepest part of the ocean, following the ocean currents towards the distance. Long Chen tried his best to minimize the possibility of him being discovered. He realized that the depth of the martial god galaxy was more than 10,000 meters. It was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't find the bottom at all. The eternal god domain was originally a sky island. Long Chen imagined that if he dived to the bottom, wouldn't he fall back to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent? Of course, this was a wild idea. Based on the speed of the river, it would take about a month for Long Chen to leave the martial god ancient city. In the eternal god domain, whether it was the nirvana spiritual energy or the structure of the world, it was the most suitable place for Long Chen to cultivate. He didn't let this month go. The increase in nirvana energy had reached its limit. Now, like Xiao Lang, he was waiting for the calamity of the Hellfire Star Behemoth to arrive. Perhaps he would be able to break through soon, but Long Chen faced the same problem as Mo Xiaolang, and that was the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's attainment in the Tao of Massacre was constantly improving. The Slaughter Dragon Seal and Heaven Slaughtering Blood Sword were getting stronger and stronger. The Tao of Time was even more impressive, even more advanced than the Tao of Massacre. In several battles, the Illusory Dream and Eternal Instant had played a huge role. The Chaos and Stillness attributes had yet to be developed. Following the river, Long Chen pondered about time. Suddenly, he realized that time was just a river. Why was it that he could hide in the river but not in the river of time? Chapter 1726. Sometimes, a mere thought could open up endless possibilities. Long Chen had received the inheritance of the Void Infinity Dragon's essence blood. In his seal of time, most of its abilities and powers had yet to be developed. Even the young dragons of the real divine dragons would gradually learn and familiarize themselves with their own skills as they grew. Long Chen was the young dragon of the Void Infinity Dragon. Now, he had honed two abilities, illusory dreams and eternal momentary blink. This was just like how birds had the ability to fly, but they could not fly immediately after they were born. They needed to practice over and over again. Long Chen was the same. He suddenly thought that rivers were equal to time. Could he hide in the river of time? It was just like how a bird realized that it could fly. As long as he began to connect, this potential would be developed step by step. Of course, Long Chen also knew about time reversal. He had already mastered the basics of time reversal through the extreme finger of time and had stepped through the threshold. However, the path of time reversal was too difficult. Without the extreme finger of time, it would have been difficult for Long Chen to even find the threshold. In comparison, Long Chen had a feeling that he knew the ability of the Void Infinity Dragon existed. It was much easier than time reversal, and even easier than the path of time disorder. This was the most basic path of the Void Infinity Dragon. There was no need to change the course of the river of time. All one needed to do was to be familiar with it and integrate with it. The power of time was endless. The Void Infinity Dragon was the only divine creature that wandered in the river of time. It was the only one that had transcended, and hiding in the river of time was its most basic ability. After all, the Void Infinity Dragon was illusory. When it was alive, it did not have any physical body. The claws that Long Qinglan had obtained were not real claws, and the scales that Kitten had obtained were not real dragon scales either. However, they were indeed things that the Void Infinity Dragon had left in this world. Perhaps it would only reveal its physical body after it died or was injured. In order to avoid being discovered, Long Chen kept moving downward. At the same time, he used all his energy to treat the War God Galaxy as a river of time, merging them together. Time was like a surging river, and Long Chen was the darling of time. He transformed his body into the illusory state of the Void Cosmic Dragon, taking the form of a dragon. As he wandered in the War God Galaxy, he also wandered in the river of time. Activating this mystic art was much easier than activating time disorder. Long Chen was like a fish in water, happily swimming in the river of time. It was like a bird learning to fly with its innate talent, or a beast learning to walk and run while trembling. Once the things left behind in the inheritance were dug out, Long Chen easily learned them. Such a mystic art was something that others could not possibly research in their entire lives. This was the exclusive property of the Void Aeon Dragon. There were strong and weak ancestral dragons. The ancient blood spiritual dragon was ranked near the bottom, but the Void Aeon Dragon was definitely in the top 3. It was the most mysterious and ethereal existence. For about half a month, Long Chen had completely immersed his body in the river of time. He became more and more proficient, and finally, he was almost at ease. Then, a terrifying and shocking thing happened to his body. That was, his body disappeared from this world. It was not invisibility, but a kind of true disappearance, as if he had gone to another time and space. But in Long Chen's perception, he was still here, but others had cut off all perception of him. Perhaps I have just started to uncover the mystic art of the ancestral dragon, especially time. The power of time was unimaginably strange. Long Chen turned into a roaming dragon of time, running freely. In this great river, no one could find him. Of course, Long Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, his current nirvana power was still shallow, and roaming like this consumed energy. Once his energy was exhausted, he would be exposed. This move, let's call it, Time Roaming Dragon. For Long Chen, this move came at the right time. Ever since he came to the Eternal God realm, he had been in a state of being hunted. If he was alone, Long Chen would not have been so afraid. But now he had a family, and facing this huge danger that could appear at any time, he had been very afraid, especially after the appearance of the Wind Dragon Stream Lord and Miss Ji. But now, Long Chen was sure that if he was still in Jiangyue border city, even if he did not use kitten, they would definitely not be able to find him. It could be said that he had mastered a method that made him invincible. Compared to the blood escape before the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline was completely unlocked, this time roaming dragon was much more advanced. At least, Long Chen could roam for a few hours continuously, he could replenish it at any time, and use it at any time. Long Chen had Mo Xiaolang and the others test it. When Long Chen used Time Roaming Dragon, no one would be able to discover him. This was almost a super high-level invisibility technique. In fact, after entering this state, the damage from attacks of the same level would be greatly reduced. After succeeding, there was no need for Long Chen to hide so deeply. The ancient battle god city's territory was too dangerous, and leaving was necessary. It was just that he could slow down his pace. He walked along this long river for close to 20 days, and in another 10 days, he would reach the dark underworld ancient city's territory. Long Chen, who was swimming in the river, suddenly noticed movement in front of him. Even the spiritual snow hound in the God Kingdom was barking uneasily. Generally speaking, what made it afraid was Dao treasures, because Dao treasures were shocking. What made it excited was immortal essences, just like when it encountered the heavenly flute jade bamboo. Vaguely, Long Chen could hear the sounds of conversation. Could it be that they have already sensed that I entered the battle god galaxy and have come to capture me? Long Chen guessed. He quickly entered Time Roaming Dragon state and no longer had any scruples. He directly headed towards the place where the conversation was going. A large number of river walls and mountain ranges appeared around him. Long Chen passed by all kinds of rocky mountain walls that were covered with plants at the bottom of the river. More and more mountains appeared around him, and they all extended out from the side of the river. When he neared his destination, he almost didn't need to hide and appeared behind the group of people. The surroundings were almost pitch black, and the river was filled with aquatic plants. The side of the river was densely packed, and it looked like a forest. Even the rocks couldn't be found. This group of people were all strangers, and Long Chen didn't know a single one of them. They are all experts. Although they aren't at the level of the Star Soul Supervisor or the Wind Dragon Stream Master, they are still very strong. They are close to that Miss Ji. They must be above the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Long Chen sized them up without any scruples. These were 8 somewhat strange people, and they weren't young. One of them had a body covered with green scales and a ferocious expression. Another was completely pitch black, but his eyes were snow white and had no pupils. His entire body was ice cold. Another was a coquettish young woman in red. She wore revealing clothes, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. Her red lips were tender, and her eyes were foxy. At least half of her full chest was exposed. It was magnificent, and her buttocks were extremely slender. There were also 3 burly men with similar appearances, and a couple. The wife looked like an ordinary woman, fresh and natural, while the husband was short and burly, like a clown. The 8 of them looked different, but they were really powerful. At the very least, Long Chen didn't dare to provoke them easily. To dare to come so deep into the river, they had to have some power. Long Chen realized that the people he met after coming to the Eternal God domain were getting stronger and stronger. As expected of the world that ruled the dragon sacrificial continent. What are they doing? The people in the God nation were also very curious. Long Chen quietly listened to their conversation. Looks like they aren't here for me. From their conversation, Long Chen learned that the 8 of them were called the Star River 8 Devils. Star River was naturally the war god galaxy. Presumably, they were 8 of the more powerful and cruel people active in the war god galaxy. The green-scaled man was called the green-scaled swordsman by others. The man who was completely black and had no pupils was called Blade River Demon by others. As for the seductive woman, she was called Yao Yuhong. The 3 burly men were the Desert North's 3 heroes, probably 3 brothers. Among the couple, the short man was called Tong Jiang, and the tall woman was called Huan Shishui. Long Chen sensed that they seemed to have some kind of special plan, so he remembered their names and characteristics. Among the 8, Green-Scaled Visitor and Blade River Demon were a bit stronger. At this time, Green-Scaled Visitor approached the side of the river, brushed aside a large amount of water grass, and said with a coarse voice that didn't sound human, according to the map, "It's here. Let me." The emotionless Blade River Demon took a step forward, using his hand as a blade. Blade chi vibrated, and the river was directly split open. This vibration caused all the water grass to scatter, and the forest-like side of the river disappeared, revealing the smooth interior. "I see it, it's there." The 8 exclaimed at the same time. Following their gazes, Long Chen saw a circular, ancient bronze door on the side of the wide river. It was only 2 meters in diameter, and there was an ancient and desolate array carved on the door. It was filled with a heavy aura of history, but perhaps because it had been too long, the ancient bronze door was rusted, and it looked like it could break at any time. It appeared, the ruins of the ethereal immortal sect really exist. Green-Scaled Visitor exclaimed. Everyone revealed a look of extreme joy. The seductive woman Yao Yuhong laughed, her breasts dancing, and said in a sweet voice, "This is great, with the things left behind by the ethereal immortal sect, we, the Star River 8 Devils, will become stronger and stronger. When we all pass the samsara tribulations, we will be able to do whatever we want in the entire ancient battle god city." Chapter 1727. Ethereal Immortal Sect. It seemed to be something that had nothing to do with him. But Long Chen had comprehended the time dragon, so he calmed down and continued watching. At this time, the 8 evils of the Star River silently gathered in front of the ancient bronze door. Every one of them looked excited, but they were suppressing it, pretending to be emotionally stable. Judging from the fluctuations in their hearts, perhaps the ruins of the misty immortal path must be very shocking. After all, it was a super sect that could compete with the ancient city of God's descendants. Between the couple, Tong Jiang's face was ugly, and his hands were trembling. He muttered to himself, back then, when the Piaomiao immortal sect was destroyed, a large number of treasures were taken away by the 3 divine descendants of the ancient city. The Piaomiao immortal sect was wiped out, and then a large number of martial artists rushed in to beat them up. They dug up the Piaomiao immortal sect, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. However, after counting, there were still many things that were lost. It might have been taken away by the people of the Piaomiao immortal sect. His wife, Huan Shishui, could no longer remain calm. Her eyes trembled, and she said, "The most important thing should be the 8 celestial swords." The ethereal immortal sect was founded on swords. Sword warriors dominated the world. They provoked the ancient city of God's descendants. Although they were destroyed, their experts also killed a large number of experts from the 3 ancient city of God's descendants. The 8 celestial swords were very famous even in the ethereal immortal sect. Tong Jiang continued, looking at the ancient bronze door with blazing eyes. And the 8 celestial swords are probably hidden in the war god galaxy, in the ancient bronze door in front of us, 8 celestial swords. Green-Scale Guest laughed. Yes, the 8 celestial swords. Each celestial sword has 10 Dao patterns. There are a total of 80 Dao patterns. They come from ancient Taoist weapons from nearly 10 million years ago. Slaying immortal sword, extinguishing immortal sword, killing immortal sword, trapping immortal sword, covering heaven sword, fighting heaven sword, burning heaven sword, and raising heaven sword. Separated, each is an ancient Taoist weapon. When they are gathered together, it is an unprecedented super-divine weapon. Many reincarnation state warriors have never owned an ancient Taoist weapon of this level. If you have just stepped into the rebirth tribulation realm, it is already very good to have a Dao artifact with 40 Dao patterns. Blade River Demon laughed mockingly. Everyone, let's not waste any more words. We fought alongside each other for so many years. Now is the time for us to rise. I think we should hurry up and take away the 8 celestial swords. Yao Yuhong looked at everyone with her bewitching eyes. Everyone paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Take everyone's treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took out a small white jade sword that was only 10 centimeters long. There was a small character engraved on the hilt of each white jade sword. They were respectively punish, exterminate, slaughter, trap, conceal, battle, blaze, and raise. These white jade swords looked very ordinary. They should be a set, and everyone had one. Looking closely, there were a total of 8 small holes arranged in a circular pattern on the ancient bronze door, corresponding to the 8 white jade swords. These 8 white jade swords were probably the keys to the ancient bronze door. So, what was going to happen next? When Long Chen was completely focused on opening the ancient bronze door, there was a faint movement behind him. Long Chen wasn't startled, and instead lightly moved to the side. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because behind him, there was a young woman walking in his direction. Suddenly seeing such a breathtaking girl at the bottom of the river, Long Chen was still a bit surprised. This was a peerless girl wearing a red tight outfit and dark red high boots. She had a waterfall of black hair, bright black eyes, and a snake-like waist. Her skin was snow white, and she had a beautiful nose and willowy eyebrows. Her appearance was top-notch, but there was a hint of unruliness and fierceness in her eyes. She gave off a noble aura. She must be the kind of girl who had been in a high position since she was young. Both of them had been in a high position since they were young, but Lingxi didn't have such an overbearing attitude. Perhaps this was the difference. The true nobility came from the soul. This unruliness girl in red was very bold. While the other party was talking, she actually stayed where Long Chen had been. Why won't she be discovered? Long Chen was very puzzled, but then he understood. It turned out that this girl was wearing a black cloak. This cloak was a supreme Dao treasure that actually had the effect of invisibility, causing the 8 devils of the Star River to be unable to see her. But no matter how powerful a Dao treasure was, it couldn't compare to Long Chen's time dragon. She was discovered by Long Chen, but she didn't discover Long Chen. At this time, the 8 devils of the Star River were ready. They stood about 30 meters away from the ancient bronze door. At the same time, they threw the white jade swords in their hands in the direction of the ancient bronze door. Almost at the same time, everyone's white jade swords stabbed into the corresponding positions of the ancient bronze door. The eyes of the 8 devils of the Star River and the unruliness girl instantly widened. They had already prepared themselves for this moment. Crack! The ancient bronze door finally moved. Everyone's heartstrings began to tighten. The white jade swords began to fuse with the ancient bronze door, and snow-white light emitted from the small holes. The next moment, the circular array on the entire ancient bronze door began to shine. The white light exploded, and the ancient bronze door began to spin. The entire side of the river shook violently, and a large amount of river water was shaken. Sand and stones rolled down, falling into the bottomless river bottom. Just as everyone was about to suffocate, the ancient bronze door finally opened, and a gap opened. Then, the gap began to expand. Long Chen was also ready to sprint. He had witnessed too much of the ugliness of human nature. The 8 devils of the Star River seemed to be harmonious, but in fact, they were already prepared for battle. They couldn't hide their greed and killing intent. The 8 great sky swords, when combined, were a super divine weapon. Even if they obtained 1 or 2, although they were ancient Dao artifacts, they were useless. They had more than a dozen Dao patterns Dao artifacts in their hands, and only one person could obtain all of them. So, only one person could obtain the final victory. Although they were known as the 8 devils of the Star River, they didn't have the habit of giving such good things to others. Just as the ancient bronze door opened, this group of restless people couldn't resist their desire to kill and fight. Almost at the same time, they attacked the people around them. The 8 terrifying experts attacked together, and the shockwaves created were absolutely shocking. If Long Chen hadn't been prepared, he would have been sent flying. The war god galaxy erupted, and the river water rushed into the sky. In this violent collision, Long Chen's vision was a blur. He could only see the red-clothed girl stealthily moving towards the entrance of the ancient bronze door while the 8 devils of the Star River were fighting. With the time dragon, Long Chen didn't have any worries. He tried his best to get close to the ancient bronze door from the side of the river. Although his speed wasn't as fast as the red-clothed girl, he could still get close. At this time, the bronze door opened, and it was pitch black inside. The red-clothed girl didn't say anything and rushed in. Long Chen quickly followed. Just as he was about to rush in, Lingxi reminded him, "Chen, I feel that the spiritual snow hound seems to be afraid of the 8 white jade swords. Bring them with you first." Long Chen didn't have time to think about why the treasure-seeking dog would react to the key. He went behind the door and stretched out his hand to bring the 8 white jade swords into the divine kingdom. "Brothers, it's more important to go in. Fighting here will only attract more people. When the time comes, all of us will be in vain. To determine the winner, let's go in first. How about it?" No one knew who shouted, but everyone retreated and swarmed towards the ancient bronze door. Long Chen quickly seized the opportunity and rushed into the ancient bronze door. At this time, the ancient bronze door started to close. At the last moment, the 8 devils of the Star River rushed into the ancient bronze door and the ancient bronze door closed. Long Chen rushed forward with all his might. The red-clothed girl was strong, but because of the black cloak, she couldn't use her maximum speed. So even though she entered first, she couldn't open up a large gap. Instead, the 8 devils of the Star River swarmed over. The 10 of them rushed through the 100-meter-long tunnel at almost the same time and came to a cave. Looking up, it was a cave. There was a river below, and there was a putrid smell coming from it. The entire cave was long and large, and it was pitch black. At the end of the cave, there was a flash of white light, and there was a faint surge of sword chi. 8 celestial swords. The green scale visitor and the others roared. The 8 devils of the Star River didn't even care about their lives. One by one, they began to compete in speed, rushing towards the direction of the light. Long Chen and the red-clothed girl also rushed in that direction with all their might. Fortunately, the 8 devils of the Star River were still fighting as they moved forward, so Long Chen and the others could catch up. After going around a few corners, they reached the deepest part of the cave. In front of them, there was a large white array with a diameter of more than 100 meters. It shone brightly, and the sword talismans in the array surged. A large amount of dense immortal chi appeared, and a fragrance wafted over. It was as if there were fairies dancing in it, and celestial music lingered. It was extremely pleasant to listen to. On the white array, there were 8 positions. In the air above these 8 positions, there were 8 white longswords floating. Everyone saw the white longswords at first glance, and for a moment, they all went crazy. 80 Dao patterns. Ancient Dao artifacts. Peerless divine weapons. With it, they could dominate the world. The 8 celestial swords were infinitely powerful, but they had suppressed this war god galaxy, not appearing for hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone was so excited that they were forbidden to fly. When the 8 celestial swords appeared, the battle immediately escalated. The 8 devils of the Star River, who usually fought side by side, were now fighting with bloodshot eyes. They were all trying to stop each other, but at the same time trying to get as close to the 8 celestial swords as possible. Long Chen was not involved, watching this scene that shocked him. In the face of greed, so-called friendship was non-existent. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they did not care about their lives. Although they were less than 100 meters away from the 8 celestial swords, miraculously, no one advanced much. New rules for explosive updates. After careful consideration, it is as follows: there are 2 rankings on the front page. Please pay attention to the daily subscription rankings. After 24 hours, that is, before midnight every day, if the Dragon Blood God of War is in first place, then you can add a chapter the next day. If you are busy and cannot add a chapter, then you can owe it for now. Implement it first, and I will make slight adjustments depending on the situation. It is not easy to be in first place on the subscription rankings. It is all because of everyone's support for the official subscription. There are also many people who can add chapters after subscribing. Now, I am basically in second place. If there is a possibility of this plan being realized, then it will continue throughout my writing career. Chapter 1728. If he hadn't come to the eternal sacred domain, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to sense what limits the martial artists here had broken through. They had all gone to the dragon sacrificial continent and were all existences that ruled over the world. Although he didn't know their exact strength, judging from the way they fought, they were probably at least at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. In any case, they were much stronger than the Wolf Fang army's commander. This intense battle caused great damage. Fortunately, the entire cave was protected by a layer of array formation. There was no movement from the battle inside. While they were fighting, Long Chen carefully examined the ancient 8 sky swords. 80 Dao patterns. For someone like Long Chen, who wielded an 8-patterned ancient Dao artifact, an 80-patterned ancient Dao artifact was hard to imagine. As long as it had more than 100 patterns, it would be an immemorial Dao artifact. To him, the 8 great sky swords with 80 patterns were undoubtedly more precious than any other peerless divine weapon. More precious than any treasure-hunting dog. After comprehending the time-roaming dragon, he had the chance to sneak in. It was impossible for him not to be interested in such a precious treasure. Ethereal immortal sect. Dense immortal chi. In Long Chen's mind, it was as though a proud immortal sect had fallen into the flames of war. Although the 8 beasts of the galaxy were very strong, and there was a girl in red hiding in the dark, the possibility of obtaining the 8 sky swords was too small. If they really fought, any one of the 8 beasts of the galaxy could wipe out Long Chen's army. Therefore, he could only wait and see for now. 80 Dao patterns. Ancient Dao treasures. Long Chen looked at the 8 snow-white longswords floating in the light array. The shocking power gave him a strong visual impact. It wasn't just Long Chen. Everyone in the God Nation felt their hearts beating violently. 80 Dao patterns. If I can get them, I'll be rich. Boss's luck is so damn good. I'm so envious. I'm so angry. Little Cat was immersed in laughter as if Long Chen had already obtained the 8 great celestial swords. Big brother, be careful. Safety is more important. Mo Xiaolang was more mature and reminded him carefully. After what had happened in the Wind Dragon Stream, Long Chen no longer dared to look down on people from the Eternal God Domain. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. The 8 fierce galactic beasts fought fiercely, and soon, casualties began to appear. Almost everyone was injured in the melee, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Everyone used all their means to fight. Stop! The green-scaled swordsman suddenly let out a roar. He was the first to retreat from the battlefield, then he shouted, "Fighting like this won't do anyone any good. It will only result in death. We brothers and sisters have fought side by side for tens of thousands of years. I think we should wake up. For a treasure, 7 of us are going to die. It's not worth it." In truth, after experiencing the terrifying battle just now, the 8 of them were actually afraid. Someone jumped out to stop the battle, and everyone else also stopped fighting. One of the 3 heroes of Mabe said, "Green-scaled visitor, what do you think we should do?" The green-scale guest said, "There won't be any result in a chaotic battle. I have a suggestion. First, we will each get a heavenly sword as our capital. Then, we will spend a year or 2 and let the 8 of us fight in pairs. The winner will take all the heavenly swords from the loser until the heavenly swords belong to one person. The final winner will also have to take on the task of protecting the other brothers and sisters. What do you think? That's not fair. You and Blade River Devil are the strongest." One of the Mabe 3 said. "How is that not fair?" the green-scaled visitor said angrily. "You want the Mabe 3 to be the same person? But you have 3 heavenly swords to begin with." The Mabe 3 exchanged glances. They were brothers, so they were naturally one. If they had 3 heavenly swords to begin with, it would have been a solid foundation. Even though they were weaker than their opponents, they wouldn't have lost all of them. What a good idea. Long Chen sneered. It was a good idea, but if they followed it this way, people would always be unpredictable, and there would always be people who didn't follow the rules. That was human nature. Who could stand by and watch a heavenly sword fall into someone else's hands? Alright, everyone, go get your own heavenly sword. Each of you can only take one. You're right. The 8 of them stopped fighting and watched each other as they approached the 8 heavenly swords. As for the red-clothed girl, she had been hiding in a corner. Perhaps she was smart enough to know that the 8 of them wouldn't be willing to give each of them a heavenly sword. Greed had already driven them crazy. Who wouldn't want to sit on a peerless treasure? As for these brothers and sisters, they could go to hell. Soon, they were only 10 meters away from the 8 heavenly swords. Seeing that they were about to reach the matrix and take the 8 heavenly swords, even Long Chen was nervous. Were the 8 heavenly swords going to be taken just like that? Just as Long Chen was worrying, an unforeseen event occurred. At that moment, Blade River Demon, who had been silent among the 8 scourges of the Star River, suddenly took out a huge black saber that was 2 meters long. The saber was made of skulls. The edge of the saber was sharp, but it was also strange. There were 20 skulls in total, and each skull had a Dao pattern. This was an ancient Dao item with 20 Dao patterns, which was also what Blade River Demon had imagined. At the critical moment, he suddenly launched an attack. With a vast power, he slashed the seductive woman, Yao Yuhong, who was closest to him, into 2 halves at the first moment. Yao Yuhong was looking at her heavenly sword in excitement. Caught off guard, she was killed just like that. She wasn't strong, and she was alone, but she had some strange tricks up her sleeve. She wouldn't have died so quickly in a normal battle. Blade River Demon caused such a commotion, but he said, "Yao Yuhong's strength is too weak to participate in our contest. Therefore, her heavenly sword is mine first." Then, he swaggered towards the heavenly sword. Blade River Demon. The green-scaled visitor's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. In his extreme anger, his body began to undergo drastic changes. His body began to swell, and his muscles bulged. His entire head became like a frog's, but he had sharp fangs. His fists also became blade-like claws. A wild and cruel aura from the ocean surged forward. Seeing him like this, Blade River Demon sneered, so you have an affair with Yao Yuhong. Looks like this Ronin's taste is really strange. He likes your disgusting scaly thing. This insult further ignited the conflict between the two of them. Blade River Demon, are you breaking the rules? What rules? We're just here to serve you. The two of us are the strongest, so why don't we just fight? You want to obtain the 8 great celestial swords, but at the same time, you want us to submit to you wholeheartedly. Dream on. Blade River Demon mocked. The others originally had a lot of resentment towards Blade River Demon, but after hearing his words, they suddenly realized that this was a trap set by the green scale visitor. He took advantage of their overestimation of themselves, and asked themselves, if they fought one-on-one, they were no match for the green scale visitor and Blade River Demon. Nonsense. People like you who don't respect the rules deserve to die. He killed Yao Yuhong. Brothers, such a cruel and heartless person, we should eliminate him first. Otherwise, how can we continue with our plan? The green-scaled guest shouted. Mo Bei's 3 heroes, Tong Jiang and Huan Shishui didn't move. Green Scale was enraged. He started a fight to the death with Blade River Demon. The final battle had come early. Because of Yao Yuhong's death, the two fought fiercely. Green Scale used the Sea Race's mystique, while Blade River Demon was proficient in the Tao of Saber. Plus, he had a Tao artifact with 20 Tao patterns. His killing power was astonishing. No wonder he was called a demon. The eyes of the remaining 5 suddenly brightened. They all rushed towards the 8 heavenly swords. These two were fighting to the death. This was the best chance to steal the 8 heavenly swords. The so-called friendship was bullshit to them. In front of these ultimate treasures, they had lost all reason. Second brother, third brother, stop them. I will take the 8 heavenly swords. There were 3 of the Gobi trio, and they were of great use at this moment. This time, 2 of them blocked Tong Jiang and Huan Shishui, while one of them charged straight for the white formation, and was about to grab the 8 great celestial swords. He was too fast. No one could stop him. Long Chen squinted. He was hesitating if he should make a move. It seemed too risky. At this time, the red-clothed girl moved. She pulled off her cloak and quickly stood in front of the eldest of Mo Bei's 3 heroes. This red-clothed girl's strength was comparable to Blade River Demon's. Moreover, her background was extraordinary. This meant that she had great combat potential. Her sudden move was so sudden that the eldest of the Mabe trio didn't even have time to react. Long Chen didn't even have time to see how she did it before her opponent fell limply to the ground and lost his breath. This absolutely unexpected turn of events startled everyone. No matter how desperate their battles were, they all stopped and stared at the red-clothed girl in a daze. Although they were in the darkness, everyone could see her soul-stirring appearance. That purest martial aura could only come from one place, and that was the ancient city of War God. The red-clothed girl put on a black cloak. She was cold and charming. She didn't activate her invisibility. Instead, she scanned the crowd, her eyes full of contempt. War God Ancient City. Lady Yao, how did you get in? The remaining 6 of the Star River's 8 devils looked at the girl with almost suffocation. They were most afraid of the people from War God Ancient City. Especially this Lady Yao. Compared to Lady Ji, she was a little princess who ate people without spitting out the bones. Once she was angered, it was basically the fate of a coffin. But now, she suddenly appeared here. Long Chen realized that the show was just beginning. P.S. As of yesterday's 24, the subscription ranking is 2nd. Condition not met. In the past 3 days since January, it seems that the number of people supporting the original version has been decreasing. Today's situation, the current ranking is 5th. Of course, it hasn't been updated yet. The situation is normal. Whether or not we can turn the tables and become the champion today will depend on everyone's support. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.